In March 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic struck the United States, and the entire world began to shut down. People were overcome with shock and fear of an unknown disease. On March 23rd, Gretchen Anthony, 12, who was visiting her father at the time, received a text message from her mother. "Good morning. I have tested positive for the coronavirus. That means I will have to stay home for at least 2 weeks. Okay, I really hope you feel better," Ava responded. Soon after, her mother stopped sharing the location of her phone with her daughter. Friends and family members received several text messages over the next 3 days, detailing Gretchen's deteriorating condition. What was strange was that no one could reach the 51-year-old woman, and she did not even call her beloved young daughter, which was unusual for a loving mother. Those close to her began to suspect something far worse than an acute case of COVID-19. Someone else was sending messages from Gretchen's phone to hide her disappearance. The police were called in, and investigators looking for Gretchen quickly realized that someone was using the pandemic to conceal the woman's disappearance. Gretchen was born January 8, 1969, in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. She spent the majority of her life up north, attending fashion school in New York City, before relocating to New Jersey, where she eventually became an educator. In 2006, the blue-eyed blonde relocated to Jupiter, Palm Beach County's northernmost city. After 8 years of working in the county's private schools, Gretchen decided to try something new and accepted a position in the Human Resources Department of Viking, an electrical contractor. Gretchen enjoyed the opportunity to interact with new people through her position. She regarded the workforce as her second family. Her first marriage did not work out, but the former couple remained on good terms and raised their daughter with shared custody. Gretchen lived an active lifestyle and spent a lot of time playing sports. She met David Anthony while participating in sports. David, Gretchen's personal trainer and second husband, was charismatic and charming. Women from across the county came to see the young, muscular trainer. David was a star in the gym, attracting a large number of new students. Gretchen fell in love. The romance progressed rapidly. Following a brief engagement, the couple married at the Elvis Chapel in Las Vegas. Gretchen Stoughton Crane changed her name to Gretchen Stoughton Anthony in 2015, and she believes she has found the husband of her dreams. Gretchen's daughter adored her stepfather and even called him bonus dad. The couple's marriage lasted 5 years. However, the relationship that began with magic and perfect happiness evolved into a woman's fear for her own safety. When tragedy struck, police and later journalists began to investigate the identity of the second spouse. They were in for plenty of surprises. David Ethan Anthony was originally known as David Anthony Deutsch before changing his name. David Anthony Deutsch, a standout college basketball player, was arrested in 1997 for robbing a Blockbuster video store with a water pistol and assaulting a police officer. In each case, he entered a plea bargain and served some time in jail. David grew up in Palm Beach Gardens without a father, so he spent much of his childhood and adolescence alone. He didn't say much, was withdrawn, had low self-esteem, and was bullied at school for his weight. He wasn't even allowed to participate in a recreational sports league because he was so much larger than the other kids. Not surprisingly, as a teenager, David suffered from severe depression and developed symptoms that his family suspected were indicative of bipolar disorder. He refused to take medication, instead focusing on sports and excelling at them. David received a scholarship to play college basketball after graduating from high school, and quickly rose to prominence on the team. He idolized basketball legends and named his husky Kobe after his favorite player, Kobe Bryant. On January 26, 2020, the idol died in a helicopter crash, which contributed to David's unstable behavior. Meanwhile, the smart, attractive coach ignored mental issues, basked in his well-deserved popularity, and married Gretchen. The couple lived an active lifestyle. David liked bicycling, deep sea fishing, and kayaking. Gretchen worked out hard in the gym, went to the beach, kayaked, and practiced yoga. Unfortunately, only the first 2 years of marriage proved to be happy. The smiling blonde would spend the next 3 years trying to leave. Gretchen admitted to her friends that her husband's behavior was becoming increasingly manic and that he occasionally insulted her. They even went through a 6-month breakup before reconciling. David's former boss at the gym, Tabitha Hopkins, later admitted to noticing strange mood swings in David. In 2017, Things became so bad that Tabitha was forced to fire him for his aggressive behavior, particularly towards women. David was behaving strangely and refused to seek help. In 2018, the man became obsessed with the end of the world and packed his truck with 3 large bags of rice, several pots and pans, and 10 pairs of shoes. His family thought the episode was a sign of bipolar and manic depressive disorder. Bad periods were followed by good ones, during which David attempted to change his behavior. He even persuaded Tabitha Hopkins to give him his job back by assuring the gym owner that he was trying to be a better person and attending self-help seminars. Tabitha softened. There was no denying David's abilities as a trainer. The clients were overjoyed with him. David's condition deteriorated over time as his mental illness was not treated. Gretchen recognized her husband's problems and told her friends. She admitted to locking herself in their bedroom on occasion in order to increase the distance between them. I noticed this crazy look in his eyes. She texted a friend named Dawn one morning in late December. David was gaining momentum, and I didn't know what he was capable of. I'm watching him on the cameras and waiting for him to go to bed, Gretchen wrote at the end of the day. Then I'll go downstairs, get a knife, and put it under my pillow, just in case, and hopefully sleep. That same year, on Christmas Eve, Gretchen couldn't find her personal items. She searched the house, including David's backpack, and discovered her wedding ring, passport, driver's license, credit cards, and some money. Gretchen was so disturbed by the incident that she texted Dawn, her boss and friend, to express her fear of her own husband. By the end of the month, Gretchen had decided to end the turbulent relationship. In December 2019, she forced David to relocate from the townhouse to her mother's nearby home and change the locks. During this time, David's colleagues noticed a gradual shift in his behavior. The trainer was usually one of the first to arrive at the gym, but due to family events, he appeared increasingly withdrawn and sullen as time passed. On January 26th, David's idol Kobe Bryant died. When Kobe Bryant died, something happened that, as Tabitha recalls, you'd think David and Kobe Bryant were best friends. It traumatized him. In the days that followed, David became hysterical, crying and wailing in front of the fitness club groups he led and refusing to leave. Despite his emotionally fragile state, David actively participated in gratitude training, a contentious self-improvement program that critics compared to a cult. He paid thousands of dollars for seminars but refused to tell his family what he was doing during them. David's behavior regressed. On February 24th, he failed to arrive at work. When Tabitha tried to find out if he was okay, he attacked her, and the supervisor decided to terminate the employee permanently. This time, Tabitha saw David's terrifying rage and was terrified. Hopkins informed Gretchen about the incident and advised her to be cautious. "That's the last time I talked to Gretchen," she would later say. Gretchen filed for divorce 4 days later, on February 28, 2020, just a few weeks before she disappeared. David's stability rapidly deteriorated, and he became more hostile. On March 7, the woman David had begun dating reserved a seat in an unusual art class. They were to drink wine and draw pictures while guided by the instructor. However, the evening did not go as planned. When David attempted to hug his companion during class and she refused, he jumped up, yelled at her in the middle of the class, and ran outside. David's behavior terrified the young woman, and she decided not to continue the conversation, informing him that he could not stay with her tonight. When they got to his truck, it was clear that David had different ideas about the situation. She had only known David for a month when he decided to move in with her. Duffel bags containing men's clothes were spread out on her bed and dining room table, and food from his mother's house was stored in the freezer. Kobe, David's husky, was running around in the backyard. David only left after a new friend contacted her neighborhood security company and Gretchen went missing. Her family informed investigators that David was returning to her home after he had left. The young woman was concerned about her safety and installed surveillance cameras throughout her home and garage. On March 11, the World Health Organization declared a pandemic. A few days later, David arrived at Gretchen's house in the early morning, convinced that the pandemic was an end, a world prophecy. He believed the world was ending and walked around the windows pleading with his almost ex-wife to accompany him to Costa Rica, where he hoped they could escape the virus. After a few hours, regression relented and let David enter the house. That evening, a patrolling police officer noticed David visibly nervous and sweaty, running around outside a Riviera Beach restaurant and approaching a group of teenage girls. The officer noticed David's license plate, which was partially covered with black duct tape, and approached him. David claimed that his 12-year-old stepdaughter had taped the license plate and became increasingly nervous. The man ignored the police officer's orders not to move, yanked open his truck's door, and began searching for something under the seat. Fearing what might happen next, the officer pointed a gun at David and ordered him to the ground. When the officers searched under the driver's seat, where David was attempting to reach, they discovered a large knife. David was arrested for resisting arrest, but he posted bail and was released a few days later. The pandemic was gaining momentum. Some states began prohibiting people from leaving their homes as early as March 20. Gretchen, like everyone else, was trying to figure out how to adapt to the new reality. She shared virus-related videos and safety tips, as well as memes and jokes mocking the absurdity of the new normal. On Thursday, March 19, she posted a quote from a meditation blog. "There is chaos around you. The wisest choice is to create peace within yourself." After that, her profile was no longer active, and she stopped answering calls and messages. For all of her loved ones, this moment marked the beginning and end of their lives. On March 23, 2020, Gretchen and Anthony began texting their friends and family. Gretchen sent a series of messages to friends and family over several days, first stating that she was quarantined at home and then describing her deteriorating condition and hospitalization in the emergency room at Jupiter Medical Center. Another message stated that she had been transferred to another CDC facility that did not exist. On March 24, Don Paris, Gretchen's supervisor and friend, received a message from her saying, "I tested positive for coronavirus early this morning. This is bad news, but I'm at a coronavirus CDC treatment center that only handles COVID cases. The good news is that my blood type can potentially be used in treatment. I'm not sure if you remember when I said I have a strain of mad cow disease in my blood. Well, that strain is important for gathering more answers and finding she could be placed in a medically induced coma and lose her ability to write." Jeff Dreher did not believe the reports. He was perplexed by the numerous text errors and abbreviations. The tone of voice in the messages sounded more like David Anthony, and Jeff became concerned. Furthermore, it bothered everyone who received these messages that no one, including his daughter Gretchen, ever called. Friends couldn't imagine Gretchen dying from anything because she was in great shape and took her health very seriously. When calls to the medical center confirmed that Gretchen Anthony had not been admitted, her family and friends decided to contact the police to see how she was doing. Brett and Anthony's boss reported to the police that he was last at work on March 20. When he called her insurance company to see if he was receiving medical care, they informed him that there had been no referrals under her policy to process treatment. Jupiter Police Detective Jared Kennison contacted Jupiter Medical Center and discovered that the hospital's records did not include any information about such a patient. In fact, police discovered that Gretchen had not visited Jupiter Medical Center since 2008. Police searched the medical center parking lot and discovered a Mini Cooper with Gretchen's purse in the most visible spot, which prompted patrol officers to become concerned. Officers visited the missing person's home. What they discovered at Gretchen's house was alarming, turning a routine visit into a possible murder case. A neighbor approached the officers and provided disturbing information. Early Saturday morning, March 21, I heard a desperate female screaming as if she was being attacked. And then I heard her scream, "No." Then I heard her scream, "No." Then I heard something like, "It hurts. Stop." The scream was quite serious. Unfortunately, Gretchen did not contact emergency services. Some people are simply wary of contacting the police. Officers became even more concerned when another neighbor reported seeing a soapy substance leaking from under Gretchen's garage door. The front door to the garage was locked, and a key was broken in the deadbolt. When officers opened the door, they noticed a strong, pungent odor of cleaning product in the garage. Patrol officers used body cameras to search the house multiple times. They discovered signs of a violent struggle, such as a broken picture frame, shards of glass on Gretchen's bed, and a soiled towel. Officers also discovered that surveillance cameras inside the house had been removed from the walls, possibly to destroy compromising evidence, and contacted a service provider to retrieve the footage from the cloud. Police investigated and discovered that a neighbor had photographed a black Nissan pickup truck parked outside Gretchen's home following the terrifying scream. Gretchen's almost ex-husband, David Anthony, owned the exact same pickup truck before abruptly leaving. His mother told police that her son packed his truck and left on Tuesday, March 24, 2020, saying he was going to Costa Rica. Their suspicions were heightened when they saw a video shot in the parking lot of Jupiter Medical Center, where Gretchen's car was discovered. A Mini Cooper pulled into a parking spot, and a tall figure about the height of David Anthony emerged from the vehicle. Investigators began tracking Gretchen's mobile and discovered that it was registered in the Pensacola, Florida area. As later confirmed, David had driven only 600 miles to Pensacola, Florida, the westernmost city, after stopping at a couple of local pawn shops to sell some women's jewelry. He and his dog Kobe continued west, spending one night at a hotel in Pecos, Texas, before settling in Las Cruces, New Mexico. David contacted detectives from 2,000 miles away and reported that Gretchen was alive and in no danger. He explained that his spouse had given him a written statement, which he read aloud on the phone. According to the statement, Gretchen discovered financial crimes at her workplace and fled Florida with David, fearing for her life. The statement also stated that she had fled from her first ex-husband, Jeff. Detectives did not believe it and continued their investigation. They tracked Gretchen and David's cell phone signals, which indicated that the two phones were in contact, expecting the worst. On March 29, detectives obtained a warrant to impound the truck and worked with Las Cruces police to arrange a traffic stop. Las Cruces police detained David and seized his truck and property, including his and Gretchen's phones, but there was insufficient evidence to bring him in for questioning. He was allowed to simply walk away. On March 30, 2020, Jupiter police obtained electronic records from Gretchen's home, and investigators discovered the truth. On March 21, David lurked silently on the porch that overlooked the back of the garage. He was holding an elongated object. Gretchen appeared 6 minutes later in the video. The video shows David forcibly driving her into the garage, and a scream can be heard over it. She first yelled to the Amazon Alexa device in the garage, "Alexa, turn on the lights in the garage." The surveillance camera audio then recorded a muffled thud and Gretchen's muffled screams. She yelled at Alexa again, "Alexa, call 911. David had no idea that unless he programmed her smart speaker to call 911, it would not call the police in an emergency. After a while, David's face appeared in the frame, and his hands were gloved in one shot. Gretchen's bloodied head could be seen as he walked around the garage. On March 30, investigators had seen enough. Detectives obtained a warrant for David's arrest. The case evolved from a missing persons case to a murder investigation. Detective Kennison arrived in Las Cruces shortly before midnight on March 31st. Police arrested David outside a convenience store. A Jupiter detective questioned him at the state police headquarters in Las Cruces, New Mexico. They had one goal: to persuade David to reveal the location of Gretchen's body, and the detective failed. David claimed Gretchen was alive. During the interrogation, David Anthony repeated this claim 35 times. Detectives even tried using a voice recording of Gretchen's daughter, whom David adored. With her father's permission, the girl recorded her request. "David, it's Eva. I love you. I'm scared. I miss my mom," she said to him. "I need to know where my mom is. Please do the right thing and tell me where my mom is. Please. I love you." Detectives played the tape for David, but he remained unconcerned. While incarcerated, he refused to discuss what had happened to Gretchen. He remained silent for months, as is typical of him. David understood how difficult it would be for the prosecutor to obtain a conviction without Gretchen's body. He was charged with second-degree murder and extradited to Florida. While David was in custody in Palm Beach County, Florida, a grand jury indicted him for kidnapping and increased the murder charge from second-degree to first-degree murder. This marked a turning point. And in December 2020, after 8 months in prison, the criminal agreed to a plea deal with the prosecutor. In fact, he could have received the death penalty for first-degree murder. Under the terms of the agreement, David would plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a 38-year sentence. The primary condition of the agreement was that he lead investigators to Gretchen's body. On December 21, 9 months after Gretchen Anthony's disappearance, David Anthony admitted what everyone knew. He killed his wife. Gretchen's body was discovered wrapped in a blanket 3 miles away in the woods behind a Walmart and near a nursing home. Investigators determined that she died from stab wounds to the neck and torso. There were numerous defensive wounds indicating that she was fighting for her life. At the sentencing hearing, David Anthony stated that the COVID-19 pandemic contributed to his crime stemmed from his perception of the pandemic as Armageddon, forcing him to flee. My delusions saw the COVID pandemic as a prophecy of the end of the world and Armageddon that I felt compelled to avoid at all costs. According to the plea agreement, David Anthony was sentenced to 38 years in prison on January 14, 2021. He is currently serving his sentence at Martin Correctional Institution in Florida. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Detectives had been having a hard time solving cases involving John or Jane Doe victims for years. These victims could only be identified by looking through missing people databases for a match, or by a family member recognizing the victim. However, they now have a new tool at their disposal thanks to developments in DNA technology, which is enabling them to solve crimes that had been unsolved for years. Families are finally getting the closure they've long sought over their missing loved ones, while victims who had been anonymous and unrecognized for decades are finally getting their identities back. We'll examine 2 John Doe cases today where the victims were ultimately identified. After decades, the victims in both of these crimes were eventually identified in 2023 through the use of genetic genealogy, a groundbreaking new DNA technology. Let's get started on these situations right away. With a population of more than 640,000, Bucks County, the 4th most populated county in Pennsylvania, is the subject of our first case today. The city of Doylestown serves as its county seat. Its southeastern boundary is the Delaware River, and its entire size is 622 square miles. In 1986, a startling discovery was made here, close to the river. It appeared to be a calm Sunday morning in Buckingham Township, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, on June 15, 1986. After their late Saturday evenings out, most individuals slept in the morning because the weekend was coming to an end. Others sought comfort in their pastimes. A Buckingham Township fisherman chose to spend his morning fishing by the Delaware River, which was his favorite activity. Armed with his equipment, he left home in hopes of enjoying a leisurely day of fishing in the Delaware River. He could not have been prepared for what he was about to learn. He was planning to capture something completely different on the riverbanks instead of fish. When he got to the river, he was strolling along the bank close to the Mooresville boat ramp, trying to find a suitable place to set up shop, when he saw something white protruding from the vegetation at the riverside. He approached curiously to see what it was, and when he saw it was a human skull, he flinched in disbelief. He searched the area, but he was unable to uncover any more bones or remnants strewn around the head. He first considered calling the police because he knew he had to do something, but he didn't know how long it would take them to arrive, so he decided to handle things himself. He picked up the skull and brought it to the Buckingham Township Police Department so they could look into it. Upon receiving the skull, the Buckingham Township Police Department was unsure of how to proceed with their investigation. Investigators were unable to identify the unidentified individual or even try to characterize any physical traits they might have had because of the skull's state and the fact that no further remains were discovered. They could tell by looking at the skull that it belonged to a white person, but they were unable to identify the victim's age or sex other than the fact that they had been under 70. They had no additional clues as to who this person might be, thus they had very little information to work with, which made the inquiry nearly impossible. There was no way to know if the skull belonged to any of the people they examined, so they looked through missing persons cases at the time to see if any of them matched the little information they had. The probe eventually became chilly since there was so little to work with. The skull was kept as evidence because it was the only hint investigators had, and no funeral was held because only a skull and no other bones were discovered. They believed at the time that the skull will be useful in the future due to scientific advancements. The victim was labeled as unknown, and the case was closed because there were no further leads to pursue. Bucks County detectives acquired possession of the skull in October 2019, 33 years after it was first found near the Delaware River while investigating a homicide case, but they later turned it over to the Bucks County Coroner's Office. The skull was added to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NamUs, database by the Coroner's Office later that year, with the ID up 62,362. Sadly, no one came forward because the victims' data were still insufficient to assist someone identify them. They hoped that maybe it might help trigger the recollection of someone who had been looking for their missing loved one for years. Even with scientific advances since the first discovery, all that was known at this time was that the skull belonged to a Caucasian guy who had been under 70 years old. Despite the fact that NamUs was updated with this information, the case ultimately stagnated for 3 more years. The skull was then taken from the Bucks County Coroner's Office by Bucks County investigators in September 2022, 36 years after it was first discovered. A groundbreaking new DNA testing technique known as genetic genealogy has been used in recent years to solve several cold cases from around the nation. It identified potential relatives to DNA profiles that had been unidentifiable for years using family trees and DNA testing. Detectives in Bucks County were optimistic that this incredible new technology would help them make a breakthrough in the John Doe case they had been pursuing for more than 35 years. Because they had so little information, they had all but given up on ever solving this case. But after 36 years, they suddenly thought they would have a chance, because to genetic genealogy, Othram, a Texas-based company that specializes in forensic genealogical testing, received the skull. The money required to analyze the skull was provided by AudioChuck, a podcasting company that produces several true crime podcasts, because forensic testing is a costly procedure. After the money was obtained, thanks to AudioChuck's assistance and kindness, Othram's forensic detectives began to work. To create a thorough DNA profile, they first created a viable DNA extract from the skull and then employed forensic-grade genome sequencing. In order to determine whether there were any matches in their databases that would point them in the direction of John Doe's surviving relatives in 2022, their in-house genealogy team next compared this profile to other profiles in their system. They were directed to a 49-year-old Florida resident whose DNA partially matched the profile they had created from the skull after a few short weeks of waiting for results. Othram experts thought this woman might be the daughter of John Doe, who had stayed anonymous for years based on the match percentage. They gave the police in Bucks County these clues, and on January 4, 2023, they proceeded to interview the woman to find out if her father had been missing for more than 30 years. The detectives learned from the woman, whose identity was kept secret, that her father had indeed disappeared when she was just 11 years old. A parent-child relationship between their individual samples was established by a follow-up test that compared the woman's complete DNA results with the profile Othram had created. When detectives ultimately managed to identify the John Doe, they discovered that Richard Thomas Alt had been his identity. The year 1954 saw the birth of Richard Thomas Alt in Trenton, New Jersey. Although not much is known about his early years, he lived his entire childhood in Trenton, where he was lavished with affection by both of his parents. As an adult, he stayed close to his parents and frequently spent time with them because they resided in the same city. He met Lori Sudman, a young secretary, maybe in his late 20s, and fell in love with her right away. They became romantically involved quite fast, and they were still together when Richard vanished. In the spirit of celebration, Richard visited his parents on Christmas 1984, the last time he was ever seen alive. They enjoyed a great day together, and his parents were unaware that this would be their final chance to see their cherished son. They started to worry more and more over the course of the following few days because Richard had not contacted them in any way, which was highly unusual. They attempted to phone him but received no answer. Additionally, they were unable to contact his girlfriend Lori when they attempted to call her to ask whether she was aware of his whereabouts. They finally called the police to report him missing in January 1985. A description of Richard was distributed to the public, and a missing persons report was created. He was 5'10" and weighed 140 pounds, according to it. He was a white male with blue eyes and strawberry blonde hair that was medium to long. In the hopes that someone who had seen Richard would come forward, the description was made public. However, nobody did. Lori, his girlfriend, was also reported missing at the time, but no one was able to locate her either. Tragically, Lori Sudman's body was discovered floating on the water 3 months later, on April 20, 1985, by two men fishing from a boat in Trenton's marina on the Delaware River. Since her fingerprints were in the system and she had previously been arrested on a drug charge, they were able to identify her using fingerprint analysis when they called the police. Her death was never investigated, and it is still an unsolved homicide. However, at the time, authorities believed that Richard's abduction and her death were both the result of foul play. The circumstances behind Richard's and Lori's deaths are still unknown, and his skull was found more than a year later, but took more than 30 years to identify. Authorities in Bucks County concluded their inquiry into Richard's death and disappearance after he was recognized in 2023, since there was no proof that a crime had been committed in the county. The Mercer County Police Department, which has authority over the case, is currently conducting the investigation into his and Lori's deaths. They have requested that anyone come forward if they have any information that could aid in the investigation. I can't even imagine wondering and worrying about a lost family member for even a day, let alone for 37 years, said Matthew D. Weintraub, the district attorney for Bucks County, in a statement to the media. Mr. Alt's family no longer has to wait. He notably commended Othram, stating that the issue could not have been resolved without their technological expertise. I'm just glad that we could give them some peace of mind with this identification and the eventual return of his remains to his family, he said. In cases like this that have seemed hopeless for so long, he thinks that genetic genealogy and the knowledge of organizations like Othram will continue to yield results. Our second example involves Lolita, a tiny community of just over 800 people tucked away in the center of Humboldt County in Northern California. Beautiful forests and undulating hills encircle Lolita, offering a charming setting for outdoor pursuits including hiking, fishing, and camping. However, a horrifying discovery was made here in this picturesque location in 1998. A Loleta resident and his son were in a boat searching for driftwood on the Eel River on March 27, 1998. As they made their way through the twists and turns of the river, they noticed something odd close to Cock Robin Island. As they drew closer, they saw what looked to be human remains, but at first they thought it was simply another piece of wood stuck in the branches of a neighboring tree. When they were discovered, they were appalled and hurried to the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office to notify the authorities. This awful day, which would never be forgotten and would always be a part of this small town's history, left the residents of Loleta horrified and devastated. The sheriff's deputies were quick to react after learning the news. Unaware that this case would follow them for a very long time, they rushed to the Eel River via jet boat. Their worst fears came true when they eventually reached the spot where the locals had reported the discovery. There, a man's body was discovered in a state of advanced decay and only partially clothed. Despite his state of decay, the deputies were able to identify him as a white adult male, but they were clueless about his identity and how he entered the river. Even the most experienced deputies were surprised by the condition of the body, and the deputies were shocked by what they were witnessing. Immediately after removing the body from the water, they carefully examined the garments, in the hopes of discovering a sliver of information that would have helped them identify the deceased. They were unhappy, though, to discover that there was no personal belongings or identification of any kind. Basically nothing that would have helped identify the victim. After being removed from the scene, the body was sent to the coroner's office for further examination. The autopsy's results were disappointing, but they gave the police a starting point. The coroner's report stated that the person's cause of death was drowning, and the autopsy revealed that he had been in the water for a month prior to his finding. Additionally, they were able to learn some basic details about the man, such as the fact that he was an adult white male, 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighed roughly 170 pounds, and was probably between 35 and 45 years old. But when they looked through the database, they couldn't find any Northern California missing persons that fit this description. In light of this, they launched an inquiry to identify the unidentified guy, and he was given the name of Humboldt County John Doe. Detectives felt a feeling of urgency as they tried to unravel the mystery surrounding the man they had found in the river before they could determine what transpired prior to his death. They realized they needed to find out who he was. They were certain that someone out there was missing a loved one, and they were determined to find out who this person had been, in the hopes that someone might remember to file a missing persons report and provide fresh information in the case. The investigators worked hard to make the man's description public. Weeks passed, but they were still unsuccessful despite their best efforts. Nevertheless, They clung to the hope that a single clue might take them to the solution, and they followed up on every lead to the best of their abilities. There was at last some optimism for the police when, later in 1998, the California Department of Justice found one latent fingerprint on the body. This was then examined using the automated latent print system. The investigators hoped that this would provide the necessary break in the investigation. When the findings showed that there were no matches in the system, their dreams were once more crushed. Nevertheless, the investigations gathered the man's DNA profile and entered it into several databases, such as the California Missing Persons DNA Database and the National Unidentified Persons DNA Index. Once more, they looked through the databases for any sign of a match, but they were unable to find anything. Since inquiries into missing persons cannot be concluded, the case remained open over the years. No profile matches were ever found over time, despite the DNA profile being regularly compared to profiles from other human remains and missing persons in the Combined Index System, CODIS. The case was unsolved for 25 long years, despite the fact that the investigation was still ongoing. There was no fresh information or leads for the detectives to pursue, thus the case remained inactive. The sheriff's office teamed up with Othram, a Texas-based forensic genealogy firm, in December 2022. By using cutting-edge forensic DNA testing, the collaboration aimed to identify the man. After submitting a sample of the man's DNA to the lab, the team of experts began closely and methodically analyzing it. They developed a thorough DNA profile of the man using a state-of-the-art technique called forensic-grade genome sequencing. Their genealogy team used forensic genetic genealogy to provide leads for investigations after acquiring the profile. By analyzing a DNA profile's genetic composition and comparing it to the other profiles already in the system, this novel technology created family profiles by fusing DNA testing with conventional genealogical techniques. Researchers can ascertain the percentage of matches and whether the profile they are testing for has any biological relationships inside the system. They identified the Humboldt County John Doe using this technique. In mid-February 2023, Othram eventually provided the authorities with the testing results after months of excruciating waiting. The research conducted by the lab indicated that there was a high probability that the Humboldt County John Doe was related to a woman called Cheryl, who was residing in Missouri at the time. Othram said Cheryl was probably the sister of John Doe of Humboldt County. After contacting Cheryl, the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office detectives discovered that she did in fact have a brother named Jeffrey Todd Sydow, who had been missing for a long time. After all these years, Cheryl was taken aback when investigators finally contacted her regarding her missing brother. She informed the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office detectives that she had been looking for Jeffrey for years and had all but given up on ever learning his fate when they traveled to Missouri to interview her. Additionally, Cheryl informed investigators that Jeffrey was born in 1963 and would have been 35 years old when his body was discovered in 1998. She informed them, however, that they had not seen or spoken to him since the mid-1990s, and that the last time she or any family member had spoken with him was several years prior. She informed them that, for reasons that none of them knew, he had ceased to speak to her and the rest of their family. She had attempted to contact him but had never received a reply. For this reason, she and her entire family believed that Jeffrey had chosen to leave their life on purpose, which is why they had never filed a missing persons report for him. It would seem that Cheryl's information and Othram's DNA test would have been sufficient proof for the police to end the investigation, but they were determined to look elsewhere and definitively establish his identity. They accomplished this by obtaining Jeffrey's fingerprints and comparing them to a latent fingerprint that they had successfully removed from the body they discovered in the Eel River so many years prior. The fingerprints were a perfect match, proving that their efforts had been worthwhile. After 24 years, they were finally certain that Jeffrey Todd Sydow was the real John Doe from Humboldt County. The Humboldt County Sheriff's Office is currently coordinating with his family to ensure that his remains are returned to them so that he can be buried with his other departed loved ones now that his identity has been verified. She commended the detectives for their commitment to her brother's case and ensuring that it was handled after all these years, as she had been unaware of his whereabouts and fate for decades. The California Department of Justice DNA Lab and Othram were commended by the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office for their exceptional efforts and support in resolving this case, and giving the Sido family some closure regarding their missing loved one. Despite their success, the sheriff's office is still curious about what transpired with Jeffrey in his last days. We encourage anyone who knows anything about his last known whereabouts or activities before he passed away to come forward and report it. And that concludes it, people. We hope you had a great time with us today and learned how these two John Doe's identities were ultimately discovered in 2023 thanks to genetic genealogy. We anticipate that more and more of these cases that have lain unsolved for years will soon be resolved because to these technological developments. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Greed, envy, and the desire to accumulate wealth with little effort frequently drive people to commit the most heinous and cynical crimes. It's difficult to imagine how cruel a person can be in the pursuit of quick riches. As an example, consider the murder of a close relative. The story of Elizabeth Vasquez is truly shocking and terrifying. This kind and hardworking woman dedicated her entire life to the betterment of her family, striving to provide her beloved daughter with the best possible education. But the greedy heiress and her boyfriend did the unthinkable. For several years, this complex case sparked controversy and shocked the public with its inhumanity, demonstrating how a young woman can easily decide to murder her own mother. Let us try to understand how a prosperous and well-off family produced a true monster devoid of any feelings of pity, remorse, or conscience. The Vasquez family is large and happy. Elizabeth Lillian Vasquez Muvia was born in Catamarca, northwestern Peru, in 1967. She was the oldest of 6 children born to Ernesto Vasquez and Maria Muvila. Her parents were hard-working, simple people who worked hard to provide for their large family, including an education and a chance at a better life. The Vasquez family was friendly and happy. Elizabeth began helping her mother care for her younger siblings at a young age. She was an excellent student who graduated with honors, allowing her to easily gain admission to the prestigious university's Faculty of Law and Economics. While attending university, she met a young man named Alejandro Espino, who was also studying law and was regarded as one of the best students in his class. The two developed a romantic relationship that grew quickly, and they were officially married in 1987. Elizabeth's parents supported her decision from the start and happily welcomed her son-in-law into the family. Alejandro was a serious, intelligent, ambitious, and purposeful man who could properly care for their eldest daughter. Initially, the newlyweds lived in the Vasquez family home. However, after 6 months, Elizabeth became pregnant, and they decided to move into their separate home with only their daughter about a year after their marriage in 1988. The couple welcomed their only joint heir, whom they named Elizabeth Vasquez Espino, affectionately known as Alita in the family. The girl became the focus of all her numerous relatives' attention, as well as her parents' greatest joy. Several years after the birth of their daughter, the couple, whose careers were steadily improving, decided to relocate to Peru's capital, Lima. Alejandro was then vying for a prosecutor position in an anti-corruption department, while Elizabeth had started her own legal consulting firm. Both worked tirelessly for the benefit of their family, but were unable to devote enough time to their young daughter. Confronted with an unsatisfactory experience hiring a nanny who did not perform her duties diligently, the young mother decided to send her daughter to her parents' entire market so that they could care for the heiress. Maria and Ernesto readily agreed and were overjoyed to have their granddaughter stay with them for a while. Notably, their youngest daughter, Giovanna, is elite. His aunt was only a few years older than Alita, so they got along well and interacted like sisters. Because of their complete dedication to work, the parents rarely saw their daughter and compensated by showering her with gifts during visits. Alita's stay at her grandparents' home lasted several years, and when her parents decided to bring her back to Lima, she had already begun school. It's worth noting that the abrupt change in environments did not help the girl, and she took some time to adjust to life in the bustling, noisy capital after the quiet, almost provincial Catamarca and the difficult parent-daughter relationship. As a child, Elita was quiet and well-behaved. She strived for academic excellence by studying music and foreign languages. She had a close and trusting relationship with her parents, who tried to make up for the years of forced separation. Elizabeth aspires to be more than just his mother. She wants to be his best friend, someone with whom she can share her most intimate thoughts. This remained true until Elita turned 15, when her elitist personality deteriorated rapidly. Tantra transformed her into a rude person. I stopped listening to her parents. She abandoned her studies, became involved in bad company, and worst of all, began stealing money from her parents' wallet. Elizabeth tried a variety of methods to connect with her daughter, hoping it was just a phase that Elita would outgrow. However, the girl frequently instigated heated arguments with her mother, resulting in hysterics and tears. During these times, Alejandro usually remained neutral, but if Elita sought his help, he frequently took her side. Elita was deeply hurt and offended by being constantly compared to her smart, beautiful, successful, and hard-working mother. Next to Elizabeth, Elita appeared to be the ugly duckling, completely opposite of her mother in every way. She lacked striking features, was overweight, lazy, and temperamental, frequently lied, and did not hesitate to steal. Elita had numerous complexes about her appearance, and when she expressed a desire for plastic surgery, Elizabeth, eager to please her daughter and mend their relationship, did not stop her. Elizabeth paid for her daughter's first rhinoplasty, followed by several more surgeries. When Alejandro and Elizabeth decided to divorce in 2007, their 18-year-old daughter reacted with a hysterical outburst, screaming, insulting, and blaming her mother for driving her father away. At the time, the family was in the United States, and the divorce caused some complications for citizens of the countries. Nonetheless, they returned home as divorced people and started living separately. By mutual agreement, the now adult but still dependent daughter remained at her mother's house. They continued to have heated arguments, and Elita would call her father crying and begging him to take her in. However, Alejandro, who had moved on with a new love, was reluctant to do so. He always persuaded the leader to reconcile with her mother and wait a little longer until she completed university and began her independent life. Despite her poor academic performance, bad character, and provocative behavior, elitist parents enrolled her in the law faculty of one of Peru's most prestigious universities. Our father and mother decided not to skimp on their only child's education, despite the cost. Elite has an untrustworthy boyfriend, and Elita has had her fair share of teen romances. But at 19, she felt truly in love for the first time. It all began on a Sunday morning at church, where she met a charming young man named Fernando Gonzalez. He couldn't take his gaze away from her during the service, and afterward, he approached her to introduce himself to Elita. Fernando appeared like a prince, handsome, attentive, and pleasant in voice. He invited her for coffee and conversation. As it turned out, he had a habit of scouting churches for young, well-dressed girls who arrived in luxury cars, then striking up a conversation, charming them, and playing on their emotions. He'd tell stories about his difficult childhood in a large family abandoned by their father, and how he was now supporting his mother, brothers and sisters while working multiple jobs. Wealthy and naive girls would sympathize and offer him money. He occasionally managed to keep a wealthy girlfriend for a few months, but they usually left him once the truth was revealed. He was just an unemployed slacker who enjoyed the high life. Elita fell easily into Fernando's trap because she had complexes and always considered herself unattractive. She couldn't believe such a handsome man had noticed her and was willing to give him everything she had, or rather, everything her mother possessed. She told her mother everything, resulting in their first candid conversation in yours. Elizabeth believed she had a chance to mend their relationship, especially since the leader had met the boy in church, which appeared promising, and assumed he was a good person. Fernando made a good first impression on Elizabeth. He told her his dramatic life story, and she believed him, concluding that such a good boy deserved help. She rented him a cozy apartment near Central Lima and agreed to pay 70s of the monthly rent. She also paid for his business school tuition, promising him a job with her company later. Fernando appeared to appreciate her generosity and was eager to begin studying. He was not interested in attending boring lectures or working. He only wanted to have fun and spend someone else's money. He gladly moved into the rented apartment but never paid anything for it, claiming to be broke and promising to repay later. It soon became clear that Fernando had only attended a few business school classes before quitting. Following a serious conversation with Elizabeth, he appeared to be sorry. She decided to give him a second chance and hired him as a courier for her company. On his first day, he not only failed to complete a simple task but also betrayed other employees who had trusted him with sensitive documents. Elizabeth finally realized that this young man had charmed her daughter only to exploit her for his own gain. He had no intention of studying or working. She then forbade Elida from seeing him, causing her daughter to become angry and resentful. The leader screamed and cried, accusing her mother of attempting to destroy her life and steal her happiness. She refused to listen to reason and insisted on continuing to see Fernando despite the couple's failed separation attempt. Elizabeth decided to send her daughter to her parents' house for a while, naively believing that if Elida didn't see her boyfriend for a few months, her feelings would subside and Fernando would find another wealthy fool to exploit. But Elizabeth was gravely mistaken. Elida continued to communicate with her boyfriend via phone and social media, and her resentment of her mother only grew. Fernando had to leave the rental apartment because Elizabeth refused to pay for it. However, he found a smaller place rented for him by his young lover using her mother's money. As a spoiled child, Elida had some financial freedom and was able to use some of her mother's accounts. When summer vacation ended and university resumed, Elida rushed to see her boyfriend, who once again asked for money. She withdrew a significant amount from her mother's account and gave it to him, resulting in a heated argument with her mother later that evening. When Elizabeth noticed the missing funds, she decided to block access to her accounts, leaving her with only a small weekly allowance for personal expenses. This decision strained an already tense relationship. They barely spoke, mostly arguing, and Elizabeth's attempts to contact her daughter were unsuccessful. The monstrous plan. Fernando became enraged during one of their romantic dates when a leader failed to deliver the money he demanded. He cursed Elizabeth, screaming that she had a lot of money but wouldn't give it to her only daughter, and added that if Elizabeth died, adult Elida would inherit all of her wealth and they could live lavishly. This terrible idea took root in the minds of the elitists and grew stronger with each day. She was constantly complaining about how much she despised her mother, blaming her for all of her misfortunes, and fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if she disappeared. The young lovers began to devise a monstrous and cynical plan to eliminate Vasquez, including who they could recruit as accomplices. At the time, Elizabeth had nearly $3 million in her accounts, a successful business that could be sold, a large house in an affluent area of the capital, several cars, and significant life insurance coverage. If she dies, her only child will inherit everything. Elida Elizabeth seemed to sense danger, and she realized she couldn't keep her daughter away from the mercenary and deceitful young man who had a negative influence on her. The situation was escalating and could end in the most unexpected way. Elizabeth, an experienced lawyer, drafted a will stating that in the event of her sudden disappearance or untimely death, all money and property should be transferred to Ernesto Vasquez, her father. She even managed to visit her parents and inform them of her decision. Meanwhile, Elida intends to stage her mother's kidnapping and murder by suspected criminals who will never be found. She and Fernando decided to enlist the help of a tough guy, or, at the very least, a courtenay holder, with the promise of generous payment for his services. He accepted the offer without hesitation, a crime against his own mother. On January 24, 2010, 21-year-old Elida met with her 23-year-old boyfriend to finalize the plan for the crime that would occur the following day. She remained calm and collected, already planning how she would spend the millions she had inherited. The next morning, January 25, Elida chose to stay at home rather than attend university due to illness. When her mother left to work, Fernando and Jorge were already lurking outside the house, waiting for a leader to distract the guard and let them in. Elida approached the guard on duty and asked him to get pain relievers from the nearest pharmacy, which was only a 5-minute walk away. This brief absence allowed the young men to enter the house and hide in the master bedroom. When Elizabeth returned, the leader loudly dropped the glass in the kitchen, signaling her attackers to assemble. When Elizabeth entered her room, Fernando knocked her to the ground and began choking her, while Jorge held her down. Elizabeth miraculously managed to break free and run into the hallway, where her own daughter kicked her in the head. They restrained Elizabeth while she was conscious. However, their plans were thwarted by Maria Celine, a young servant girl who Elida tricked into another room and locked inside. When Elizabeth regained consciousness, Her daughter, boyfriend, and accomplice brutally tortured her in an attempt to obtain the safe code and bank account passwords. Terrified, Elizabeth knew her daughter was in trouble, but she had always blamed it on Gonzalez as a negative influence. She now saw her only daughter's monstrous nature. Elizabeth was able to loosen the restraints and fight back against her daughter, scratching and punching her until Fernando knocked her to the ground. Elida became enraged and kicked her mother, eventually smothering her with a pillow until she stopped breathing. The trio then bound Elizabeth's lifeless body, duct-taped her mouth shut, and placed her in the trunk of her own car. Staging a kidnapping, Elida then dispatched another guard to get medication, allowing her accomplices to drive off the property. She released her to terrified Maria, falsely claiming that she and her mother had quarreled but reconciled and that her mother had gone to bed. A strange story about a kidnapping during the search for a missing woman. As was customary in the morning, the maid prepared breakfast. But Elida entered the kitchen and informed her that her mother had gone to work early due to an important meeting. Elida then left the house to visit her mother's workplace. She walked into the office of Jessica Hippo, her mother's best friend and accountant, and broke down in tears, reporting that her mother was missing and that she was receiving strange, threatening, and ransom calls. The accountant immediately began blocking the accounts to prevent the intruders from accessing them, reported the incident to the police, and then left the office for a while. When she returned, Elida had left, and the office was in disarray, as if someone was searching for something. Later, it was discovered that Elizabeth's will had gone missing, which Elida had learned the day before by overhearing a phone conversation with a key she had stolen from her mother. Elida had also taken a copy of the will and cash from the safe while her mother was studying. Police arrived and inspected the house, interviewing both the missing woman's daughter and the office staff, but found no useful information. Everyone claimed that Vasquez had no enemies and that no one had threatened her, so no one was initially named as a suspect. The primary hypothesis was that it was a kidnapping for ransom. All that remained was to wait for a call from the criminals to receive additional instructions and demands. A terrifying discovery and the initial suspect. Elizabeth's disappearance was discovered the following day. It was reported that her car had been abandoned in a vacant lot outside of town. The inside was empty, but when law enforcement officers opened the trunk, they were astounded by what they discovered. Inside was the lifeless body of a missing woman, with signs of beatings. Forensic experts found dozens of bruises, severe head trauma, and rope marks on the victim's body, indicating that she was tied up and attempted to free herself. It was also determined that Vasquez died as a result of asphyxiation. Particles of blood and epithelium were discovered under her fingernails, indicating that she had resisted. It was now necessary to identify who the blood belonged to. Elida appeared in the lineup as a grieving daughter, crying, wailing, and appearing almost unconscious. However, during the interrogation, she behaves very differently. She was calm, even cold-blooded, and she was visibly annoyed by the investigators' questions. Furthermore, she contradicted herself repeatedly during her testimony when the police decided to check the information about the kidnappers' calls and sent a request to the cell phone company. It turned out that Elida had not received any calls. It also turned out that in the days preceding and following her mother's disappearance, Alicia had been in frequent contact with Juan Fernando Gonzalez, whom they also decided to question. However, the young man either insisted on his innocence or remained silent, resulting in irrefutable evidence and an arrest. Elizabeth's maternal grandparents were in charge of her funeral, while Elizabeth herself was unconcerned, focusing solely on how to get out of the situation, remain free, and save money. She called her father, who was already aware of the incident and crying, and told him she was innocent and asked for help. Her father advised her not to say too much and promised to get her out of the situation, despite knowing full well who had committed the crime. However, he did not want his daughter to go to prison because it would have brought shame to Alejandro, who was a powerful and respected man at the time, serving as Justice of the Peace and President of the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, forensic analysis revealed that the blood and skin particles under the deceased's fingernails belonged to her daughter. Elida attempted to claim that she had a serious disagreement with her mother, and that they had briefly quarreled before reconciling, but no one believed her. Further inspection of Elizabeth's room with special equipment revealed numerous white traces of blood throughout the house, including in the elitist room, despite her attempts to wipe away the evidence. At the very least, a story that she had an argument with her mother in the evening, but then made up, and that her mother left early for work the next morning and was never seen again, quickly fell apart. She contradicted herself, first claiming that she had not entered her mother's room, and then recalling that the ransom calls were entirely her creation. The testimony of the maid, Maria Solen, was crucial in the case. She described how, on the night of the crime, she was locked in a room where she could hear Elizabeth's screams and sounds of struggle, but could not intervene. After that night, she never saw her employer again, and Alida insisted that everything was fine with her mother, who had simply left for work early. All of this culminated in the arrest of Alida and her boyfriend, the criminal trio, and the battle for the inheritance. Alida was arrested at her mother's home. Her boyfriend was apprehended a few hours later at an entertainment venue. The next morning, George was arrested after Fernando betrayed him by attempting to blame him for the crime. It is worth noting that Gonzalez was the first to testify, in the hopes that cooperating with the investigation would benefit him and help to mitigate his sentence. Meanwhile, Alejandro hires the best lawyers for his daughter, but realizes she will not be able to avoid punishment. At the same time, he began dealing with Vasquez's inheritance, intending to claim it for himself, since the will had vanished and the heiress faced a lengthy prison sentence. He claimed that he and Elizabeth never divorced, but instead lived apart while remaining legally married. Meanwhile, Ernesto Vasquez, an elitist grandfather, decided to pay a visit to his favorite granddaughter in prison to look her in the eyes, and he couldn't believe that the girl he had known and raised since infancy could commit such a heinous crime. However, Elida acted arrogantly, shouting, insulting the older man, and stating that she did not want to see him again. This encounter deeply upset him, resulting in a heart attack from which he was unable to recover and died 6 months later. The Vasquez family was unable to prove the existence of the will left in their Nestos name because the document vanished from Elizabeth's office and the notary's database, seemingly taken care by Alejandro. All documents and references to the couple's divorce have mysteriously vanished, leaving Alejandro with the right to claim the deceased's inheritance, as well as the trial and verdict. Despite Elida Fernando and George's attempts to shift blame to one another, the investigation successfully reconstructed the events of that fateful evening, determining each participant's role in the crime. It was also established that the trio engaged in a deliberate conspiracy, which aggravated their guilt. Maria, the maid, testified that Alejandro threatened her and demanded that she give a different version of events, but she refused. In May 2012, the court convicted all 3 defendants. Initially, the prosecutor requested that each murderer be sentenced to 30 years in prison. While the men pleaded guilty, Elida repeatedly played the victim. Fernando and George were eventually sentenced to 28 years each, but the elitist trial was postponed. Elida claimed that the perpetrators were hired by relatives on her mother's side, who fabricated the inheritance story to seize Elizabeth's property and money. Her father had the same version of events. Attempts to declare Elida mentally ill and vulnerable to manipulation by criminals were also unsuccessful. Alejandro proposed sending her to a psychiatric hospital rather than prison, declaring her insane and incapable of fully inheriting his wife's estate. Finally, in December 2012, the court issued its final decision, sentencing Elida to a maximum of 30 years in prison. She and her accomplices are still serving their sentences in prison. The disputed inheritance remains unresolved. In the spring of 2021, Ala 100 died without becoming the sole heir. The Vasquez family, through the court, seeks to exclude Elida from the list of claimants to Elizabeth's property, citing her incarceration for murder. Currently, the primary claimant for the Maria Muvila is Elizabeth's mother. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 3 8-year-old boys, Steve Branch, Christopher Byers, and Michael Moore, vanished while riding their bikes in West Memphis, Arkansas, on May 5, 1993. The following day, their bodies were discovered. However, the investigation took a convoluted and fruitless turn after receiving a false tip about local teenagers. How did misdirection in the case permanently change the course of justice? And what actually happened to these boys? Would justice be served to the victims, or would the case go unresolved? John Mark Byers called the West Memphis police at 8 p.m. on May 5, 1993 to report his son Christopher missing. The officer was informed by him and his spouse Melissa that Chris had not been seen since approximately 5:30 p.m. while he was in the yard working. Two more parents called in with similar concerns within the next 90 minutes. Steve Branch left for school that day, and Pamela Hobbs said she hadn't seen him since. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, according to Dana Moore, her son Michael had gone out with friends, but had skipped dinner at home. A search was conducted in Robin Hood Hills, where local children frequently played, after 3 missing boys were reported missing. No sign of the boys was discovered that night, despite a thorough search. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell took over the search the following morning, May 6, 1993. Officer Steve Jones noticed a black tennis shoe floating in a ditch close to the Blue Beacon car wash in the early afternoon. Within 15 minutes, Sergeant Mike Allen found the bodies of 3 young boys who had been murdered in Robin Hood Hills: Steve Branch, Michael Moore, and Chris Byers. In a drainage ditch, the 3 boys were discovered naked, their hands and feet bound with their own shoelaces. Nearby, their clothing was discovered entangled in mud and tree sticks. Christopher Byers suffered from severe genital injuries, including mutilation. Moore and Branch died from multiple injuries and drowning, while Byers' official cause of death was multiple injuries. Because there was insufficient evidence, the police's initial suspicion of rape was later refuted by expert testimony. A pair of pants recovered from the scene contained trace amounts of sperm DNA. Byers' injuries, according to the prosecution, were caused by a purposeful knife attack and castration. However, defense experts contended that rather than a human attack, the injuries on the body were probably caused by animals after they died. The only victim with drugs in his body was Byers. Ritalin, a drug for ADHD, was prescribed to him in January 1993. Nevertheless, the initial autopsy report misidentified the medication as carbamazepine and noted a dosage that was less than what was recommended. Surprisingly little evidence was found at the crime scene on May 5, 1993, despite the heinous nature of the crime. The absence of blood and fibers perplexed the police, who also observed that the area appeared to have been cleaned. They had to deal with a well-known case that attracted national attention, but they had few leads to help them find the person or people responsible. Terry Hobbs, Steve Branch's stepfather, broke down in tears as Gitchell came to the group of people gathered at the edge of the woods to break the terrible news. The town was shocked by the crime's savagery, which prompted an immediate investigation. In this instance, the notion of a satanic connection emerged for a number of reasons. The community was horrified by the gruesome details of the crime, including the castration and the placement of the bodies. The crime scene's remote location further heightened the anxiety. Media reports frequently contributed to the widespread fear of satanic rituals in the United States in the early 1990s. Many communities were especially vulnerable to these fears, particularly those with strong religious convictions. The combination of local beliefs, the graphic nature of the crime, and media coverage made people believe it might be connected to a cult, even though there was no concrete proof of satanic activity in West Memphis at the time. More rational explanations, like the possibility that the boys were harmed by a person they knew, were frequently eclipsed by this suspicion. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell's announcement that the police were looking into a number of theories, including cult activity, fueled the fire. This preliminary inquiry sparked controversy, resulting in erroneous convictions and posing significant doubts regarding the validity of the evidence and the participants' intentions. 3 young men, Jason Baldwin, Damian Eccles, and Jesse Miskelly Jr., were soon identified as suspects by investigators, and the pursuit of answers permanently altered their lives. A local teen with a problematic past was Damian Eccles. He was a 17-year-old high school dropout who was well known for his sinister hobbies and mental health issues, which included severe depression. He was a prime suspect in the case because of his unusual appearance, which included tattoos, long hair, and black clothes. Because of his interactions with Eccles, Jerry Driver, a juvenile probation officer in Crittenden County, also thought that there was a satanic cult in the area. In the past, Eccles had exhibited erratic conduct, including threatening his father, his ex-girlfriend, and her new boyfriend. Eccles had a history of mental health problems, including being put on suicide watch during his stay in a mental health facility in Oregon. He had additional difficulties in juvenile detention after returning to Arkansas, which ultimately resulted in his hospitalization in Little Rock. He kept going to therapy even after being freed, and he made disturbing claims that he wanted to follow infamous criminals like Charles Manson. Jerry Driver was extremely troubled by these remarks and grew to believe that Eccles was responsible for the killings. Eccles was close friends with another suspect, Jason Baldwin. They were both viewed as social misfits. Despite Baldwin's academic success and his lack of interest in magic, they connected because they had both felt alienated. Eccles had previously been charged with shoplifting, and Baldwin had previously been arrested for vandalism. Baldwin, on the other hand, demonstrated drawing ability, and one of his instructors urged him to study graphic design in college. Jesse Miscali Jr., the third suspect, had little to no relationship to Baldwin or Eccles. He was notorious for getting into fistfights with other teenagers at school and for having a short fuse. Like Eccles, Miscali had left high school, but Baldwin was still doing well in school. Damian Eccles was questioned by police several times between May 7 and May 10, both at his residence and at the police station. During these sessions, Eccles repeatedly asserted that he knew nothing about the boys and called the killer sick. Eccles maintained that on the evening of May 5 he was at home chatting on the phone with friends, but when he implied that the murderer was probably a local, it sparked questions about his personal involvement. Even though Eccles cooperated with the police, the results of his polygraph suggested that he might have been lying or deceiving, which fueled more conjecture. Investigators also focused on Jason Baldwin, who denied any misconduct, but they kept examining both teenagers. When local waitress Vicky Hutchison stated that she thought the killings were connected to a cult, the case took a different turn. She was keen to help the police and advised them that she could make friends with Eccles in order to conduct additional investigation. Miscali got to know Eccles when he worked as a babysitter for Vicky Hutchison. After introducing him to Eccles, Hutchison started questioning Miscali about the case. Miscali reportedly joined Hutchison at an occult event, or Sabbat, where she observed strange rituals and sexual activities involving young people. As a result, Miscali was taken to the police station to be questioned. When Aaron, Hutchison's son, stated that he had gone to the woods with the killed boys and said he had witnessed 5 men acting strangely, the matter became more complicated. This added complexity to a story that was already unreliable due to inconsistencies. Her answers to the police's polygraph test showed that she was telling the truth. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell and his team made the decision to question Jesse Miscali Jr., a suspect in the killings of the 3 young West Memphis boys, on June 3, 1993. About 9 in the morning, they came up to him. The $35,000 reward for information that could result in arrests was highlighted. Jesse denied having anything to do with the killings during the polygraph examination. Detective Bill Durham thought he was lying, though. After being interrogated extensively, Jesse finally stated that he, Jason Baldwin, and Damian Eccles were responsible for the killings. The officer yelled at him and insisted he knew more than he was confessing, according to Jesse's later account. He found it difficult to claim his innocence and started repeating what the detectives had told him. Gitchell corrected him when he wrongly claimed that the boys were bound with rope, stating instead that they were bound with shoelaces. As a result, Jesse altered his account to fit the officer's specifics. Jesse was questioned for hours before her confession was captured on tape. He stated, "Damian hit Chris Byers, and Jason assaulted Steve Branch," claiming to have seen what happened in Robin Hood Hills. Soon after, Deputy Prosecutor John Fogelmill requested warrants to search Jason, Damian, and Jesse's residences. All 3 were taken into custody and accused of capital murder by 10:30 p.m. At a press conference the following morning, Gitchell affirmed his strong belief in the case. Damian Eccles was 18, Jason Baldwin was 16, and Jesse Miscali Jr. was 17 when they were taken into custody. Judge David Burnett held a pretrial hearing in Marion, Arkansas, on August 4, 1993. He made the decision to try Jesse Miscali apart from Jason Baldwin and Damian Eccles. Additionally, even though the defense claimed Jesse's confession was coerced, the judge permitted it to be used as evidence. The defense brought up a number of coercive strategies that the police employed while questioning Jesse. They pointed out how officers rejected his claims and showed a diagram that implied he might either be a member of the murderer's circle or work with them. A disturbing audio recording of Aaron saying, "Nobody knows what happened but me," was also brought to light. In a landmark decision, the judge determined that all three defendants would face adult trials. This ruling raised the stakes in a case that was already garnering national attention and sparking debates about the treatment of young suspects in the legal system. Miskelly claimed he tried to cooperate without realizing the repercussions of his remarks because he was perplexed by the police's actions. The three boys were still being held while the defense and prosecution got ready for trial. Blood was discovered on a knife that had belonged to Chris Byers' stepfather, John Mark Byers, during the evidence collection process. The blood on this knife matched that of Chris and Mark, and it had been given away soon after the killing. The police did not pursue this lead, though. The night the boys vanished, a local restaurant employee also claimed to have seen a confused man covered in blood and mud. Despite gathering samples, the police never pursued this lead and eventually lost the evidence after the man left blood smears in the restroom. Miskelly withdrew his confession and refused to repeat his previous statements, despite the prosecutor's intention for him to testify against Eccles and Baldwin. Baldwin and Eccles' trials began on February 28, 1994. As Judge Burnett, Prosecutor Fogelman, and the defense teams determined what evidence could be presented to the jury, both trials received significant media coverage and encountered legal difficulties. A jury consisting of 5 men and 7 women heard Jesse Miskelly Jr.'s trial in Corning, Arkansas on January 18, 1994. Although Prosecutor John Fogelman acknowledged that Jesse's confession contained inconsistencies, he asserted that these were caused by Jesse's attempt to minimize his involvement in the killings. He maintained that Jesse had relationships with Jason Baldwin and Damian Eccles. Dan Stidham, the defense lawyer, retorted that Jesse was unfairly singled out because of pressure to make arrests. He claimed that the investigation was skewed by what he referred to as the Damian Eccles tunnel vision. Stidham maintained that he was afraid while being questioned and that Jesse's confession was coerced. When the mothers of the 3 murdered boys testified about their final moments with their sons on May 5, 1993, the trial became emotional. Because he was concerned that it might annoy judges who felt sorry for the bereaved families, Stidham decided against asking that line of inquiry. The prosecution's version of events was unsettling. Investigators explained how the boys' bodies were painfully found during the search for them. In the courtroom, the jury noticed the boys' bicycles leaning against a wall. The mood was solemn, as Fogelman displayed more than 30 gory images of the corpses. As more unsettling pictures were displayed, pathologists talked about the autopsy results. Jesse appeared extremely at ease throughout the lengthy interrogation, according to Inspector Gary Gitchell. The jury was silent when Fogelman played a recording of Jesse's 34-minute confession to support his argument. Jesse's statements showed significant inconsistencies during cross-examination. The evidence did not support his claims that the boys were bound with brown rope and that the killings occurred at noon. Detective Gitchell claimed that Jesse's confusion was the cause of these mistakes. Because they were concerned that Aaron Hutchison's story might be discredited, the prosecution decided not to call him. Vicky, his mother, was called instead, and she talked about her quest for justice. She maintained that her concern for the boys drove her, not the $35,000 reward. Jesse's statements revealed some serious contradictions during cross-examination, particularly with regard to the dates of the murders. Aaron Hutchison, a crucial eyewitness, was not called to testify by the prosecution. Rather, they introduced his mother, who spoke about her attempts to get the boys justice. Regarding tangible proof, Jesse's involvement in the crime was not demonstrated by any signs. Regarding certain fibers discovered close to the bodies, a crime lab specialist testified. She subsequently explained, though, that those fibers might have originated from more than just Jesse. Stidham was worried about Jesse's low IQ, so he decided not to have him testify. Rather, he called a polygraph examiner to discuss false confessions in an attempt to raise reasonable doubt. The judge permitted the examiner to describe the pressures that can cause someone to make a false confession, but he decided that the polygraph results could not be used. In his defense testimony, social psychologist Dr. Richard Offshee discussed how Jesse's confession was impacted by police pressure. He was permitted to explain, in spite of the prosecution's objections, that Jesse made a false statement as a result of the pressure he was under, particularly because he had low self-esteem. The prosecutor brought up the fact that Jesse had not been physically hurt by the police during cross-examination. This gave Stidham the opportunity to highlight how Jesse's confession was impacted by the type of questioning, and how psychological pressure played a significant role in what transpired. In his closing remarks, Fogelman referred to the defense's arguments as distractions and advised the jury to believe the detectives and disregard allegations of coercion. The prosecutor emphasized that Jesse's confession was unambiguous, but Stidham cautioned that it would be a grave error to execute an innocent person. The following day, Jesse lowered his head as he walked into the courtroom. He was devastated when the jury convicted him of first-degree murder. When the judge asked him if he had anything to say, he simply replied, "No." The trial brought up serious issues with the legal system, with many people thinking that an innocent person was punished. He was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. The emphasis on coerced confessions sparked calls for improved questioning techniques and fresh data, which prompted a re-examination of Jesse's punishment. In Jonesboro, Arkansas, the trial for Damian Eccles and Jason Baldwin started 2 weeks after Jesse Miskelly Jr. was sentenced. Dan Stidham, the defense lawyer, declared that Jesse would not testify, leaving the prosecution with scant evidence. The prosecutors could claim that Eccles' apparent interest in witchcraft was connected to his involvement in the case because the judge prevented the two defendants from having separate trials. In essence, they could infer Baldwin's guilt from Eccles' background. John Fogelman, the prosecutor, asserted that they would demonstrate the defendant's guilt for killing the 3 boys. Eccles' lawyer contended that there was no proof of guilt, while Baldwin's lawyer highlighted his client's good character. To talk about the boys' final moments, the prosecution called the detectives and the victims' parents. The judge rejected the defense's request for a mistrial after detectives brought up Jesse's confession. Ridge further asserted that Damian implied he was engaged in supernatural activities by mentioning demonic forces. To bolster their argument, they displayed objects from Damian's house, including a dog skull and occult books. In his testimony, medical expert Dr. Frank Peretti mentioned a knife discovered close to Damian's home that matched the victim's wound. However, it was later discovered that the victim's stepfather's knife might also match. The defense sought to expose contradictions in the prosecution's claims and emphasize the paucity of credible evidence connecting Eccles and Baldwin to the crime. They stressed that the evidence was only suggestive and called in experts and witnesses to discuss false confessions. The jury found both defendants guilty of capital murder in spite of efforts to provide an alibi and cast doubt on the validity of the police investigation. Jason Baldwin received a life sentence without the possibility of parole after the jury found him guilty. In contrast, Damian Eccles was given the death penalty, more precisely a lethal injection. This result generated a lot of public interest and raised questions about the fairness of the trial. The West Memphis Three's defense teams diligently sought to appeal their sentences shortly after their trials, pointing out mistakes in the trial and introducing fresh evidence. Vicky Hutchison acknowledged lying under duress from the police, and the jury foreman was charged with misconduct during the trial, which might have affected the outcome. A new hearing resulted from new DNA evidence that connected Chris Byers' stepfather, Terry Hobbs, to the crime scene. There was broad support for the case. Devil's Knot, written by Arkansas reporter Mara Leverett, focused on the failure of justice, while Paradise Lost, a documentary directed by Bruce Sinofsky and Joe Berlinger, was released in 1996. Johnny Depp, Natalie Maines, and Eddie Vedder were among the celebrities who expressed their support. Following several unsuccessful appeals, the Arkansas Supreme Court scheduled a hearing for the new evidence on November 4, 2010. After realizing that this evidence might not establish their innocence, Eccles' new attorneys negotiated with the Attorney General to forego the hearing and proceed with new trials. They suggested an Alford plea, which limited the defendants' ability to seek damages for their erroneous convictions, but permitted them to enter guilty pleas to lesser charges while retaining their innocence. Jason Baldwin reluctantly agreed to the plea in order to spare Eccles from being executed. After serving 18 years in prison, all 3 men were released on August 19, 2011. However, there was no compensation for their time served, and no additional investigation into the initial murders, so their case remained unresolved. After it was initially lost, Eccles' lawyers requested access to the crime scene evidence for DNA testing in July 2021. The majority of the evidence was later found to be undamaged. The Arkansas Supreme Court's decision on April 18, 2024, that people who accept an offered plea still have the right to request a new trial under a particular act, and permitted Eccles to undergo new DNA testing, sparked discussions about justice, the validity of eyewitness testimony, and how societal anxieties can influence court rulings. The case serves as a reminder of the issues with the legal system and the continuous fight for people who were wrongfully convicted and imprisoned. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Loretta Jones leads us to Price, Utah in the United States. With fewer than 9,000 residents according to the 2010 census, Price is the biggest city in Carbon County. The majority of its citizens own their homes, giving them a suburban feel. Price is a stunning area for outdoor activities and is well known for its cavernous gorges, expansive deserts, and intriguing rock formations. Statistics show that there is a roughly 1 in 56 probability of becoming a victim of crime in Price. Our story starts here, in this quiet village. Loretta Jones and her 4-year-old daughter Heidi Jones resided at 460 E 400 South in Price. She put in a lot of effort there to support herself and her daughter. She was young and single, but she gave everything she had for Heidi, who recalled all of their wonderful times together. Heidi's dolls and much of her childhood clothing were handcrafted by Loretta. Their wonderful life together would soon come to an abrupt end on the evening of July 30, 1970. Unaware that it would be the last time she would see her mother alive, Heidi bid her goodnight with a kiss on that beautiful July night. When Heidi Jones awoke on the morning of July 31, 1970, she discovered her mother, Loretta, dead on the floor of their living room. Heidi, too young to properly understand, stepped outside. There she noticed Sue Ann Hovert, her neighbor, excavating worms at her flat. Hovert asked Heidi what she was doing after noticing her beckoning her closer. In response, Heidi said, "I can't. I think my mommy is dead." When Hovert heard these words, she instantly stopped what she was doing and went inside with Heidi to see how things were going in Loretta's house. Hovert discovered Loretta laying face down, her back and hair matted in blood, and she was completely nude from the waist down. Police Chief Art Poloni arrived at the site after Hovert phoned the police. On July 31, 1970, at approximately 11:40 a.m., the police arrived and verified Loretta's death. The living room was covered in blood, and Loretta had been stabbed 17 times. Since there was no evidence of forced entrance, the detectives concluded that she had known her assailant. Additionally, Loretta had no defensive wounds, suggesting that she had not attempted self-defense throughout the assault. The medical examiner determined that Loretta had body fluid on her and that she had been slain by a short, narrow knife. Unfortunately, there were no CCTV cameras to record the events, and DNA testing was only in its infancy at the time. Investigators looked to Heidi for answers because a young girl was there in the house when the crime occurred. Heidi informed them that she was warned not to leave her room by her mother after she had put her to bed. She added that on the night of the murder, she didn't hear her mother struggle or scream. The detectives were alarmed by what she said, though. Heidi had told the investigators that Tom did it. "Tom killed my mom." As they searched the house during the investigation, the cops started looking for explanations. This notepad contained an entry from Heidi's grandma, who was recording whatever Heidi said at the time. When the body was recovered, Heidi told her grandma, "It was Tom that killed my mom." Later, they located Loretta's diary, which had a name that sounded a lot like the one Heidi had mentioned, Thomas Egley. Before her death, Loretta dated Thomas for 2 months, according to the diary. They were only able to learn this about Thomas. The name that 4-year-old Heidi, who was asleep at the time of the murder, mentioned was the only other clue the investigators had to piece together the case. But the police soon had another lead to pursue. 10-year-old Kula Fennell, who lived 3 blocks from Loretta's home, was outside with her brother at 9:30 p.m. riding their bikes. As night fell, Kula's brother abandoned his bike and entered, and Kula chose to follow suit, leaving her bike outside. A man grabbed her from behind and covered her lips with his palm as she made her way to the main door. Fortunately, Kula was able to release her mouth from the assailant's hold and scream loudly. The man ran away in fear. Kula could see her assailant and the path he took. She informed the cops that he ran toward Loretta's residence. Since Thomas Egley was already a suspect in a murder investigation that same evening, his image was later included in a lineup at the police station. Thomas was taken in for interrogation after Kula identified him as the one who attempted to abduct her. The investigators thought Kula and Loretta's cases were connected. Thomas denied any involvement in either of the 2 occurrences when they questioned him about them separately on August 1, 1970. According to Thomas, he got a lift with other teens the night of the murder and was dropped off at a fast food restaurant in Price, where he ate hamburgers. Around 11:30 p.m., he claimed to have gone to Highway Rendezvous, a pub on Spring Lane Road, before returning home. He said that day, he didn't see Loretta. When the investigators went to the pub to inquire about if they actually saw Thomas that evening, the proprietor acknowledged seeing him. He had red spots on his shirt and appeared frightened and shaky, she observed. Thomas informed the detectives that since he had been painting all day, the red specks on his shirt must have been paint. The detectives took samples of Thomas's hair, blood, and fingerprints, as well as the clothes he claimed to be wearing that evening, regardless of what he stated. They felt they had sufficient grounds to arrest Thomas as a result, and they did. While Thomas and his fiancée, who was 8 months pregnant, were staying at a motel in Helper, Utah, Thomas was detained. However, prosecutors called witnesses who gave Thomas an alibi during the preliminary hearing on November 5, 1970. Since Thomas was known to have visited Loretta's house before to the occurrence, the prosecutors claimed that the fiber evidence resembled the rug she had at her house was insufficient. However, Thomas was charged with attempted kidnapping and jailed for 90 days after Kula Fennell named him as the man who attempted to kidnap her. In 1971, Thomas relocated to Rockford, Colorado, following his parole. For years, however, Loretta's case remained unresolved. After her mother passed away, Heidi had to cope with the trauma. Her grandma, who had taken her in right away after her mother passed away, would listen to her talk about the incident. She kept saying to her grandma that she didn't think Tom killed her mother. Her grandmother kept a journal in which she recorded everything Heidi said. Heidi added that Tom was cruel to Loretta and would frequently strike and slap her. The grown-ups in the family eventually sought to dissuade Heidi from talking about the incident and try to help her forget it. Heidi never forgot what had happened to her mother in 1970, even if she stopped talking about it. As Heidi got older, she realized that Loretta had to have suffered through the attack in order to keep her safe. Heidi decided that she owed her mother justice as a result, and she would obtain it for her. Heidi never forgot her mother's case, even if decades went by and she moved on with her life. Even though she still had a soft spot for her mother, she didn't advocate for the case to be reopened, until one day, after being inspired by the television program Unsolved Mysteries, she launched a large letter campaign, writing to the Carbon County Sheriff, Price City Police Department, and FBI. She wrote letter after letter, but none of them answered. David Brewer, a friend from high school, responded to a social media post made by 43-year-old Heidi in 2009. After a while, the two got back in touch, and Heidi found out that David was collaborating with the Carbon County Sheriff. Heidi saw this as a chance to revive her mother's case. In order to talk about her mother's cold case, she deliberately ran into David at a local arts festival. As David heard Heidi's story, he was struck by her tenacity and shocked that he had never heard of it throughout their high school years. Heidi told the story of how her mother kissed her goodnight, and then, when the door to her room opened, she told her not to leave, as though she knew something terrible was about to happen. She described how she thought her mother had been murdered by Tom. Despite her hazy recall, Heidi vaguely remembered what appeared to be Tom forcing her mother to have sex with him or stabbing her, but she missed her mother's cry. David chose to assist after hearing her story. At last, Loretta's case was reopened. The odds were stacked against David Brewer when he began working on the case. He attempted to use the crime files, but they were no longer there. He just had Heidi's hazy recollection and previous media attention. For additional interrogation, David located Thomas, who was residing in Rockford, Colorado. In response to his question concerning the evening of July 30, 1970, Thomas described his meals and activities for the day, but stated that he was unable to recall Loretta's name. Although David was certain that Thomas might be the murderer at that very moment, he was forced to depart without making an arrest, since there was insufficient evidence to indict him. In order to question her, David Brewer also located Thomas's ex-girlfriend, Marcia Hidalgo. When Thomas arrived home late on the night of the murder, Marcia informed David that he immediately showered while still clothed. When Thomas got home from the laundromat the following day, a number of his clothes were gone. Marcia claims that Thomas told her that he gave hamburgers to a woman and her daughter when she questioned him about his whereabouts. Despite his inability to understand the material, David grew increasingly certain that Thomas killed Loretta. Exhumation was the final remaining choice after David had exhausted all other options. After David expressed his opinions, Heidi unexpectedly stated that she would even fetch a shovel to dig the grave herself if it would bring justice for her mother. He wasn't sure how Heidi would feel about exhuming her mother's body. Heidi sobbed several times as they carried out the exhumation, but when the body was excavated, they found that the entire body had been ruined by water, which prevented them from getting the necessary evidence. In spite of this, they inflated the results for the public, saying they had discovered fresh evidence that offered a lead. After the news spread widely, David soon got a call from a woman named Linda. Linda clarified that she made the decision to contact the detectives after recalling the details of the exhumation she had seen on television. She informed David Brewer that Loretta had used her blood to write the murderer's name. David was shocked and inquired as to how she knew this, given that the police had forbidden anyone from entering the scene of the incident. Linda clarified that throughout her high school years, when the murder occurred, she resided at Heidi's grandma. Heidi's grandfather instructed Linda and one of Heidi's aunts to go to Loretta's house and pack Heidi's things the day following the event. Linda claimed that after the police let them in, she spotted a capital T and a O with her own eyes. This was a significant development in the case, but they required a picture of the crime scene to support their claims. David visited with Heidi and gave her the update. He complained about how difficult it was to locate any pictures of the crime scene because they were all gone. Heidi instantly recalled that a picture might be in a box of items her grandma had stored for so long. Everything connected to the case, including the notebook in which her grandmother recorded everything Heidi had said about the case, was discovered when they searched her grandmother's home for the box. The picture of Heidi standing close to her mother's body shape was the most eye-catching thing. Although the image was unsettling, it ended up being really helpful. The letters T and O were in Heidi's and her mother's blood in the picture. David Brewer started assembling the pieces. He noticed in the journal that Heidi had talked about how cruel Tom had been to her mother and how she had informed everyone that Tom was to blame. The most significant detail was that while fighting for her life, Loretta was attempting to write her killer's name with her blood, but she was only able to write O. Despite this picture, the detective still needed more to apprehend Thomas Egley, who was now thought to be Tom. The case was put on hold once more until someone made the decision to assist. Lisa Carter, claiming to be Thomas Egley's neighbor, called the police department. She claimed that after watching the exhumation film, Thomas came up to her and asked if she could monitor his dogs because the police could soon face him. Lisa Carter volunteered to assist in the investigation since she thought Thomas was Loretta's murderer. In order to obtain Thomas's confession, she asked to wear a recording device. After the cops gave their approval, plans were formed. Lisa lied to Thomas, claiming that her husband had been in Utah undergoing detective training. She informed Thomas that he had already been mentioned as the murderer of Loretta Jones. Thomas was shaken by these remarks, but he held off on confessing right away because he still didn't trust Lisa. On July 26, 2016, 2 days after earning Thomas's trust, he started discussing the events of the evening of July 30, 1970, with Lisa. According to Thomas, Loretta opened the door when he knocked. He felt unworthy after Loretta rejected his assertion that he was in her home for intimacy. He claimed that after Loretta returned from leaving him in the living room to fetch something from the kitchen, he grabbed a little knife and stabbed her. Thomas proceeded to have sex with Loretta after stabbing her, saying it was consensual. After Loretta denied, a perplexed Lisa questioned how it was consensual. However, Thomas responded that Loretta never declined him during that period. When she questioned him what happened after, he replied that he slit Loretta's neck because he had lost it all after becoming intimate with her. Lisa claims that Thomas expressed all of this without expressing regret for his actions. He seemed to be concerned exclusively with his personal security. The investigators only needed the confession to take Thomas into custody. Thomas Egley is not well recognized. Caroline Kendall, Loretta's sister, claims that she was only aware of Loretta's one blind date with Thomas. Loretta informed Caroline that she didn't want to interact with Thomas since she didn't like him. That's why Loretta turned down Thomas's approaches that evening. Thomas Egley, 76, was a local vagrant who had lived in a variety of locations both before and after killing Loretta. His home life was never steady. He had been married 3 times and lived with numerous women. The majority of his time was spent alone, despite having 5 children. Thomas Egley was charged in August 2016 with both forced intimacy, a first-degree felony, and the legal equivalent of first-degree criminal murder in the 7th District Court. Criminal homicide or murder in the 2nd degree was Thomas's formal charge. At the time, Utah law considered murdering to be a statutory violation. On August 18, 2016, Thomas was apprehended without incident near Rocky Ford, Colorado, pursuant to a $1 million 0-cents warrant. Thomas's assault case was withdrawn after he entered a guilty plea to the murder. On November 22, 2016, he was subsequently given a sentence of 10 years to life. A written statement given by his lawyer, David Allred, stated that Thomas was sorry for what he had done, although it didn't seem to be genuine. Other than that, Thomas never expressed regret. Thomas stated in court that he couldn't understand why the deceased's family decided to restart a case from 46 years ago, even though he felt he should be released because he hadn't committed any crime since killing Loretta. Even after 46 years, Thomas didn't appear to regret what he had done. Thomas claims that when he killed Heidi's mother, he was unaware that she was present. Because Loretta was aware of this, she never resisted or yelled as he was stabbing her. If Thomas had known Heidi was present, he probably wouldn't have spared her. He protested to the judge after being sentenced that he didn't like his incarceration, which was Salt Lake County's state prison, since it didn't let him have visitors. He might appeal, the court informed him. Heidi, who suppressed her pain for more than 40 years, had the chance to express her entire thoughts to the person who killed her mother. She talked about how painful her mother's passing was, and how she hoped Thomas Egley would stay in prison and never have to see his loved ones again. Even if he were eligible for parole after 10 years, she also promised to ensure that he never walked free. Heidi referred to it as justice, even though others called it closure, claiming that nothing could provide her with the relief and closure she required. For her, it was crucial that justice was done. As this tragic tale of Loretta Jones's passing draws to a close, we are reminded that not all wounds, particularly those of the heart, can be healed with time. Additionally, we are reminded of the evil that exists inside our nature. We are left with the intriguing question of why Thomas Egley decided to orphan Heidi at such an early age, given his clean slate with the law. Before we leave, I would like to ask you a brief question. How did you feel about the way Loretta's case was initially handled? Considering everything that was accessible to them at the time, do you believe that law enforcement could have performed better? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Faith Hedgepeth, then 19 years old, was discovered dead in her Chapel Hill apartment in 2012. When authorities started their investigation, they soon encountered a wall of uncertainty and dead ends. They were diverted by conflicting accounts from her closest friends and family, odd 911 calls, and false leads. Investigators were frequently left with more questions than answers. When a seemingly promising lead turned out to be a dead end, the case became colder as time went on and important pieces of evidence stopped making sense. The identity of Faith's killer remained a mystery despite constant efforts. Why did the inquiry stall so significantly, and who was responsible for her brutal death? Let's investigate this case. Unaware of the tragic turn their day would take, Rosario and her companion Marisol Rangel arrived back at their flat just before 11 a.m. on September 6, 2012. They called for Faith as they walked in, but the place was oddly silent. Uncertain of what to anticipate, they approached Faith's bedroom with trepidation. They were stunned by what they discovered. Faith's corpse was on the ground, partially wrapped in a blanket and covered in blood. 3 years after Faith was brutally killed in an apartment she shared with a friend by a killer who is still at large, there are still many unanswered questions and speculations surrounding this case. Shocked, Rosario called 911, her voice shaking as she described what she had found. Once vibrant, Faith was gone, leaving the friends to wonder forever, who could have done this, and why? We must examine the final hours of Faith's life in order to comprehend what transpired to get to this point. Around 5:45 p.m. on the evening of September 5, 2012, Faith went to a rush event for Alpha Pi Omega, a Native American sorority at the University of North Carolina. She met Rosario after departing at 7:15 p.m., and the two of them studied at the library until almost 9 p.m. Around this same period, Faith texted her father about her plans for the future. He still has the final voicemail he ever got from her saved. After returning to the flat at around 11:30 p.m., they went out once more, landing at The Thrill, a nightclub, at 12:40 a.m. They danced and socialized for around an hour and a half. Their departure was captured by security cameras. Since Rosario wasn't feeling well, they made the decision to return to the flat, arriving just as Faith's Facebook account was accessed. Faith's phone sent a text message to Rosario's ex-boyfriend Brandon Edwards at approximately 3:40 a.m. "Hey B, can you come over here please? Rosario needs you more." You know. Please let her know you care." 3 minutes later, the same phone sent another message that contained the word "than," which was thought to be a correction for a typo in the first message. The last known activity on Hedgepeth's phone was this text exchange. After that, Rosario attempted to get in touch with Edwards and then collegiate soccer player Jordan McCrary, but neither of them answered. Rosario thought Faith was asleep when she left the flat at 4:25 a.m. She stayed at a friend's place until the next morning. Rosario attempted to contact Faith once more at 10:30 a.m., but received no response. She contacted Marisol out of concern, and the two of them proceeded to the apartment where Faith's death was found. Who was in charge? Is Rosario Rangel or another person involved? Faith's cause of death is still unknown, but as the inquiry progresses, more information will become available. Faith Hedgepeth, a proud member of the Holly-Washapani Native American tribe, was born in 1992 in Warren County, North Carolina. After her parents divorced, Faith was raised by her mother, Connie, and she grew up in a difficult home. Connie, who had 3 children already, named her Faith because she thought it would give her the courage and optimism she needed to raise a 4th kid in a challenging situation. Faith was a good student in spite of these obstacles. As a cheerleader, honor student, and involved member of multiple clubs, she succeeded in high school. She attended the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, thanks to her diligence, which earned her a Gates Millennium Scholarship. Faith dreamed of becoming a teacher or a pediatrician and wanted to be the first member of her family to earn a college degree. Despite taking the spring 2012 semester off, she had a successful first 2 years at UNC Chach. She shared a Chapel Hill off-campus apartment with her friend Karina Rosario and Rosario's boyfriend Eric Taco Jones throughout that summer. But Karina and Eric had a violent relationship, and Faith assisted Karina in obtaining a protective order against Eric after he twice attempted to enter into their apartment. Eric lost his temper and even threatened to kill Faith if he couldn't reconcile with Karina. Faith's life had taken a dark turn, and even though she continued to have hope for the future, she found herself in a precarious situation. Faith's family was devastated by her passing. Faith's loss was unfathomable to her mother, who had already dealt with a lot of difficulties as a single mom raising her children. Having lost a sister who served as a support system and role model, Faith's siblings were also devastated. Her family was left to deal with her passing. She had been a bright, kind young woman with a bright future. In addition to being extremely personal, Faith's passing was a setback for the entire community, which had supported her aspirations and watched her develop. Her family was left feeling incredibly empty and unable to comprehend why someone so full of promise had been brutally ripped from them. The choice to start the investigation into Faith's death in secret sparked immediate criticism. In contrast to standard police practice, the Chapel Hill authorities took considerable care to conceal information. All records were sealed by a court order, and even the media's repeated requests for information were turned down. The police worked discreetly behind closed doors, gathering evidence from the incident without disclosing what they had discovered, while the community awaited answers. Semen and extracted DNA were the first important clues from the actual crime site. When the autopsy report stated that Faith had died from blunt force trauma to the head, most likely from a rum bottle, the question became even more complicated, even though it matched male DNA discovered elsewhere in the apartment. From the beginning, the police focused on one man, Karina Rosario's ex-boyfriend, Eric Taco Jones. He was a prime suspect because of his history of domestic abuse and his previous threats against Faith. "Forgive me for what I am about to do," Jones had even warned in a text message to a friend the night before the murder, and he later shared the same statement on Twitter. He altered his Facebook banner to a haunting precursor to what appeared to be an admission of guilt 3 days after Faith's death. "Dear Lord, forgive me for all my sins and the sins I may commit today." Police were unable to directly link Jones to the crime in spite of these warning signs. He provided a DNA sample, but it did not match the evidence gathered at the scene. No matches were found in additional DNA testing from other individuals, including those who had visited the local nightclub where Faith and Karina had spent time. After Jones was formally ruled out as a suspect, the inquiry appeared to come to a standstill. It appeared as though the puzzle pieces would be put together fast when the inquiry into Faith's death originally started, but as time passed, detectives discovered evidence that only made the mystery more complex. The disclosure of some anticipated and some surprising details suggested an incomprehensible level of intricacy. The 911 call, which would subsequently come under close examination, was a crucial piece of evidence in the case. After discovering her friends dead at their apartment, Karina Rosario called. Many found it strange that she only referred to Faith as her buddy during the call, never mentioning her by name. Reporter Tom Gasparovia questioned the legitimacy of the conversation, speculating that it might not have been Rosario but perhaps Marisol Rangel, whose voice sounded similar. Additionally, Rosario appeared abnormally hesitant during the conversation, despite the dispatcher's repeated requests for her to check Faith's respiration, Gasparovia noted. Was the individual who found the body truly as innocent as they appeared to be? Was the 911 call itself a hint? The people who were following the case started to have these types of questions. The odd information wasn't limited to the 911 call, either. Confusion was further exacerbated by another important piece of evidence discovered close to the crime scene, a mysterious letter written on a piece of ripped paper. Written in a sloppy hand with a ballpoint pen, the message said, "I'm not stupid, bitch, jealous." Its rambling, angry writing appeared to be the result of a fit of wrath, but it was unclear what it meant. Why would someone leave a letter at a murder site? The ripped piece of paper seems to have come from a takeaway bag from Time Out, where Faith and Karina had eaten at that evening. However, was the note a spontaneous outburst or a private communication to Faith? When forensic specialists examined the note, they discovered that the handwriting was erratic. The word stupid, which was written much more clearly, was underlined by one, perhaps by someone attempting to hide their identity or deceive investigators. Even more concerning was the fact that the message seemed to be written before the murder because there was blood all around the room, and the note itself seemed free of blood. Why abandon it? Was it a deliberate deception or a hint? Reporter Tom Gasparelli speculated that Faith might not have been the intended recipient of the note. The murderer might have planted it to trick detectives. Was it a last desperate communication, or was it a lie? The note's emotional tone suggested intense annoyance or jealousy. Was it Faith or someone else that the murderer was angry at? Faith's own phone provided yet another horrifying piece of evidence in her case. Faith's phone unintentionally called a friend the night before she was murdered, recording a brief but unsettling chat. With background noise and muddled conversations, it initially appeared to be a simple pocket dial accident. However, when audio specialist Arlo West examined the call, he found some concerning snippets. West also claimed to hear a woman's voice saying, "I think she's dying," followed by a man's voice saying, "Do it anyhow." References to Eric and Rosie that seemed to connect the conversation to Faith's roommate Karina Rosario and her violent past with Eric Taco Jones were also heard. The call's timestamp of 1:23 a.m. coincided with the claimed time when Faith arrived at the club. Police initially brushed it off, thinking the call was simply background noise from a night out. However, West pointed out that there were several oddities, such as the unusual absence of typical nightclub sounds, which gave the scene a strange vibe. Did the call record the last seconds before Faith was killed? Or might it have been recorded earlier? These unresolved issues gave an already terrible case a troubling undertone. Investigators were left with more questions than answers as they combed through this perplexing evidence. Although these pieces of evidence were far from conclusive, they were sufficient to raise the possibility that the murderer may have left behind more than just tangible evidence at the site. They might have left a trail of psychological hints that, if the investigators could decipher their actual meaning, could tell us a lot about the killer's mental state. The public's annoyance increased while the case went unresolved. A $29,000 0-cents reward was given by the university, the Halawashaponi tribe, the local Crime Stoppers chapter, and the apartment complex where Faith had resided for any information that resulted in an arrest. It was believed that the reward would lead to a tip that would completely unravel the case. However, months and weeks went by with no improvement. There was still no breakthrough when Governor Bev Perdue increased the award by an additional $10.00. The probe was conducted in secret in the interim. The UNC student newspaper, the Daily Tar Heel, petitioned for the release of the secret documents in November 2012. The case remained sealed beneath a veil of silence when the court rejected their plea, despite publicly claiming that their daughter's death certificate verified she had been battered. Faith's family was also kept in the dark about several specifics. The town of Chapel Hill remained uneasy as the months passed. The FBI has created a profile of the male DNA recovered from the scene by January 2013. According to the authorities, this person had lived close to Faith, had expressed interest in her, and his actions had probably changed after the crime. The court nevertheless mandated that the records be kept secret in spite of this development. The public was left in the dark about the case, which appeared to be proceeding behind closed doors. The police didn't formally ask the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation for assistance until September 2013, a full year after Faith's passing. Chris Blue, the police chief for Chapel Hill, acknowledged that they had run out of options and that the case had gone cold. The murder of Faith was still a mystery, and the case files were still sealed. After 2 months, the inquiry took yet another unsettling turn. Publications such as the Tar Heel started to doubt the investigation's objectivity. Why hadn't the police pursued important leads? Although the police had never thoroughly searched the neighborhood, neighbors in the apartment building where Faith had resided said they had concerns about Eric Jones long before the murder. Only Faith's apartment had actually been completely examined. The other apartments in the complex, including the woods beyond the building, had not been looked at. When it was discovered that police had never examined security footage from the Thrills parking lot, a significant lost opportunity became apparent. The owner of the towing firm that was in charge of the parking lot, the nightclub where Faith and Karina had spent the night before the murder, had installed security cameras that may have recorded important footage. But it wasn't until almost 19 months after the incident that the police requested to view it. The court eventually ordered the records to be opened in 2014, following a great deal of public pressure. Following the release of important papers by investigators, such as the search warrants and investigative notes, there was a flurry of media coverage. These documents demonstrated the extent, or lack thereof, of the police involvement in the case. They also offered the first glimpse of the chronology of events that preceded Faith's demise. The autopsy report was eventually released to the public in September 2014, over 2 years after the murder. It validated the suspicions of many. Faith had suffered severe physical abuse. Blood was discovered beneath her fingernails, indicating that she had retaliated against the severe blow to her head. Initially believed to be the key to identifying the murderer, the DNA recovered from the site remained a mystery. The question of who killed Faith Hedgepeth and why remained unanswered despite ongoing investigation. Unanswered questions became more pressing as the investigation progressed. Had the police conducted the inquiry improperly in the beginning? The most disturbing of all was the identity of the man whose DNA was discovered at the scene, and the reason behind Faith's murder. For years to come, these questions would still exist. Faith Hedgepeth's death remained a mystery for years, with many speculations but no conclusive solutions. One thing was certain: despite the speculation about suspects and motivations, Faith's killer was probably someone who knew her. According to Chapel Hill police, the murder was committed by a member of her UNC Chapel Hill social circle rather than at random. Investigators interviewed more than 2,000 people over the years, obtained 750 people's DNA, and reduced the number of potential suspects to 10. Chief Chris Blue stressed in 2016 that the case was still very much alive despite the lapse of time. In their quest for the truth, the police continued to concentrate on this core group. However, the issue still stood. What motivated the murderer to carry out such a heinous act, and who was the murderer? But on September 23, 2016, almost 4 years after Faith's passing, the case took even another unexpected turn as the inquiry proceeded to uncover. Unexpectedly, the Chapel Hill police announced that they had teamed up with Parabon Nanolabs, a genetic testing business that had created a device that could create physical representations of suspects using their DNA. This public image provided a unique look at the unidentified culprit and was solely based on the DNA profile found at the crime site. It wasn't a perfect portrait, of course. It was predicated on phenotyping, which is the process of predicting physical characteristics from an individual's genetic makeup. Snapshot: Parabon's technology uses DNA to forecast skin tone, freckles, eye and hair color, and even the shape of a person's face. The president of the organization indicated that, while their system could provide a remarkably high level of detail regarding a person's possible appearance, it was unable to forecast a person's height or weight. A man of mixed ancestry, mainly Native American and European with some Latino heritage, was the image produced by DNA analysis. In addition to having origins in Mexican, Colombian, and Iberian civilizations, he was probably dark-skinned, black-hailed, and freckle-free, with faint indications of South American and African heritage. The forecast provided a very accurate likeness and was made with over 80% confidence. Investigators were able to see a potential suspect for the first time thanks to this picture, but it also made them wonder: who was this person? Why had the police failed to identify them? And how did their DNA get to the crime scene? Notwithstanding this recent development, journalist Tom Gasparoli hypothesized in 2017 that the murderer might be a distant acquaintance of Faith's who harbored animosity or resentment toward her. When authorities began concentrating on Faith's roommate, Karina Rosario, this theory gathered traction. Since Rosario never mentioned Faith by name and only ever referred to her as a friend, her 911 call raised questions. Faith's texts to her ex-boyfriend that evening conveyed a sense of urgency over Rosario's need for him. Although Rosario claimed to have left the flat while Faith was asleep, there were questions raised regarding her account. Rosario remained silent and had moved away, but she kept in touch with investigators. Gasparoli made hints that she might be more knowledgeable than she was admitting, and that she might have the secret to cracking the case. The question was whether the truth will ever be revealed for so long. A significant development in the case did not occur until 2021. A breakthrough in September 2021 would finally provide resolution after almost 10 years of mystery, but it also sparked new inquiries. Miguel Salguero Olivares, 28, of Durham, North Carolina, was taken into custody by Chapel Hill police after he had not been previously considered a suspect. Why was he arrested and what changed? DNA was the solution. In August 2021, Salguero Olivares was detained on a different charge of driving under the influence. However, the DNA found during his arrest would eventually link him to Faith Hedgepeth's murder. According to court records filed in January 2022, Salguero Olivares' DNA and the palm print on the murder weapon both matched those taken from the crime site. Even though the discovery marked a sea change in the case, the police were still hesitant to speak in public. Chief Blue informed the media that although Salguero Olivares had been taken into custody, the full narrative will take time to develop. Now, it was unclear how Salguero Olivares, an unidentified player in the case, had gotten involved. How did he relate to Faith? Although the arrest introduced a new level of intricacy to the case, it did not provide all the answers. Did Salguero Varese have a close relationship with Faith, or was his involvement only incidental? What had motivated him to carry out such a horrific crime was maybe even more disturbing. Salgado Olivares is currently in 2024, awaiting his trial, and minimal information is available about him. New possibilities and previous ideas of Faith's death blended together as investigators examined Salgado Olivares' involvement. Did he have a deeper connection to her? Or was he just a stranger? What did that mean for Rosario and other suspects if he was involved? Roland Hedgepeth, Faith's father, conveyed his appreciation and thanked God for allowing him to see this event. Connie Hedgepeth, Faith's mother, assured the public that the truth regarding her daughter's passing will eventually come to light. While Salguero Olivares' arrest provided some clarification, it also sparked other inquiries. After years of research, the case remained mysterious, and the full tale was still unknown as it entered its second decade. Although the arrest didn't end the investigation, it did offer a new dimension and raise questions about whether this was the last piece, or merely a new development in an ongoing mystery. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video shows 47-year-old Fiona Beale, a primary school teacher at Eastfield Academy in Northampton, dancing sloppily in front of the pupils. Every one of her pupils enjoyed having her as their instructor. She was a committed educator who wished to make the most of her students' school time. Nobody in this video has yet to comprehend that Fiona's tale will be featured on newspaper front pages in a few months. We will thus talk about the events that took place in England in 2021 today. The details of Fiona Beale's early years are scarce. She was a lovely and amiable woman who liked her work and her students, according to many who knew her. She lived in Northampton, which is roughly 60 miles northwest of London, with her partner Nicholas Billingham, 42. According to the 2021 census, the total population of the urban area is close to 250,000, making it one of the biggest towns in England. Moore Street was the residence of Nick and Fiona, and it was on this peaceful street that the events of today took place. They spent 17 years together. Naturally, Fiona and Nick experienced highs and lows like any other couple. Here's what I know about Fiona and Nick's connection, though many facts will likely be revealed later as this case was concluded approximately 2 weeks ago. According to Leslie Oldham, who knew the couple well, I thought she was really nice. Leslie remembered that although they weren't holding hands or smitten, they appeared content enough. She was quite courteous and talkative when Nick invited her around for tea. You never knew how long a relationship would continue with Nick, because he was always a little of a ladies' man and liked being pampered by women. When Nick and Fiona became infected with a virus that was then circulating the globe in November 2021, their love ended. After testing positive for the virus, Fiona and Nick had to separate themselves, she told her loved ones, on November 1, 2021. All they needed to do was complete an online application and spend 10 days at home, but she texted her sister the very following day to let her know that Nick had broken up with her and gone out with someone else. It's crucial to remember that it happened in early November 2021. Nicholas Billingham remained in contact with his friends and family after splitting from Fiona Beale. He sent his mother a text message claiming that he had fled with Faye. He claimed to be content and to have a wonderful new life. After 10 days at home, Fiona went back to work after her recuperation. When she returned to work, co-workers who had learned about the breakup gave her a lot of encouraging comments. But many saw that she was affected by the separation with Nick. Nearly 4 months after splitting with Nick, at the end of February 2022, her mental health started to decline. She could no longer live in a home that made her think of Nick all the time. She thus relocated to Cumbria, which is roughly 200 miles away from Northampton. Her family members were alarmed by the text she sent them on March 15, 2022. Her relatives phoned the police because they were so concerned. Police discovered Beale gravely hurt in a bath at a Lake District property she was renting while doing a welfare check. Constable Josh Parkin spoke in court about how he first thought she was dead and how ominous music was coming from her cell phone. According to Parkin, "I saw a female laying in the bath, completely naked. It looked like bodily fluids in the bath, leading me to believe the individual was deceased. What I would describe as sinister acoustic music was playing from a mobile phone that was next to her. I immediately requested an ambulance to attend our location. I suggested that we tried to get her out of the bath to perform CPR. She then roused and became somewhat conscious. I pulled quite violently on her ear to try and get a pain response. She moaned and went to turn over in the bath. We sat her up, and that's when she started to become emotional. I discovered a blue notebook that was leather-bound and had a logo of some kind on the front. The fact that the paper and the parting note were identical at the time held significance for me. It was evident from a cursory glance at the notebook that it contained information about her mental health at the time. I remembered that the last page of the book mentioned both vomiting and defecating. At the time, I believed it to be essentially a continuation of the farewell note. Fiona left a second message for the home's owner along with her bank card. The message read, "This is my PIN, don't go into the bathroom." Fiona was taken to the hospital by ambulance, and as the doctors treated her, the cops took a closer look at her notebook. They discovered something evil there. Constable Lawson rejected the notes as ramblings, even though they seemed to describe Beale killing someone. He also stated that he did not think anyone had been killed at that point. The notes seemed to be ramblings, he claimed. In a statement, Constable Roy Williams, a colleague, stated that he too thought the notes were ramblings, but that there were some extremely unsettling elements. I believe these comments to be a delusional fantasy, as Beale appeared to be having a mental health episode. Because of the book's substance, we were unable to overlook the statement. She said her long-term partner was not a very nice man, and that she had killed him. Fiona wrote in her notebook, "Everything changed last year. You be sweet to them, especially your wife. My husband wasn't sweet to me. I suppose I ought to explain what happened to get me to this point. My mental health had been deteriorating. Whenever he was cheating, he would up the ante on belittling, moaning, and criticizing. I have to confess. Okay, here goes. October 2021. He spat on me and threatened me during intimate contact. I thought about leaving, but the things he said and did fueled my dark side. I call her Tulip 22. She's reckless, fearless, and efficient. Ruthless. I started plotting as Tulip 22 after he'd gone to bed. I could no longer sleep in the bed due to my breathing being too loud, or I moved too much, or I was snoring. Another notebook entry mentioned that Nick had been nasty and mean for 17 years, and that she decided she couldn't let him get away with it because of his disgusting behavior on Halloween. Another entry stated, "That night I planned pandemic rules, meant I had a guaranteed 10-day isolation period from positive symptoms. I called the school administration on Monday and said we'd tested positive and had symptoms. He went to work. Tulip 22 smoked and planned. I'd planned it mentally so many times before. I had a bath. I left the water in. I encouraged the bath with the incentive of intimate contact. Afterwards, while he was in the bath, I kept the knife in my dressing gown pocket and then hid it in the drawer next to the bed. I brought a chisel, bin bag, and cable ties up too." She made him put on an eye mask before stabbing him, according to the note. The notes that followed read, "Still, my actions haunt me. I sometimes have to catch myself and remember what I did and then remember my cover story. Neither seemed convincing. I got him to wear an eye mask. It was harder than I thought it would be. Hiding a body was bad. Moving a body is much more difficult than it looks on TV. I am sorry I didn't leave him. I am sorry I let him rip my self-esteem and self-worth apart. I am sorry. I am weak. I am sorry for what I did. Yes, I am alive currently, but it's more like a waiting room. People will blame my mental health. I should have, could have fixed myself. Do I regret what I did? Of course I do. I'm not a monster. It had been building up for so long. The funny thing is that he was such an unlikable person, I only had to send a few texts. No one seemed bothered. I don't think anyone would have looked for him." Beale had written in her journal that Billingham why she stabbed him. Recall that Nicholas Billingham vanished on November 1, 2021, and he only used text messages to communicate with his loved ones after that. The police visited Fiona Beale's residence on Moore Street, where she and Nick resided, the day after they finished reading her notebook. In their hasty inspection, they found nothing out of the ordinary, but when they came back the following day, they discovered a few things, such as a mattress in the cellar that was noticeably covered in blood when it was moved. More evidence was discovered when the police returned to Moore Street on March 19. A body was discovered buried in the backyard by forensic investigators and specialized search teams, which included a cadaver dog. Buried beneath bark, chippings, soil, wooden sheeting, concrete building blocks, bricks and planks, plastic bags, rubble, mortar, polystyrene, laminate flooring, and pieces of fabric and vinyl recovered from a constructed structure concealing the body. Billingham's remains were discovered wrapped in carpet. The eyes were covered with a sleep mask. On the inside, the words, "This is my morning after face," were printed. According to the police spokesperson, he was not given any dignity or opportunity to die because of the way he was wrapped in cables, hose pipes, plastic bags, and construction debris. It displays complete disdain. One day after the body was found, a post-mortem was performed. It has been determined that he was killed by a single stab wound to the right side of his neck, which cut the esophagus and trachea and crossed the right jugular vein. Moderate force would have been needed for this. It is impossible to rule out severe force. Fiona Beale was taken into custody by the authorities on March 22, 2022, and accused with killing Nicholas Billingham. When Nick's family learned of his passing, they were crushed. Fiona's use of Nick's phone to text them and his buddies startled them. One of these texts was shown to reporters by Nick's mother, Yvonne Valentine. "Nick has been taken from us far too early and will always be in our hearts," said Nick's family in a statement. "We've been overwhelmed with offers of kind support and words of comfort from so many beautiful people, and know that he will be sadly missed by all his friends, family, and loved ones. Our heart aches for Nick. He was a gorgeous little boy, and we have so many cherished memories of him growing up, and we're so proud of the man he became." Fiona Beale's co-workers and her students' parents were shocked to hear that the adored teacher had a darker side. "We are particularly mindful of the impact this news will have on the children, and we'll be doing everything we can to support both pupils and staff as we work through this difficult time together. This is an appalling tragedy that will shake our school community to its roots, and it's at times like this that we must rally around each other, support each other, and be kind to each other." The administration of the school where Fiona worked issued a statement saying, "We were shocked and saddened to hear that one of our teaching staff has been charged with a very serious offense and is now remanded in custody." Nick passed away on November 20, 2021, after the police began their investigation. In the days that followed, Fiona made every effort to conceal any evidence of the crime she had orchestrated. Fiona understood that by informing everyone that she had the virus, she would have 10 days to avoid being bothered. She allegedly falsified the test results in order to complete an online application form. Fiona never took the test, according to the evidence. She claimed to be suffering from the crippling effects of the virus following the murder, yet her conduct during those 10 days were incongruous with those symptoms. Using her deceased partner's and subsequently her own Amazon account, she purchased a number of cleaning supplies, including for Venetian blinds, a new mop and bucket, ultra-heavy-duty bin bags, a new mattress, bedding, clothes, wall art, and mirrors. The cleanup began as early as 1:07 a.m. on November 2. She added 3 rolls of duct tape to a Tesco order that included many cleaning supplies later that same day. She bought a stainless steel digging shovel, heavy-duty long gardening gloves, a galvanized incineration bin, garden leaves, and a wood burner at 2:19 p.m. She eventually purchased other items to dispose of the body, as well as numerous items for her personal comfort and delight, including apparel, scented candles, shampoos, chocolates, and soft furnishings. Fiona went shopping nearly 2 weeks after killing Nick. On November 13, she was seen purchasing a variety of goods from supermarket cameras, including building supplies that she would later use to construct a cemetery. The cops revealed the CCTV footage. As I mentioned before, Fiona spent several months texting Nick's friends and family in an attempt to pass for him. She also extended an invitation for Nick's mother to come see her. On December 23, 2021, as her son was buried in the backyard, Ms. Valentine recounted how Beale invited her to her house for a Christmas drink. "You moved the furniture to obscure views to the garden. Why? To stop anyone seeing where you had buried my son. You sat in your front room with me having a casual chat with me, having a Christmas drink with me, and the whole time you knew that you had killed my son and buried him only feet from where I was sat." Miss Valentine said in her victim impact statement that Beale continued to go about her personal life and work as usual, showing no signs of depression or trauma. There was evidence to the contrary. She was enjoying what she referred to as a new life in one of her erased files, after killing a partner she no longer liked and likely suspected of having an affair. Fiona Beale first protested her culpability during the trial, but she eventually acknowledged that she killed Nick, saying it was an involuntary crime. The prosecutor, however, thought otherwise. He said during the trial that during their 17-year romance, Nicholas Billingham had cheated on Beale with other women. Despite leaving the defendant a few times, Nicholas Billingham always came back to her, and she welcomed him. He stated, "One of the women he slept with became pregnant and gave birth to his child. Instead of leaving him, she worked out a plan on how and when to kill him, where to conceal his body, how to cover up and explain his disappearance to others, and to explain her own absence from work when she killed him." However, defense lawyer Andrew Wheeler informed the jury in a brief statement read following the prosecution's opening argument that Beale had suffered from mental health issues for years prior to the murder, as a result of Mr. Billingham's coercive actions. Beale's attorney, Wheeler, continued, "We submit that in fact this case is not as straightforward as the prosecution suggests. Miss Beale is 49 years of age. She is a lady of good character, a partner to Nicholas Billingham for some 17 years, a hard-working and thoroughly liked schoolteacher. In essence, a lady about whom you will hear many good things as you listen to the evidence." Wheeler next asked the jury, "How does that person go on to kill? There is no dispute in this case that she unlawfully killed Nicholas Billingham. What this case is really about is her state of mind. You will hear that she has, over the years, struggled with her mental health. As you will hear, the defense lawyer described Nicholas Billingham as psychologically controlling and wearing her down over time. She was worn down till she was practically broken over the years. We surrender to you." Many of the specifics of the actual act itself are difficult for Fiona Beale to remember. The teacher continued to work as usual, even traveling to London with the class, according to the court. However, Beale started messaging the head teacher frequently to claim she was sick a few weeks after her capital visit. When the worried head teacher called Beale's mother after receiving the texts in March, she disclosed that Beale had informed her that she was leaving on a school residential trip. After that, the head teacher reported her missing to the police. She was located by Cumbrian police at a rental address close to Kendal. But Beale informed the officer that she didn't want her family to know her precise whereabouts and that all she needed was some peaceful time. Fiona Beale eventually modified her initial statement and completely accepted her guilt, but not before Beale sent a message to her family saying, "I'm so sorry, I love you all very much." The officer then sent the message to Beale's mother, and 3 days later, they went to the lodge. She then described her personal and professional life to the jury at Northampton Crown Court, claiming that Billingham had made cleaning a major point of contention between them and had thrown a dinner plate against a wall twice. Beale said that she was administered antidepressants while attending college. She claimed that when they first started dating, Billingham, who was working as a builder with his stepfather, was incredibly kind and considerate. Little by little, Billingham had changed. "I remember when we were in a flat," Beale said in the opening statement to the court. "I had left a cloth with cleaner on it, and it stained a worktop. It didn't seem really serious, but then cleaning became a huge issue throughout the years, and rather than laughing things off, I would get told off." Beale also mentioned that everything had to be exactly how her partner wanted it during mealtimes. Beale said, "I couldn't tell you when it started. It just got worse, and it lasted till the end. Items placed in cupboards had to be placed facing outwards. While there were a couple of occasions when he threw a plate of dinner at the wall, I lost a lot of confidence. It started with joking that I wasn't doing something, and then it just crept into being nasty about it." She also revealed that prior to killing Nick, she had threatened to kill him so that he couldn't do to another woman what he did to her. Nick's mother, Yvonne, spoke after the guilty plea, saying it was painful to know that her son's killer offered her a drink as he was buried a few feet away. "How you could hate someone that much to do what she did. I can't believe it," and apparently, his last word was "why" when she stabbed him in the neck. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Be careful who you let into your home, they say. What if you were Cheryl, though? Would you let your ex-convict brother-in-law in the middle of the night? This movie, however, explains everything. The biggest mass murder in Connecticut history occurred on July 22, 1977. The crime was so heinous that the state's Supreme Court characterized it as vicious and seemingly unmotivated. And believe me when I say that the graphic details will stay with you for a very long time. Furthermore, sensationalizing is not our goal. It's unvarnished, heartbreaking, and genuine, and as always, we're dissecting this horror to find out what actually transpired with the Beaudoin family. First, let's learn more about the family and their world. On Cedar Hill Drive in Prospect, Connecticut, the Beaudoin family resided in a tiny, close-knit neighborhood. In 1977, there were just over 6,500 people living in this small village. Neighbors knew one another, and the allure of country living brought a feeling of security and tranquility. Although it may seem like a minor detail, this close-knit atmosphere is crucial to the events that transpired later. Since the Beaudoin family was not your average family, let's now discuss them. 10 people shared a single residence. Frederick Beaudoin, the father, and Cheryl, the mother, who was just 29 at the time, were the family's leaders. They had 7 kids together, ages ranging from babies to pre-teens. 10-year-old Sharon Lee, 9-year-old Deborah Ann, 8-year-old Paul, 6-year-old Roderick, 5-year-old Holly Lynn, and 4-year-old Mary Lou were the next in line after the oldest, 12-year-old Frederick Jr. As if that weren't enough, they also had a niece, Jennifer Santoro, who is 6 years old. Their home must have been a bustling, hectic place with all the daily ups and downs of a large family, because there were so many young lives involved. The Beaudoin family enjoyed a really exciting and enjoyable day together, as you may expect, and on the evening of Thursday, July 21, 1977, it was unquestionably the case. In Prospect, Connecticut, the 8 children were having a great time playing and swimming in their neighbor's pool. It was a normal summer evening, with splashes, laughter, and carefree moments all around. The BOD family wasn't exactly living in luxury, but they also weren't having a hard time. They were thankful for what they had and had enough to get by. They made a cozy, loving household that exuded joy despite their lack of income. The mother, Cheryl, was watching the children that night as they were having a great time at the pool. The father, Frederick Beaudoin, was attempting to support his family while working his 3rd shift at the Pratt & Whitney factory. However, when a man arrived at the pool, things took an unexpected turn. This was no stranger, now. The children were actually very happy to see him. The neighbor remembered how they all ran to meet him and gave him kisses and hugs. He was obviously someone they trusted and knew well. After some time, the neighbor went inside. The kids finished their fun in the pool, and they went home with this man. The evening then proceeded as it would for any other family. However, nobody could have predicted that this night would soon take a tragic and dark turn that would permanently alter everything. When neighbors began to smell smoke around 4:15 in the morning, the early morning silence was broken. They initially believed it might be someone burning trash or leaves, but then they heard cries coming from the Beaudoin residence, which was much more frightening. They promptly called 911 and 11 to report the fire, after realizing something was gravely off. With sirens blaring through the night, fire engines from Prospect and the neighboring town of Bethany raced to the site. After roughly half an hour of valiant efforts, the firefighters were able to put out the fire, but none could have predicted what would happen next. Firefighters started searching the house as the smoke cleared and the flames subsided. They found an unimaginable tragedy within. The house was filled with the bodies of Cheryl Beaudoin, her 7 children, and her niece Jennifer Santoro, age 6. Before the fire, they had all been mercilessly murdered. The burned body of Cheryl was discovered on the kitchen floor. 2 of the children were found in another bedroom, while 3 were found in another. There were 2 children in the back and 1 in the master bedroom. The situation in the bathroom was very horrific. Cheryl was among the numerous victims who had their hands bound behind their backs, which added to the misery. Before their bodies were burned by the fire, all of the youngsters seemed to have suffered significant head injuries, and 2 of them had their feet shackled. Even the most seasoned investigators were astounded by the heinousness of the crime, which was of unfathomable depravity. Edward P. Leonard, the state police commissioner at the time, said that all of the victims had been severely charred. Nevertheless, his testimony only alluded to the unspeakable tragedy that police and firefighters had seen. Later, a few neighbors acknowledged that they had woken up to the smell of smoke, but didn't give it much thought at first. They didn't see the danger until they heard the icy howls and decided to call for assistance. Joseph Paulino, a neighbor, made an effort to assist. He dashed over to the Beaudoin residence and tried to get inside, but the fire was already too fierce. A rush of heat drove me back when I opened the back door. He subsequently recalled the horrifying incident. The family's father, Frederick Beaudoin, was working the 3rd shift at the Pratt & Whitney factory in North Haven at around 5:30 in the morning when the picture window blew out. To pick him up, police showed up to his place of employment. They just told him that he had to accompany them, without explaining what had transpired. The family's Reverend Joseph Donnelly was waiting to break the heartbreaking news to him at his mother's house, so they took him there. Frederick turned to Reverend Joseph and asked him a question that neither husband nor parent should ever have to ask. Are they all dead? His greatest suspicions were validated by Joseph's solemn reply. Frederick lost everything he valued in a single terrible night, including his wife, kids, and entire family. He reportedly sobbed as he remarked, "There's only one thing, to see the bastard pay." He was shaken by grief. But even as Frederick struggled with this unfathomable loss, detectives were already putting in endless effort to uncover the truth. Determining to stop every vehicle on Route 68, they established a command post outside Prospect Town Hall and started halting traffic. Police also carried on their investigation at the Beaudoin residence. At that moment, they became aware of an oddity. Every window and door was locked. An unsettling issue was brought up by this. How could the murderer have gotten away if the interior of everything was secured? It raised the terrifying possibility that the criminal had either locked the doors behind them or was already inside the residence. The detectives, of course, began to speak with neighbors. They then found out about Lorne Quinn, who happened to stop by when the children were having a good time at the neighbor's swimming pool. That wasn't all, though. About a mile from the house, the neighbors reported seeing him again early on Friday morning, sitting by himself in a black automobile, parked in a neighboring church parking lot. The investigators were alarmed by this information. Why was this individual lingering at the house both before and after the catastrophe, and who was he? Additional information regarding Lorne's relationship to the Beaudoin family was provided by the neighbors. He wasn't merely a haphazard character on the outside of their life, as it turned out. In fact, he had been living in their basement for approximately 2 years. Then, suddenly, he disappeared from their lives. However, he reappeared on that fateful Thursday night, the same night the Beaudoin children were swimming at the neighbor's pool, just as suddenly as he had vanished. Investigators, meanwhile, couldn't afford to ignore anyone, not even the distraught father, Frederick. The individuals closest to the victims are frequently examined in the early phases of any investigation. Frederick therefore didn't think twice when police requested for his consent to search his truck. He had nothing to conceal. The search was a necessary step in ruling him out, but it turned up no proof or suspicious objects. The probe was a flurry of activity by the time it reached the 24-hour mark. No time was being wasted by the police. They had examined more than 100 witnesses, including Frederick and Lorne, set up roadblocks and talked to neighbors. No information was too minor to be taken into account, and every detail was crucial. Officers discovered something much more concerning than anything they had heard from the neighbors, though, when they entered Lorne Aquin's name into their system. This was not a man who had a few small legal issues. He was portrayed as having a hazardous and unpredictable streak by the patterns found in his criminal record. Lorne received a prison sentence for stealing in April 1974. Released in February 1975 after less than a year of service, freedom didn't last for him. He was back in jail by March 1976 after making a frantic and careless attempt to break out of custody, which suggested his audacious, unbridled personality. He was released on parole in September 1976 after serving time for that charge. When the incident at the Baudoin residence occurred, this is the aspect that really sparked concerns. It had just been 7 months since Lorne's release from prison. There was barely enough time for him to establish a stable existence again, let alone demonstrate that he had changed, and yet he was linked to one of the most heinous atrocities the community had ever seen. It was hard for investigators to overlook the circumstances and timing of Lorne's comeback. It was difficult to ignore the picture painted by his criminal history and his peculiar actions in the days preceding the tragedy. Why had he spent so much time away from the Baudoin residence? Why was he seen the morning after the fire sitting in a black automobile in a neighboring church parking lot? Investigators discovered a startling twist to add to the intensity of the situation. Lorne was more than a stranger with a criminal history. In reality, Frederick's foster brother was him. What a crazy turn of events. Investigators went to Lorne's residence at around 9:30 a.m. on July 22 and asked him to come in so they could question him. To the surprise of all, he nodded without question. He accompanied them to the police station with composure. However, what followed caught everyone off guard. Lorne did more than simply respond to inquiries. He explained everything. He didn't just deliver an evasive or ambivalent response. He was prepared to confess. Rather, he provided a comprehensive and terrifying description of the crime that made everyone shudder. He said that in order to make sure his sister-in-law and the kids were headed in the correct direction, he had attacked them. The police did not end their interrogation there. Even when they brought in his psychiatrist to speak with him, his account remained consistent despite the fact that they asked him the identical questions 3 times. Lorne remained firm in his confession. By this time, it was obvious that Lorne was to blame. Investigators weren't taking any chances, so they arrested him and charged him with 9 murders and 1 arson charge. He was forced to submit a 7-page confession outlining all the specifics of what had transpired. No one else could have learned the facts, certainly not from the news or any outside sources, because they were so precise and particular. All of it came directly from Lorne. However, the narrative did not finish there. Investigators discovered additional, more incriminating evidence on July 23, later that day. More horrifying, bloody shoes and socks were found in the trunk of Lorne's car, the same vehicle that people had seen him parked in at the church the night of the crime, and a garbage bag full of bloody clothing was located next to his driveway. This was all quite consistent with what Lorne had admitted. The evidence was pointing straight toward him and was piling up like a mountain. However, if you believe that the case was concluded at this point and that Lorne was permanently imprisoned, you're not exactly right. Even though everything appeared to be moving toward a speedy conviction, things were about to take another unexpected turn. The defense unit led by Lorne wasn't prepared to give up just yet. They continued to search for methods to sow uncertainty and change the situation to their advantage. His lawyer was working tirelessly to find weaknesses in the prosecution's case. Even as the evidence against him, his confession, the bloody clothing, and the witnesses, was mounting. It would not go unchallenged without a significant pushback from John R. Williams. The defense team began to fight for a delay, even though it seemed like everything was pointing to Lorne's guilt. They claimed that the court had gone too far in asking for a blood sample from Lorne without any concrete proof. They attempted to provide fresh possibilities, such as the idea that Cheryl's brother might be the true murderer, and they wanted the confession and the blood evidence to be omitted from the trial. The court, however, didn't buy it. They refused to allow the defense to divert attention from the evidence, which they saw for what it was: terrifying, consistent, and unambiguous. The trial proceeded according to schedule there, and on July 16, 1979, the jury was sworn in, and it seemed as though the last chapter was drawing near. Then came the day that everyone had been anticipating. Lorne's confession was made public. And it didn't let me down, I can assure you. It described what he had done in graphic detail. Lorne described every moment with icy accuracy as she confessed to killing Cheryl, her kids, and other people. He even described how, before the violence started, he went to the house in the evening to pick raspberries with the children. Although it was difficult to accept, Lorne's story was not over yet. He claims that after leaving the house at 8:30 p.m., he returned early the next day at 2 or 3 a.m. by sneaking in through the unlocked basement door. Cheryl walked down to see what was happening when he casually turned on the light in the kitchen. Lorne claims that she didn't appear overly shocked to see him and that she didn't give him any trouble when he asked to borrow some equipment from the basement to fix his automobile. But after obtaining the lug wrench, things swiftly took a tragic turn. Returning upstairs, Lorne requested a beer from Cheryl. He was family after all, so she didn't see anything wrong with it. However, Lorne struck her over the head with the lug wrench as soon as she turned around to retrieve the beer. And it didn't stop there. He continued to swing, striking her repeatedly and without hesitation. The worst thing, according to Lorne, was that Cheryl didn't cry out for assistance or scream. What was going in her head at the time is beyond my comprehension. Was she attempting to be silent in order to avoid disturbing her kids? Did she want to live through this assault without being noticed? Regretfully, it was unsuccessful. After running to the kitchen after hearing the commotion, one of the children was hit by Lorne using the same wrench. He then proceeded to use the wrench and tire iron to assault the other kids, but he returned and began stabbing Cheryl after hearing her moaning in the kitchen, indicating that she was still alive despite the severe injuries. Later, Lorne told the authorities that he had tragically beaten 10-year-old Sharon before killing her after tying up some of the kids with twine. Imagine the anguish this young child went through at the age of 10, being beaten senselessly and then attacked. He then poured gasoline all over the house, including Cheryl and the kids, and set it on fire. But Lorne's story completely changed on September 5, 1979, when he took the stand. All of his confessions were disputed by him. "I didn't do any of that," he said. He asserted that the only reason he signed the confession was because his psychiatrist advised him to do so. "It would be better for you if you signed," the doctor had told Lorne. During his interview, Lorne also said he constantly asked to talk with a lawyer, saying he wanted to do so repeatedly, but the police consistently turned down his petitions, claiming they already knew he was guilty. They persuaded him that it would be in his best interests to just confess. Lorne had a peculiar response when asked about the bloodstains on his clothing. He asserted that the blood came from a fight he got into the night of the killings, rather than the murders. Lorne claims that some men attacked him outside the cafe in retribution while he was out for coffee. He claimed that after fighting back, he beat them. The blood originated there. Many were suspicious of his claims since he maintained that it was an odd and improbable scenario. When Lorne talked about how he felt when he heard about the killings, things took an even stranger turn. He claimed that he was so furious when the police first told him about the murders that he hit a wall at the police barracks. In his rage, he allegedly told the state trooper that they had better apprehend the murderers before he did. The jurors had never seen the innocent faces of the 7 dead children until the prosecutors showed them in a picture during the trial. Lorne's attorney used this photo as justification for a mistrial, arguing that the image's emotional impact might unjustly sway the jury's verdict. But the motion was denied by the court, and the trial went on without any problems. As the case developed, some pieces of evidence, such as Lorne's initial reaction upon learning of the incident, seemed to support his version of events. Murders reflected exactly what his confession had said. This alignment made people wonder if he had been forced to confess to the crimes or if he had truly done them. Furthermore, during the trial, a fingerprint expert from the state police stated that the bloody handprint discovered in the bathtub was not Lorne's. Indeed, his handprint did not match the one on one of the door jambs. Given that the prints didn't resemble any of the victims or even Frederick the father, this revelation cast more suspicion on his involvement. Additionally, there was the issue of a previous interview that writer Lincoln Milstein from the local daily The Current had done with Lorne in October 1977. More discrepancies were exposed by this interview, which had been kept secret until the confession was made public. Lorne acknowledged to Milstein that he didn't remember the murders. He only vaguely recalled seeing bodies and blood all over the place, chatting to Cheryl, and the home being on fire. He asserted that his memory of what had transpired was blurry since he had been so terrified and perplexed by it. But in October 1977, for security considerations, Lorne was moved to a state mental hospital in Middleton, and a few weeks later he was formally committed. There were questions regarding his mental state at the time of the confession, when a psychiatrist testified that he might have epilepsy or schizophrenia. In light of this, others contended that his comments lacked credibility, which raised more concerns about his responsibility for the crimes. Let's go on to October 1979. After 3 days of hours of deliberation, the jury found Lorne guilty on all counts of murder. They did not prosecute him, despite rumors that he may have been motivated to murder after experiencing embarrassment after reportedly harassing one or more of the bowed ladies. Although it was never established beyond a reasonable doubt, Chief Assistant State's Attorney Walter Scanlon speculated that this might have been the motivation. The state attempted to obtain the maximum penalty of 245 years in jail, which consists of 20 years for arson and 25 years for each homicide. However, Lorne was given a sentence of 105 years to life in jail, with the option of release after 50 or 55 years by Judge Walter Pickett. After the verdict was reached, Lorne's lawyer promptly submitted an appeal, so fast that it appeared as if the appeal had already been prepared and was ready to be filed. But Lorne was imprisoned after the court rejected his appeal. Lorne persisted in challenging his conviction over time by submitting requests for a habeas corpus hearing. Each petition was denied in spite of his best efforts, and his court cases appeared to be fruitless. For those who are not familiar with the word, habeas corpus is a writ that is used to bring an accused individual from another jurisdiction to the court where the crime was committed. This essentially allows the case to be reviewed. Lorne contended that his confession shouldn't have been used against him and that he was unfairly condemned. After a while, Lorne was moved to Suffield, Connecticut's McDougall-Walker Correctional Facility, where he was imprisoned for 38 years. He accrued 8 disciplinary offenses during this period, including violence, drug possession, contraband, and other infractions. He was accused with violence and refusal to submit a specimen in 1997, which was his most recent offense. Then Lorne's health took a sharp turn in June 2015. Following a serious medical crisis, he was admitted to the intensive care unit and put on a ventilator. Lorne had no family that could or would make medical decisions for him, according to the Department of Correction. The judge was summoned to decide how to treat him, but Lorne died of a serious brain bleed before the discussion could begin. Having been incarcerated from the age of 27, he was 65 years old when he passed away. Since no autopsy was conducted and the source of the brain bleed was never identified, his death remained mysterious. After cremating Lorne's remains, the funeral home's previous owner, Robert DeClark, requested and was granted custody of his remains after his passing. In an effort to locate any family members who might come forward, DeClark occasionally carried Lorne's ashes to the Department of Correction after they had been preserved. However, nobody did, and in all honesty, it seems like Lorne received just what he was due. It's nearly impossible to comprehend the violence and cruelty involved. No child, not even Cheryl, deserves to die that way, abandoned and forgotten. For the rest of the family, especially the father, Fred, the lingering heartache must have been intolerable. Can you picture the devastating conclusion that his loved ones had been killed by his own foster brother? It had to be beyond description. The million-dollar question is thus raised. Did Lorne somehow get away with a punishment that wasn't appropriate for the offense? Or was the sentencing fair? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. There was a foreboding hush after Lisa Holstead, 22, vanished without a trace on August 12, 1986. Authorities began a desperate search when her partner reported her missing, and an hour into the hunt, they discovered something gory. Lisa had been viciously strangled, and her lifeless body was discovered in a marsh in the Kenyers Nature Park. There were no leads or suspects to speak of who may have perpetrated such a horrible act, thus the case remained a mystery for years. Why would somebody choose to take the life of a woman who is so young and active? Today, we'll examine how the 34-year-old Green Bay cold case murder inquiry was resolved. So let's go right to the puzzle without further ado. The incident was committed in Green Bay, a city of around 104,000 residents, in the U.S. state of Wisconsin that is situated on the shore of Lake Michigan. It is renowned for its vibrant football culture and is the third largest city in the state. One of the National Football League's most successful teams, the Green Bay Packers, call Green Bay home. The city's economy is varied, encompassing sectors like industry, tourism, healthcare, and education. The historic downtown area, Bay Beach Amusement Park, and the National Railroad Museum are among the attractions available to visitors to Green Bay. In 1986, a terrible murder occurred here in Green Bay. A daughter with sparkling eyes was born on April 18, 1964. Lisa Holstead was raised by Judith Karen Peral Thompson, a tough and courageous single mother. Lisa's early years weren't without difficulties. Despite the absence of her father, Frank Holstead, Lisa continued to shine brightly. She had a creative spirit and an inquisitive mind from a young age, which shaped her life. She was raised by two devoted elder sisters, Susan, who was 2 years Lisa's senior, and Deborah, who is 3 years Lisa's senior. They were always available to listen to her or to provide a shoulder to weep on. With them, Lisa experienced a warmth and security that was difficult to duplicate. She was protected by her elder brother, Stephen Halstead, who was 5 years older than her. He always made sure his younger sister felt loved and safe. Being raised by a single mother presented financial challenges, yet their love for one another remained constant. Judith loved her kids unconditionally and put in a lot of effort to support them. In addition to her love of horses, Lisa Holstead was artistic and enjoyed drawing in her own time. But when she became pregnant at the age of 17, her life took a surprising turn, and in 1981 she gave birth to her cherished son, Jeremy. Notwithstanding her difficulties, Lisa was a dedicated and affectionate mother who lavished her son with attention. She put in a lot of effort to make sure Jeremy had the greatest life possible. As she raised Jeremy alone, much as her own mother had raised her and her siblings, her compassionate, gregarious, and imaginative nature was evident. Lisa Holstead was a strong, independent woman. She bravely decided to relocate across the country to Los Angeles in order to follow her ambitions since, although living with her family was comfortable, she longed for something more. After a while in 1981, she came to the realization that she and her son Jeremy needed a stable, tranquil life. In 1982, she discovered that in the Wisconsin town of Green Bay, where they established a house, Lisa was keen to further her education, even though she never went to college. From 1983 to 1984, she enrolled in a goal-oriented non-credit adult learning course at the Northeastern Wisconsin Technical Institute. Lisa was only 22 when she returned to Green Bay in 1986, but she had already achieved a great deal with her now 5-year-old kid at her side. In this new phase of their lives, she was prepared to face any obstacles that could arise. She even fell in love again, this time with John Sott, with whom she lived in a comfortable house in Green Bay. The pair had an oddball array of pets, including an eel and a bird named Herbie, and they relished simple pleasures like fishing and darts. Lisa adored every time she spent with her loved ones, and her passion for life and love for her family were clear in everything she did. But on August 12, 1986, her promising future was sadly cut short by a cruel twist of fate. When Lisa and John set off on a late-night trip in Wisconsin, the moon was high in the sky. As they played darts game after game, Lisa and John appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely, and their competitive nature was evident. However, tension increased as the evening wore on, and it appeared that the booze had taken its toll. At 2:30 a.m., the automobile stopped at the corner of Mason and Taylor Street as they were returning home. She unlocked the door and stepped out into the chilly night air, where she and John had been fighting. She needed to get her thoughts straightened out, because the conversation with John had left her feeling angry and irritated. She informed John that he could go ahead and rest while she walked home. He wished that she would return quickly so that they could reconcile and move past this disagreement. John's concern turned into a bothersome feeling of dread as the hours went by and the sun rose above the sleepy town of Green Bay. He had the unshakable impression that something was seriously amiss, and Lisa had yet to return. Calling her name, he searched the streets and alleys but got no answer. Fear and uncertainty weighed heavily on his heart as he frantically went to the police station and reported her missing. 2 unwary employees in the Ken Years Nature Park made a horrifying discovery an hour after John reported her missing. On a typical day, the workers were walking along the riverside when they noticed a hand protruding from the water's surface. Curious, they halted their truck and walked to the water's edge. They would never be able to forget what they discovered there: a woman's lifeless body lying half-naked, as though she had been discarded like an unwanted item. They phoned the police right away, and when the Green Bay Police Department officers showed up on the scene a few minutes later, they saw a horrifying scene. Surrounded by towering reeds and murky water, the dead body of the unidentified woman lay in the marsh. In order to collect any evidence, the investigators made an effort to secure the area. The police discovered a tiny piece of cloth sticking out from beneath the murky waters as they searched the marsh for any hints that would help them identify the woman. They waded across the muck in haste to get the fabric, and when they looked more closely, they found an identity card in a pair of trousers' back pocket. At that point, they were able to identify Lisa Holstead as the victim. The case was declared a homicide once they came close to her body and noticed the telltale marks on her neck, sad proof that she had been strangled to death. Lisa's last moments were described in graphic detail in the autopsy report. Her blood alcohol content was discovered to be extremely high, measuring an astounding 0.25%, well beyond the legal limit. The autopsy at the time also showed that she had sustained numerous wounds that left her body covered in blood, a sight that could have troubled even the most courageous person. Even worse, the results of the medical examiner indicated that the main reason for her death was a horrific sexual assault. The alien DNA sample they had successfully taken from the victim's body was their only hope. For the police, finding the DNA was like locating a needle in a haystack. They didn't have a suspect to match it to, but they felt it was an important piece of evidence. Like a priceless diamond, the tiny sample was meticulously preserved. The investigators hoped that technology would eventually catch up with this evidence's potential and provide them with the answers they so urgently needed. Like wildfire, the news of Lisa's passing spread, leaving a path of sorrow in its wake. The loss of the lady he loved, the final quarrel, and the knowledge that he could have done more to protect her left her boyfriend John devastated. Her family was thrust into an agonizing and perplexing environment. Investigating quickly, the police spoke with everyone who might have had a reason to hurt Lisa. In the years that followed, investigators questioned every suspect, followed up on every lead, and made multiple trips back to the crime scene, but nothing seemed to reveal the whole truth. In order to piece together any lead or clue that would point to Lisa's killer, they even went back to the drawing board multiple times. However, they encountered dead ends in their endeavors. The situation just seemed to get more obscure with the passing of time. As the evidence eroded, possible suspects disappeared from view. After more than 30 years, the case was finally archived and sat collecting dust on a shelf. However, hope was rekindled in 2020 after the case had been unsolved for 34 years, when GBPD detective David Graff reopened the case and took the lead in the investigation with unwavering resolve. As he and his group went through the old case files, they saw a tiny vial that had been left at the back of the storage container. Inside was the culprit's DNA, which held the secret to solving the case. It was time to use the most recent forensic technologies to investigate her heinous murder. In an attempt to discover the identity of the murderer, he contacted Othram, a pioneer in the field that specializes in forensic genetic genealogy. In addition to revealing more about the suspect, this state-of-the-art technology would offer an intriguing look into the killer's family ties. The detective was finally able to unravel the complex web of this cold case with this new information. When the lab returned the results of the June 2020 study of the DNA, the Green Bay Police Department had a plethora of information about their suspect. The police were getting closer to the murderer with each new piece of information they learned from the DNA study. The police began meticulously tracking down the person's distant relatives' family trees, building a network of connections piece by piece, until they had 10 or 15 distinct family trees. They searched databases and websites as the investigation went on in an effort to identify groupings of people who might be connected to the victim. They discovered a group of people residing in other states after much research and excavation. They followed their trail and eventually discovered a link to Wisconsin, which brought them to Green Bay, the scene of the gruesome murder. In 1986, the year the crime was committed, the authorities discovered a family member who had been residing in Green Bay. They eventually located a suspect whose DNA might have matched the sample collected at the crime scene after several hours of labor. Finally, the long-awaited breakthrough had arrived. Investigators discovered that the man was Luke Griffin, who had previously been released on parole from the Green Bay Correctional Institution, where he had been serving time for the horrific crime of second-degree sexual assault and had a history of violence against women, including strangulation. The fact that Luke had been convicted of sexual assault in 1981, something that had been overlooked during the initial investigation, was what most startled them. The police appeared to have overlooked an important hint that had been in plain sight the entire time, but owing to Detective David Graff's and his team's unwavering efforts and the revolutionary science of forensic genetic genealogy, Luke's past eventually caught up with him. The investigators realized they needed to be very confident before making an arrest, since they had a suspect in their sights. Luke Griffin's DNA had to be compared to the crime scene profile. In order to find their main suspect, Luke Griffin, who had relocated to the city of Racine, the police set out on an exciting quest in September 2020. In an effort to find evidence against Griffin, the Green Bay detectives teamed up with the FBI, DCI, and Racine County officials to place him under surveillance. Luke was being pursued, and the authorities had no intention of letting him escape their grasp. They followed him to another Wisconsin town, keeping tabs on everything he did. They were observing him on September 18, 2020, when they noticed him sloppily throwing a cigarette butt on the ground and throwing some beer cans in a dumpster. He had no idea that these seemingly unimportant deeds would ultimately bring him to ruin. The cops swiftly gathered the abandoned objects and returned them to the lab for additional DNA testing. On September 29, 2020, the results were released, and the officials were overjoyed. The DNA matched exactly with that recovered from the crime scene more than 30 years ago. The sound of handcuffs snapping into place was heard as Luke was led from his house on October 28, 2020, at approximately 6 in the morning. As the police car drove away with Luke to Brown County Jail, neighbors whispered to each other and peered out from behind their curtains. Luke sat stonily in the interrogation room, denying any role in the killing. Luke eventually admitted to having a sexual contact with the victim as the intensity of the questioning increased, but he said that his recall of the night was vague at best, blaming his confusion on his drug and alcohol use. As the crime's specifics emerged, it became evident that Luke's drunkenness had impairing his memory, making it impossible for him to remember what had happened before Lisa died. The once elusive culprit has been apprehended. His trial was scheduled for 2021. As Luke Griffin entered the courtroom with guards at his sides, it was crowded with reporters, the victim's family, and interested bystanders. When he sat down at the defendant's table, all eyes were on him. As the trial got underway and the prosecution presented their case, Luke's future was in jeopardy. The jurors paid close attention, taking in every nuance of the evidence. Speaking to the jury about what transpired that fateful night in 1986, Luke explained that he had just stopped at McDonald's and then traveled a route that just so happened to pass by the location where Lisa's body was subsequently found. However, the weight of the crime he had committed seemed to press more heavily on his shoulders with each syllable. The evidence against him grew stronger during the trial, until at last the jury was forced to render a verdict. After a protracted and taxing legal struggle, Luke was detained on a first-degree homicide charge, and his bail was set at $1 million, 0 cents. Luke took the shocking choice to enter a no-contest plea to the allegation of homicide by reckless conduct on January 27, 2023. As the judge read the decision, the courtroom was once again heated. Luke's lawyer, Peter Hain, pushed for a lighter term, pointing to Luke's bad health and the 2 years he had previously served in prison. Hain's plea, however, was rejected by Judge Timothy Hinkfuss, who claimed that Luke's negligence and refusal to accept responsibility had only served to further harm Holstead's family. Hinkfuss continued by explaining that the maximum term he could impose was constrained by the statutes in effect at the time of the crime, and that homicide by reckless conduct, a Class C felony, is currently punishable by up to 40 years in Wisconsin. When Luke was convicted of the murder and charged with first-degree intentional homicide, the crowd gasped collectively. For the prosecutors, who had devoted their lives to bringing justice to the victim's family, it was a bittersweet victory. Luke Griffin, 67, received a sentence of 10 years in jail on March 27, 2023, which was the maximum punishment permitted by the 1986 sentencing statute. After completing 2/3 of his term, Luke is eligible for release. Additionally, 2.5 years of time served were granted to him, meaning that he is eligible for parole in less than 6 months, and might be released in 4.5 years. Judge Timothy Hinkfuss of the Brown County Circuit Court stated that the case's legal battle had been fiercely contested since 2020. Although Judge Hinkfuss accepted that the maximum penalty was grossly insufficient, She also acknowledged that Lisa Holsted's murder was a horrible and vile conduct that was limited by the laws in force at the time of the incident. David Lassie, the district attorney for Brown County, urged its imposition, pointing to the seriousness of the offense and its effect on the victim's family. For 34 years, he evaded justice and refused to accept responsibility. According to Lassie, that has had a major effect on the family. The hearing demonstrated the family members' emotional effect, and they made it plain that no penalty could bring back their beloved Lisa. When 5 members of Holsted's family stood before the bench to give their witness testimonies, the courtroom was a hive of emotion. As they described the suffering and trauma they had experienced for more than 30 years, their voices faltered with sorrow and rage. Speaking with passion, a sister, brother, niece, son, and granddaughter described the effects the long cold case had on their family. They expressed their dissatisfaction with the maximum penalty possible and talked about the vacuum left by their mother, grandma, and beloved sibling. When Lisa's brother Stephen Holsted spoke to the man who had hurt his family so much, his voice was full of emotion. He looked directly at Luke as he said, "The pain it caused our family cannot even be described to you." They depicted Lisa as a kind and caring mother to her small kid, saying, "Many tears. I've thought about Lisa all these years. Every day spend 13,377 days since you murdered her." The family talked of Lisa's trustworthy and gregarious personality, as well as her creative energy and love of music and art. Although they admitted that they didn't have many pictures or videos of Lisa, one family member brought a framed photo of her to the stage, and another played a clip of her singing when she was younger. The Lisa Holsted case serves as a monument to both the strength of tenacity and the astounding advancements in forensic science in recent years. Even though it may have appeared like an intractable enigma for decades, justice was eventually served thanks to the relentless efforts of law enforcement and the application of state-of-the-art forensic procedures. What punishment do you believe Luke should receive for his offense? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On July 20, 2019, 25-year-old Jessica Camilleri, who resided on St. Clair Avenue in Western Sydney, Australia, made this disturbing 000 call. Although Jessica recounted a very graphic sight, the investigators found the call unsettling, and they were correct about the nature of the crime. Jessica also appeared to be relatively calm. Rita Camilleri, Jessica's mother, is 57 years old. Rita's life was also impacted by Jessica's struggles as a youngster, who battled several mental problems. Rita loved her and tried her best to give her a decent life, even though she had to deal with a lot of challenges because of Jessica. However, she could never have predicted or imagined what Jessica did to her on that terrible night of July 20, 2019. Jessica was standing outside her house, completely covered in blood, when detectives arrived on the scene. They discovered Rita's severed body at the murder scene, which was almost like the set of a horror film. What transpired that evening between Rita and Jessica? Was there more to the narrative? Or did Jessica act in self-defense? We start on October 12, 1993, when Jessica Camilleri was born as the second daughter of Vince and Rita Camilleri, a Maltese-Australian marriage. Christy, Jessica's older sister, had a typical childhood, but Jessica didn't. Jessica's parents discovered that she was born with an intellectual handicap despite the fact that she was intelligent and able to speak. Jessica's IQ, which was between 55 and 60, was much below the typical range. Jessica was in the bottom 1% of the population as a result. As a child, Jessica displayed deficits in speech, walking, and coordination, among other developmental milestones. Teachers noticed her deficits in language, math, reading, and writing when she first entered school. Jessica's parents eventually discovered that she was on the autistic spectrum, which had an impact on her empathy, judgment, and understanding of other people's feelings and thoughts. Jessica's social life and academic life were both hampered by her years of age group lag. Jessica began exhibiting severe outbursts of anger due to daily mental anguish, which gradually progressed into intermittent explosive disorder, IED. A deficiency of serotonin, the brain's mood hormone, was linked to her IED. It was a mental illness that often began at age 6 and worsened during puberty and the early years of adulthood. It was not just ordinary anger. Jessica only became uncontrollable in response to stressors or provocation of any type. She struggled as a child with complicated everyday tasks like grocery shopping, taking public transportation, banking, and taking care of the house. Jessica's autism caused her to become fixated on specific things. Jessica spent hours upon hours viewing horror films with graphic gore and carnage, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Jeepers Creepers. Her fixation with bloodshed only deepened as she watched more and more of these films. Jessica's parents divorced when she was a teenager. Because of the antagonistic atmosphere in the house, Jessica's father, Vince, no longer wanted to live with Jessica and Rita. He claimed that Rita was unable to discipline her own daughter and held her responsible for Jessica's deteriorating health. Even though Rita was at her lowest point at the moment, she was still able to maintain her composure and take care of Jessica after her father had departed. Jessica's frequent outbursts at school became more intense. Because she attacked other pupils and occasionally even teachers, she was suspended a lot. Although she primarily attacked women, she once bit a male student and would not take her fangs off him when someone attempted to remove her. It also didn't help that Jessica eventually had to drop out of school and be placed in supporting settings. Due to her inability to handle all of these situations and her frequent violent outbursts, Jessica was placed on a disability assistance pension starting in 2013. With no friends, Jessica was sitting at home. She would spend the entire day watching horror movies in her room. Jessica's outbursts required her to be admitted to psychiatric hospitals on several occasions in the next years. Rita took Jessica to Nepean Hospital in Western Sydney at the beginning of 2018. She experienced a severe episode of her mental condition and spent approximately 9 days there. They administered some antipsychotic medicine and lithium for what they believed to be bipolar illness. Unfortunately, Jessica would frequently lose control of her behavior when in psychiatric wards, resulting in her snapping at nurses and physicians. After she acted aggressively and paranoidly toward another female patient in the waiting area, this attitude resulted in her being barred from a doctor's clinic. Jessica stopped taking the medication that suppressed her IED by the end of 2018. Being off her medicine did not imply that she had regained control of her condition, even though there were no significant outbursts into 2019. Jessica had seen several doctors and attended a respectable number of treatment sessions by July 2019, but she had made very little improvement. Jessica's mental state began to deteriorate as her condition did not improve, and on Saturday night, July 20, 2019, chaos broke out. That Saturday started out badly for Jessica because her mother had been busy caring for a 4-year-old relative whose identity had never been made public. Jessica wanted her mother's full attention at all times since she was bothered by that child. Earlier that day, Jessica had gone to see Christy with her mother. Rita, Jessica's mother, made fun of Jessica in front of a man who was merely walking by on the way to Christy's house. This episode had already created a lot of tension, and when Rita and the 4-year-old child later arrived, Jessica's anger was greatly heightened. There had been increasing pressure. Jessica had the potential to erupt like a volcano. When everyone had returned home in the evening, Jessica had urged her mother to contact a doctor. However, the doctor arrived but was unable to handle Jessica's suffering and promptly departed in fear for her life. The doctor managed to escape the scene in her car, even though Jessica chased her down the driveway. After eating dinner with Rita, Jessica decided to order something else. Rita threatened to send Jessica back to a mental health facility after she was unable to stop her from calling the food shop repeatedly. Rita made her way over to the telephone. The attack started when she wanted to call an ambulance to send her back to a mental health facility because she had had enough of Jessica's outbursts for the day. Jessica became irrational in a matter of seconds. Taking her mother by the hair, she pulled her into the kitchen. Rita was wailing for assistance as she struggled to hold on to the wall to escape Jessica's hold. However, Rita was a small woman in comparison to Jessica, and all of her efforts were unsuccessful. When Jessica arrived in the kitchen, she threw her mother to the ground and began stabbing her with steak knives. The 4-year-old girl saw the horrific event from a corner. Amazingly, the child mustered the bravery to attempt to step in. Tragically, he suffered a knife wound to his cheek after he courageously leaped on Jessica in an attempt to stop her. He was later found in a vomit-covered room, obviously rattled by the terrifying experience. Jessica didn't stop until her mother's head fell off after she began making holes in her body. With Rita's head in one hand and 2 cell phones in the other, Jessica left the house at around 11:30 p.m. that same evening and went to her neighbor's. She asked the neighbor to contact the police after throwing the head outside and knocking on the door. She claimed to have brought the head as evidence. After that, Jessica found another neighbor who assisted her in using her mother's phone to call the police. Jessica handed the phone to her neighbor in the middle of the conversation. Jessica was whispering in the background while he talked to the operator on the phone for a few seconds. Jessica persisted in her assertion that she killed her mother in self-defense throughout the discussion. The first person to reach the crime site was Senior Constable Anthony D'Agostino. He noticed Jessica wearing a blue dress with flowers on it, standing outside her home. Her entire body was covered in blood, and she was carrying a bottle of water and a cell phone that were coated in blood. The detective recorded his talk with Jessica by pressing the record button on his body cam. She indicated to the investigator the location of her mother's head. She then began inquiring as to whether Rita may still be revived and whether the surgeons could stitch her head back on. Jessica didn't apologize. She questioned the detective if she would receive the death punishment because she was only thinking about herself. The investigator asked Jessica to tell him what had transpired in an attempt to calm her down. Jessica repeatedly asserted that she killed her mother just to protect herself. She claimed that in self-defense, her mother stormed into her bedroom and pulled her out by the hair. To support her claim of self-defense, Jessica grabbed a knife and stabbed her mother. She attempted to play the victim by telling the cops about her mental health issues. Rita's head was discovered on the sidewalk outside the neighbor's house as additional police officers arrived to look into the incident. The remainder of her mutilated remains was discovered in the kitchen of their St. Clair Avenue house a short time later. They characterized the incident as being of extreme severity and savagery when observing the gory kitchen. In the front yard of her neighbor's house, Jessica was taken into custody. According to the police, they knew the Camilleri family, but they could not have predicted or imagined what would happen that night. Detectives discovered that Rita's body had been disfigured following an autopsy. She was still alive until at least the first 90 blows, the majority of which were to the head and neck, and even when she passed away, her body had more than 100 stab wounds. However, that wasn't even the most graphic aspect of this horrible murder. Rita had had a piece of her tongue and nose severed. She had been pushed and pressed after both of her eyeballs had been ripped out. At the crime scene, the detectives discovered 7 knives, all of which Jessica had used to stab her mother. 4 of the 7 knives had broken during the murder because Jessica's attacks were so vicious. Jessica revealed the true reason behind her ruthless murder of her mother on July 21, 2019, the morning following the tragedy. She began by claiming that, despite having harmed numerous people, she had never spoken to her mother until yesterday night, when Jessica's mother threatened to have her committed to a mental health facility. After losing her temper, Jessica wanted to discipline her mother. Jessica claimed to the investigator that she had no intention of killing her, but things suddenly spiraled out of control. Jessica was unable to resist stabbing her mother when her IED took control. Jessica was put on trial before Justice Helen Wilson in December 2020 after being accused with murder. The jury was informed that the purpose of the trial was to prove that Jessica's mental diseases took over and significantly impaired her mental state at the time of the murder, rather than to dispute whether Jessica killed her mother or not. Tony McCarthy, the Crown prosecutor, said in his opening statement that Jessica had a history of assault. Even her own family members had been harassed and intimidated by Jessica, who threatened to use a knife to hack off their heads. Tony brought up the fact that Jessica liked horror films, particularly those that included brutal murder and body dismemberment. He went on to say that Jessica's intellectual handicap was just modest to moderate. Nathan Steele, Jessica's defense lawyer, urged the jurors to ignore their feelings and sympathies and focus their decisions solely on the evidence. He claimed that Jessica had diminished capacity at the time of her deadly attack on her mother as a result of the impact of her mental illnesses. She had been seeing Professor David Greenberg ever since she was arrested. He was called upon to diagnose Jessica during the trial. He said that he could not uncover any indications that Jessica had visual or auditory hallucinations or schizophrenia. Professor David noted that although Jessica didn't typically utilize social cues to communicate, She was fairly specific about the specifics of the crime and lacked emotion as she recounted the horrifying events of the night she killed her mother. Additionally, he claimed that Jessica had a low sense of self-worth and displayed narcissistic traits and personality issues. Jessica had become an egocentric and self-centered person as a result of all the extra care she received as a child. She had a history of requesting attention, and her IED would activate if she did not receive it. It was not unusual for Jessica to be in a comparatively peaceful state of mind when the cops arrived. After she had committed an offense, her anger swiftly subsided. She felt entitled and had an irrational expectation that those around her would treat her well. She would become enraged when things did not go as planned. Jessica Camilleri became more challenging as she grew older. According to her sister, she stayed on the couch most of the time, refusing to get up when she was thirsty and requesting that her mother get her a drink. She overlooked the fact that other people had needs and feelings because she thought her impairment made her special. She was extremely sensitive to criticism and would frequently respond to it with anger or contempt. Professor David stated his diagnosis and added that Jessica's mother, who was now deceased, was her only friend. Christy, Jessica's sister, also testified in court. She stated that her younger sister had been brutally bullied by other children at school and had been diagnosed with several problems, including attention deficit disorder and dyslexia. She claimed that when their father abandoned them, Jessica's health began to deteriorate due to their father. Jessica was still relatively disciplined and in charge, but that all changed quickly once he left the family. Justice Wilson recognized the conflict between punishing a criminal who has a major disability and weighing the need for punishment throughout the sentencing process. The judge concluded that Jessica knew what she was doing and how gravely wrong it was, even though she had lost control. She said that a severe punishment was required because of the seriousness of the act, the great suffering done to Rita's family, and the need to keep Jessica out of the community. Christy was relieved when the judge stated that she felt some closure, knowing her mother will receive justice. Christy was certain about the nature of her relationship with Jessica going forward. It was impossible to imagine what Jessica had done to Rita. After a trial that lasted a week, in December 2020, Justice Helen Wilson convicted Jessica guilty of manslaughter but not murder for the death of her mother, Rita Camilleri, 57. On March 12, 2021, Justice Helen Wilson chose to give Jessica a relatively lighter sentence of 21 years and 7 months, even though the maximum penalty for manslaughter was 25 years. She would only be eligible for parole after 16 years and 2 months. Helen Wilson pointed out that Rita Camilleri's body had over 90 defensive wounds to her hands when she was in excruciating pain, just as she claimed that Jessica had demonstrated remarkable skill in mutilating depravity when she killed her 57-year-old mother in July 2019. Rita must have been horrified and appalled at what her own cherished daughter was doing to her. The fact that this crime was committed in front of a 4-year-old child was the worst aspect of it, according to Justice Helen Wilson. Jessica Camilleri would now be imprisoned for the next few decades in Australia's most severe women's prison, Silverwater Prison in Western Sydney. Jessica's mental state did not improve while she was incarcerated as a convicted murderer. Her painful recollections of her time in school returned after going through all the bullying and torture. She would frequently argue with other inmates and occasionally even guards. But when she was accused of assaulting 2 prison officers and causing actual physical harm as a consequence of an event in August 2021 and October 2021, things became serious. According to the officers, Jessica took hold of their hair and only released her hold after removing a large strand of hair from each officer's head. The injuries required the officers to be admitted to the hospital. Jessica was thus put in the prison's isolation ward. It was decided to issue a verdict for these felonies, later in September 2022. Jessica, who is 28, filed a challenge against her sentence in the Court of Criminal Appeal. She claimed that her loss of control during the attack on her mother was not appropriately taken into account, as did her defense team. Jessica's lawyer Tim Game argued the judge that Jessica's sentence did not take into account the fact that her difficulties were close to being considered mental illness. He added that the punishment was excessively severe for someone who completely lost control. Tim Game went on to say that Justice Helen Wilson erred in her sentencing of Jessica by emphasizing Jessica's understanding of her acts rather than the two psychologists' findings that Jessica lacked self-control throughout the attack. He emphasized his belief that Jessica's hefty sentence was a grave error on the part of Judge Helen Wilson. According to Jessica and her legal team, Judge Helen Wilson had done everything in her power to conclude the trial and take the easy route by rendering an unfair result because Jessica had already volunteered to enter a guilty plea to manslaughter before to the trial. Tim Game expressed optimism that Jessica would receive a significantly reduced term through her appeal because of the significant improvement in her behavior since her initial sentencing in 2021. Justice Wilson was correct to impose a severe sentence for Jessica's serious crime, according to the Crown's argument against the appeal. They went on to say that the only reason Justice Wilson did not give Jessica the maximum penalty was because of her mental illness. Jessica and her team argued in the Sydney Supreme Court that Justice Wilson had misjudged the seriousness of the crime and that the term she received last year was disproportionate, but Justice Peter Hamill rejected their arguments. However, with the backing of Justices Christine Edmondson and Richard Kavanaugh, Justice Hamill decided that Jessica should receive a new sentence. When Jessica killed her 57-year-old mother in 2019, Justice Hamill concluded that she only had a basic knowledge of moral wrongfulness because of her intellectual handicap and autism spectrum disorder, based on the testimony of several psychiatrists and a psychologist. He mandated that she be resentenced to 16 years in jail with a 12-year non-parole period. Although Jessica's sentence had been reduced, on September 4, 2023, the verdict on her 2021 assault of 2 prison guards was delivered. Jessica Camilleri's sentence for assaulting 2 prison guards and tearing out their hair has been extended by 22 months, according to a statement. Rita's life was challenging, but no one ever anticipated that she would be taken away so tragically, and by her own daughter, whom Rita had cared for and looked after for 25 years, according to Jessica's family, friends, and psychiatrists. Christy, Rita's oldest daughter, was profoundly impacted by her passing. Christy shared her views about Jessica as she recalled her mother's unselfish and caring attitude. Rita, who was 57 at the time of her death, had made the decision to live her life for herself instead of providing for Jessica and her needs. Jessica regrettably didn't live up to this ideal, but now that the only person who genuinely cared for her was dead, there was no one left to take care of her. Jessica had lost the only person who genuinely cared about her. Constraint, a dull prison schedule, and spending most of her time in a 3x4-meter cell every single day were all part of Jessica's impending future. Is Jessica's sentence appropriate, in your opinion? Given the absence of her mother, how do you envision Jessica's life will be when she is eventually freed from prison? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 16-year-old Carol Sue Klaber was discovered strangled to death on June 5, 1976, her family and the entire northern Kentucky community were left in shock and desperation. The case remained unresolved for decades with no leads or suspects until the advent of new technology, which was essential in resolving this mystery. How did the murderer escape punishment for so long, and who might have done this to Carol? We'll explore the enigmatic case of Carol Sue Klaber today. This 46-year-old cold case was ultimately resolved in 2022. Let's get straight to the heart of this conundrum then. The U.S. state of Kentucky contains the county of Boone. Daniel Boone, a pioneer, was honored with the county's name when it was established in 1798. The Cincinnati/Northern Kentucky International Airport, a significant hub for the area, is located in this county, which is the 4th most populated in Kentucky. Burlington, the county seat, is renowned for its outdoor leisure spaces, historic sites, and robust agricultural sector. A terrible murder occurred here in Boone in 1976. On November 28, 1959, a new life was born in the beautiful state of Kentucky, tucked away among majestic hills and rushing brooks. Carol Sue Klaber was named by her parents, Daniel Henry Klaber and Betty Jane Meek Reneker, who were beaming with happiness as they held their darling daughter in their arms. Thomas Kleber, her older brother, watched in awe and was excited to have his new sister join the family. Carol was a very funny person. She had a great deal of empathy for those in need and was incredibly modest for a teenager. When she was 16, she volunteered at St. Charles Nursing Home. In her younger years, Carol had also been a Girl Scout and a Brownie. Peachy was always interested in music and loved to cook, sew, and play records. She also began taking piano lessons when she was 5 years old. Carol's piano teacher, Hattie Schatzman, had selected her to represent her students at the Ohio Music Teacher Association, and she was also learning violin. Carol performed at the Taft Museum twice. Her classmates were drawn to her gregarious and compassionate nature, and her love of music and innate talent made her a favorite member of the Dixie Heights High School string group. The sun was shining brightly over the small town of Union, Kentucky on June 5, 1976, as the locals went about their daily lives as usual. Reputable Walton dentist, Dr. Gaines Huey, got out of bed early to go to work, eager to take care of his customers' dental needs. He saw something unusual along the edge of the road while he was traveling down Chambers Road. Curiosity prompted him to stop and approach the item. Only as he approached did he comprehend what he had discovered: a body resting strangely motionless along a culvert that acted as a rainwater drain pipe. He dialed the Kentucky State Police while in astonishment and with shaking hands. That day, Trooper Jan Wushner just so happened to be on duty. To solve the riddle of the dead person by the side of the road, Wushner, an experienced investigator who had previously worked for the Boone County Sheriff's Department, hurried to the scene. At approximately 7:15 a.m., Walton State Police Department detectives arrived at the crime scene. With keen attention to detail, they scanned the area. The detectives saw the unmistakable traces of a struggle as they started their investigation: trampled grass, broken twigs, and indications of a violent altercation. The victim's body lay a few feet away, her wounds indicating that she had been attacked and strangled. The detectives realized with increasing horror that this was a planned and premeditated murder rather than an incident of violence. In their pursuit of justice, the investigators were committed to doing everything they could. However, they searched the crime scene but were unable to locate any tangible evidence. They chose to go to the victim's body for answers because they were frustrated by the loss. For a comprehensive examination, her body was taken to the county medical examiner's laboratory. In a meticulous autopsy, the medical examiner looked for hints in every part of the victim's body. Every cut, bruise, and wound was meticulously recorded, and every hint was meticulously examined. The autopsy's findings exposed the harsh reality of her demise. It appeared from the evidence that she had been severely beaten. The marks of a tire iron used relentlessly were visible on her torso. The examiner saw the severe cuts on her scalp, which were probably from a harsh object, and the once beautiful face was now warped by swelling and bruises. Her unfortunate and premature death resulted from irreversible damage caused by the crushing blow to her head. There were also clear indications of severe bodily trauma and abuse. Asphyxia brought on by hand strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head was finally identified as the cause of death, which was a devastating moment for everyone concerned. The investigation became even more urgent after such savagery was discovered. They identified some traces of alien DNA on the victim's clothing while examining the evidence that was recovered from the scene. They tried their hardest, but they couldn't find anyone who had it at the moment. They meticulously preserved the evidence in the hopes that future technological developments would result in a breakthrough in the case. Detectives found one of the family members, the victim's brother. After putting in countless hours of work, he mustered the bravery to come and identify the body using the DNA that had been taken from it. Upon seeing the lifeless and motionless body of his beloved sister, Carol Sue Kleber, on the chilly metal table, 23-year-old Thomas Kleber entered the morgue with heavy footsteps. His face was wet with tears. He knew that he would never again see her brilliant smile or hear her contagious laugh, and the pain in his heart was unbearable. As the investigation went on, the detectives made sure to look everything. They searched the neighborhood, knocking on doors, talking to locals, and obtaining any information that would shed light on the terrible event. In order to learn more about Carol Sue Kleber's life and potential adversaries, they also conducted extensive research into her past, speaking with her friends and family. Investigators discovered that for the Kleber family, June 4, 1976 was just another day. With a smile on her face and the wind in her hair, 16-year-old Carol Sue Klaber got on her bike and cycled about town. She spoke with friends, greeted the locals, and enjoyed the pleasant summer day. She intended to meet a friend at Zeno's Hyde Park restaurant later that night. She left her house at 5:30 p.m., but as the sun started to drop, Klaber was driven home by a young man in a sleek Chevrolet Monte Carlo. One of the neighbors claims to have seen the young man, who was slender and towering at an amazing 6 feet tall with sandy blonde hair. After a brief conversation, Carol left the man waiting impatiently outside the house and walked inside. Carol came out of the home a few minutes later, climbed into the car, and drove off with the man. It was Carol's final appearance on Earth. The murder case of Carol Sue Klaber remains unresolved, despite police' best efforts to locate the owners of the suspected cars in the town. The leads had dried up, and the case had reached a brick wall, leaving investigators scratching their heads. The case eventually became cold, and remained that way for more than 40 years. A ray of hope appeared in the Carol Sue Klaber murder inquiry after years of gloom. Coy Cox and Tim Adams, two cold case detectives from the Boone County Sheriff's Office, revitalized the case in 2017. They teamed up with Jerry Keith, the original detective on the case, who had continued to hold the case near and dear to his heart after retiring. In their unwavering quest for justice and the truth for Carol Sue Klaber, the three of them put in endless hours using contemporary technology in order to cobble together a fresh interpretation of the catastrophe that had baffled them for years. They painstakingly went over the old evidence, speaking with witnesses and sorting through leads. They started their inquiry by looking into the two main suspects Keith had previously named. The initial suspect was a man with a history of auto theft whose car looked eerily similar to the one in which Carol was last seen. This individual was the target of the detectives, who scrutinized him closely in an attempt to get any useful information. The man denied any involvement in Carol's murder, even though he was a suspect in the case. He confided in the detectives about his previous transgressions, but he maintained his innocence in Carol's death. Thus, the police took his DNA and compared it to the DNA recovered from the victim's clothing in 1976. Following the anxious wait for the findings of the DNA tests, Cox and Adams finally called the man in December 2018. Since his DNA test was negative, he was no longer considered a suspect in Carol's murder. The realization that he could finally breathe easily and start over made the world feel lighter. Cox and Adams then returned their focus to their unrelenting hunt for the murderer. They had to start over, because the leads on their first suspect had dried up. However, in 2020, they made the decision to pursue their second suspect, who had been found guilty of a violent sexual assault in the same neighborhood just 2 years prior to Carol's 1978 murder. He was now 77 years old and went as Michael Dean Tate. In order to strengthen their case against Michael Dean Tate, Cox and Adams contacted the victim of the 1978 assault in 2020 to get her version of what happened. Her name would not be revealed, but she remembered the night clearly, when she was viciously attacked in her own garage at around 2 in the morning on October 1, 1978. She remembered the eerie darkness of the Park Hills night. The victim remembered how, despite her best efforts to fight and scream, her attacker appeared to take a sadistic pleasure in causing her pain. But the attacker left her injured and broken alive after 2 hours of suffering. The emotional and physical wounds that Tate had inflicted on her on that fateful and gloomy night took years to heal. When Tate's involvement in the 1978 case was revealed, Cox and Adams were unable to rule out the possibility that he was responsible for Carol's death. Tate was a prime suspect in the case, since he frequently traveled to the region for work in the 1000, 970S, and 1980S, which coincided with Carol's murder. Tate, however, insisted on his innocence and denied any role in Carol's death, despite the growing evidence against him. It had been the investigators' hope that they would eventually find the offender. Their hopes were quickly crushed, though, as the DNA study did not match Tate's, and court records showed that Tate had been in Cincinnati in 1976, precluding him from committing the crime. The investigators questioned whether they would ever solve this long-standing enigma. The case remained mysterious for almost 50 years, as it once again fell into obscurity. However, the Boone County Sheriff's Office contacted the Othram Lab experts on September 17, 2022. The Season of Justice offered financing for the Othram team to work on this case because of their proficiency in genetic genealogy. A DNA sample taken from the crime scene in 1976 was delivered to Othram Labs by the Kentucky State Police Central Forensics Center. Othram's highly qualified experts were able to create a comprehensive DNA profile for the elusive suspect by using sophisticated forensic-grade genome sequencing. They were able to uncover important genetic data that had been concealed for decades, thanks to their state-of-the-art technique. Based on the thorough DNA profile they had created, the genealogy specialists at Othram Labs produced investigation leads using forensic genetic genealogy. After receiving the DNA samples on November 25, 2022, Othram Labs produced an answer in less than 2 months, which was a surprising turn of events. They found a link to a man called Thomas W. Dunaway, who died in 1990 at the age of 33, by examining the genetic evidence left by the murderer. The fact that Dunaway had a son who had never known his father was disclosed. In order to get DNA samples for comparison, the detectives traveled to meet with Thomas Dunaway's son, whose name was kept secret. The answer to the conundrum that had long eluded law enforcement would lie in the outcomes of these vital laboratory tests. They meticulously gathered the required samples with an unwavering dedication to justice and a will to find the truth. On December 12, 2022, the protracted investigation into the matter was finally concluded. After nearly 46 years, Carol Sue Klaber and her family had finally received justice, because to the investigators' unrelenting commitment and the deployment of cutting-edge technology, the process was difficult, but the perseverance of those involved paid off, leading to a breakthrough that would provide closure to everyone impacted by the tragic events of 1976, when Dunaway's son's DNA partially matched the DNA traces they had discovered on Carol's body all those many years ago. The Carol Sue Klaber murder case was never abandoned by the police. Born on May 20, 1957, and only 19 years old at the time, Thomas W. Dunaway remained undiscovered for many years. They discovered important details about Dunaway's past and the horrible things he had done as a result of their persistence. He resided close to Deval Park, where Carol was last spotted with a man who resembled him, the police found out. More incriminating information against Dunaway surfaced as they dug deeper. Dunaway was more than a single offender. He had been committing crimes for 6 months, and the cars he used to flee each crime scene left a trail of evidence. Carol Sue Klaber died, but the nightmare didn't end there. 6 months later, in December 1976, he was convicted of another murder. The 19-year-old Ronald Townsend was discovered dead and covered in bullet wounds on the ground. The town was grieved by the loss, but when Thomas Dunaway, the murderer of Townsend, was apprehended and confessed to his crimes, their spirits were raised. Dunaway was given a life sentence, but regrettably, he was only imprisoned for 7.5 years before being freed in 1984. It is still unclear if justice was done, or if it was only a passing illusion. The disturbing pattern of violence and gloom that pervaded Dunaway's life was discovered by Detective Coy Cox. Even though Carol's murder may not have been solved, the police were able to reveal the full scope of Dunaway's lethal and frightening reign of terror. There was an unsettling similarity between Ronald Townsend's murder and Carol Sue Klaber's murder. As though the murderer wished to make a statement, both bodies were left in plain sight, only a few inches from the road. As the inquiry went forward, investigators discovered a concerning detail regarding Dunaway. He was not in the Army on leave at the time of Townsend's death. Just 9 days after Carol's passing, Dunaway joined the military and was assigned to Fort Knox before being moved to Fort Carson in Colorado. Even after joining the military, Thomas Dunaway was unable to avoid problems. Although Dunaway's love of vehicles was unrivaled, it ultimately proved to be his undoing. He exchanged his beloved 1973 Chevrolet Monte Carlo for a striking orange Chevrolet Vega, since he had a strong eye for a good price. But he had no idea that detectives looking into the murder of Ronald Townsend would be drawn to this ostentatious vehicle. The detectives issued an all-points bulletin for Dunaway and his orange Vega as they pursued him furiously. When Dunaway was arrested in South Carolina on suspicion of Townsend's murder and unlawful firearm possession on a gloomy Christmas Eve in 1976, the game of cat and mouse came to an end. The connection between Carol Sue Klaber and Thomas Dunaway left investigators baffled as they dug deeper into the mysterious murder case. It was unknown how they linked later in life, even though they might have met while still in the Erlanger-Ellesmere Schools District. But in the middle of the chaos, Detective Coy Cox gave a crucial hint that might help solve the case. Carol had a particular place in her heart for Val Park, this green haven, and it's likely that her love of the park brought her and Dunaway together by happenstance. Perhaps she met him because she was known to be gregarious. Maybe they happened to cross paths at the park, where they laughed and told stories to each other in a serene environment. Given that Dunaway lived a short distance from the location where Carol used to ride her bike, there is no doubt that the park plays a significant role in their relationship. There was a mixture of relief and sadness when Thomas Dunaway was identified as the murderer of Carol Sue Klaber. Although the authorities considered the case closed, the family was left feeling torn after learning that Dunaway had died on December 28, 1990, at the young age of 33. The Klaber family still feels that justice is unattainable, even after learning the truth. As Thomas Klaber moaned, he wished he had the opportunity to speak with Dunaway before to his tragic passing, and wondered what justice meant now. Her brother has been haunted by the memories of Carol's murder. He has been carrying that burden for nearly 50 years. He was never completely able to get rid of the worry that his family would experience another tragedy. He calls his 28-year-old son Daniel late at night to check on Cince. He is constantly concerned about his safety. In the same way that he lost his sister, he fears losing everyone else he cares about. He is reminded of the value of each moment and the significance of cherishing people we love by this terror, which holds him fast like a vice. The thought of disrupting his sister's last resting place was intolerable to Thomas Klaber. His heart ached at the idea of upsetting her sound sleep in order to find her killer. Fortunately, investigators discovered an alternative. They were able to exhume Carol Sue's killer's body rather than her remains. Thomas has found some small comfort in the knowledge that his sister's grave has not been disturbed, even though it may not be the justice he had hoped for. For Thomas, the knowledge that his sister can now finally rest in peace and the little triumphs are what matter. Detective Cox's recent court order to exhume Dunaway's body for DNA testing demonstrates his unwavering commitment to pursuing justice. Entering the DNA into CODIS might mark the start of a new chapter in the fight for justice, and Cox is prepared to face any obstacles that may come up. Carol Sue Klaber's killer cannot be convicted in a court of law, but justice was ultimately served for her after nearly 50 years. Lewis Kelly, the Commonwealth Attorney for Boone County, has declared the matter concluded. Detective Cox revealed the bittersweet experience of telling Carol's brother that the culprit had been found after all these years, and the news made him cry. The closure that comes with knowing the truth provides a tiny comfort in the face of such a tragedy, even though the past cannot be changed. By identifying the killer, Thomas W. Dunaway, Detective Coy Cox and his team were able to finally solve the 46-year-old murder mystery of Carol Sue Klaber. This case demonstrates how committed law enforcement is to seeking justice for victims and their families, regardless of the length of time required. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A person's life can be completely transformed by the emotion of love. It can be tender and loving, or it can be hurtful and disappointing. Almost everyone has times in their lives when they meet someone who becomes special to them, but occasionally these relationships don't work out as planned. In this tale, a man and a woman fell in love, but their relationship ended because of a well-publicized investigation. What transpired between them? For what reason were their parents against their relationship? This video will teach you the answers to these questions. I want to start by saying that this is one of the most unbelievable stories I have ever posted on my channel. Why do those who are meant to protect and serve act indifferently? And everyone will be shocked by this story's conclusion. We will therefore talk about what happened in Kemerovo, Russia, in 2020. The administrative hub of the Kemerovo Oblast is the sizable Russian city of Kemerovo. It is located in western Siberia's southern region. It is one of the biggest cities in Siberia, with a population of over 500,000. On September 24, 1997, Vera Pekteleva was born in Kiselyovsk, Kemerovo Oblast. She developed into a happy, imaginative adult. She enjoyed singing and she won several competitions while she was in school. Despite their divorce while she was in school, Vera's parents, Oksana and Yevgeny, remained friendly. Vera got along well with her mother's new husband and her father's new wife. She was characterized as a non-confrontational, upbeat, and kind individual. As previously mentioned, Vera was a creative person, so her family was taken aback when she chose to attend the State Technical University in Kemerovo after high school graduation, rather than pursue a career in the arts. Vera spent her free time visiting her mother, Oksana, who lived in Kiselyovsk, approximately 110 miles from Kemerovo. Vera met a man her own age, Vladislav Kanius, during one of these visits in 2016. The total opposite of Vera was Vlad, as everyone called him. He was reclusive, irritable, and lacked life goals. Vlad was raised in a dysfunctional household and left school after the 9th grade. He lived with his father after his mother abandoned her family. But the challenges in his life did not stop there. In the end, his father committed suicide as a result of his legal troubles. Vlad was profoundly affected by everything that transpired in front of his eyes. Vera fell in love with Vlad despite the fact that they had little in common. Vera's parents opposed this relationship because they were aware of Vlad's identity. Of course, the guy's life wasn't easy, and we felt sorry for him, but we wanted a completely different life for Vera. We disapproved of her choice. We waited for her to end this relationship, Oksana, her mother, said. Vera's father asked her to break up with Vlad after learning about him, but Vlad and his daughter remained together. She simply ceased discussing him with her parents. Vera's mother, Oksana, recalled, "Vlad was never at our family gatherings. He was not in the photos on Vera's social networks. It was like she was hiding him." An essential fact to note here is that Vera and Vlad moved into Kemerovo together in 2019. Vlad, who was unemployed and did not want to change that, loved living with Vera, and her parents helped pay for the apartment. She was intelligent, attractive, and always had cash in her pocket. She gave him financial support. The couple's relationship was strained. It was obvious that Vlad would not stop abusing alcohol. Her parents thought Vlad had beaten her. Vera ultimately made the decision to end this toxic relationship in November 2019. But her boyfriend was adamantly against it. As previously stated, Vera and Vlad shared an apartment that was partially funded by her parents. In November 2019, Vera made the decision to break up with Vlad. According to logic, Vlad ought to have moved out. He was not going to do it, though. He enjoyed living at the expense of others. This is a passage from Vlad's testimony. It will help you understand what transpired after Vera made the decision to break up with him. However, keep in mind that this is Vlad's testimony. Whether or not you believe what he says is up to you. He stated in his testimony, "On December 15, 2019, I got into a fight with Vera because she wouldn't let me go to a nightclub. Throughout our relationship, Vera started to frequently leave for Kiselyovsk and gradually started to distance herself from me, telling me that she was talking to someone else. Don't forget that a month prior to that, Vera told Vlad that she was ending their relationship. We continued to live in the same apartment during this period, and I also learned that she was seeing someone else through our mutual friend, who informed me that Vera was seeing another man, Alexander, from Kiselyovsk, whom I did not personally know. I wanted to speak with Vera after learning that she was seeing Alexander. After our argument on December 15, 2019, she left and took some items with her, but I kept in contact with her over the phone, and on January 12, 2020, I called Vera and offered to help her move her remaining possessions to a different apartment. Vera accepted my offer to meet and move things, and we decided that I would assist her with the move. We decided to meet in the afternoon on January 13, and she was to come to me for her belongings. On January 13, 2020, at approximately 4 or 6 p.m., Vera arrived, and we packed her and my belongings since I wanted to leave this apartment as well and didn't want to live there without Vera. We drank beer, liqueur, and vodka while packing, and afterward I felt inebriated, and Vera was too. We drank until 5 in the morning on January 14, 2020. We didn't have any arguments while we were drinking, but when I started talking to her about our relationship, suggested that we should get back together, and revealed that I knew she was seeing another man, we started to argue. She didn't like it, so she began to curse, insult me, and hit me, specifically kicking me at least 5 times in the groin and hitting me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. I didn't feel any pain when she slapped me, but I did feel pain when she kicked me between the legs, which is how Vera began hitting me first, and I was upset because she had lied and claimed she wasn't seeing another man. Vera continued to insult me while claiming that I was intruding on her personal life because I was well informed about her. Vlad told the police that version of events. We'll then go over the opposing viewpoint, which provides compelling evidence that Vlad was dishonest in his testimony. Take note of this statement. We drank alcohol until 5 a.m. on January 14, 2020. There were no conflicts between us in the process of drinking alcohol. Vera had no intention of sharing the apartment with Vlad, much less partaking in alcohol. She requested a friend's assistance with the move. Vera left her friend a voicemail at 5:08 p.m. She claimed to have already arrived at the apartment and was gathering her belongings. She promised to arrive at her new apartment around 6 o'clock. Vera requested assistance from a friend to move her belongings from the taxi to the apartment. Vera left another voicemail 3 minutes later. She asked her friend to assist her with the move by coming to the apartment where she and Vlad shared. But before Vera could finish, Vlad interrupted, saying, "No one's coming in here." As a result, he opposed Vera's friend visiting the apartment. 4 minutes later, at 5:15 p.m., Vera asked her friend to come in a low voice, suggesting that things had gotten out of hand. This message appears to have been a request for assistance. She purposefully spoke quietly so Vlad wouldn't hear her. Vlad's commanding voice can be heard once more, at 5:25 p.m., when Vera sent another voicemail. He advises Vera's friend to wait for Vera to text her and not to bother them. Vlad recorded the voicemail himself at 7:19 p.m. Vera was unable to use her phone from that point on. The monster and she were left alone. But we must explain what happened next. The dreadful screams emanating from apartment 738 began to wake up the neighbors on the same floor at around 3 in the morning. A witness referred to the events as a massacre. 15 people gathered in the hallway outside the apartment because the screams were so loud. Among them was Vlad's brother. Since his brother had previously threatened to kill Vera, he recalled Vlad's words and understood that they would have to smash down the door. Since the apartment's door was iron, the neighbors began gathering tools to pry it open. Vera's heartbreaking sobs had been coming from the apartment all along. Eventually, the emergency service calls that people made were included in a different investigation. 30 minutes later, the police were still nowhere to be found. The event ended at 6:30 a.m. People called the police during these 3.5 hours, but nobody responded to Vera's call for help. While Vera was fighting for her life, the witnesses called the emergency services 7 times, but no one answered. Vlad was the last person to speak to them from behind the door. The neighbors eventually located a crowbar in a nearby parking lot and broke down the door after he said, "Vera, forgive me. I love you very much." Vlad was in the restroom by now, and Vera was already dead. He was inebriated. 112 operators were discussing life, laughing, drinking tea, and were extremely upset that they were being bothered, while Vera was suffering a terrible death at the hands of her ex-boyfriend, and the neighbors were futilely attempting to contact the police for assistance. It was only after Vera's death that the police showed up. They will later allege that one car ran out of gas and that no officers were available because everyone was attending to other calls. Consequently, the police officers who were on duty that evening and the 112 operators were also put on trial. The police station video was released while the investigation was underway, but translating it into English is pointless. One word sums it up for me: indifference. And even without subtitles, it is obvious. Recall that Vlad stated in his testimony that he and Vera did not have any disagreements until 5 in the morning, but the forensic analysis revealed that he was lying. 6 hours prior to her demise, Vera sustained her initial injuries. At around midnight, that is, it indicated that she had been beaten and injured by Vlad Knus for 6 hours prior to her passing. She had stab wounds among the approximately 100 injuries on her body. She had broken ribs and a nose. Her neck also had marks from strangulation. And prepare yourself if you were surprised by the police's inaction. You won't be any less surprised by what happened next. At the funeral of Vera Pekulova, over 1,000 people showed up. Not everyone could be accommodated in the church. Vera's mother, Oksana, claims that despite the funeral home's 4-hour makeup attempt, she was still unable to identify her daughter. Her injuries were that severe. Vlad Kanyas, meanwhile, was providing his version of events to the investigators. Naturally, he made an effort to minimize his involvement in this crime. Regarding that evening, he stated, "She didn't like it when I brought up our relationship, suggested that we get back together, and told her that I knew she was seeing another guy. She then began to curse, insult me, and hit me, specifically kicking me at least 5 times in the groin and hitting me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. When she slapped me, I didn't feel any pain, but when she kicked me between the legs, I felt pain. This is because Vera began hitting me first, which infuriated me because I knew everything about her, and she lied when she said she wasn't seeing anyone else. She kept insulting me during this time, so I became enraged and struck her with my palms several times, hitting her head about 4 times, but with little force. When I struck Vera, she fell to the floor, hitting the closet, and she struck me back, specifically hitting my head with her fists and palms, which hurt. I asked her to stop, but she didn't, and I recall that she scratched my back. I then grabbed her by the neck, and after noticing an iron on the floor, I wrapped the iron cord around Vera's neck, tightened it a little, and squeezed her neck for 1.5 minutes or 2. I didn't want to kill Vera, and I didn't know at the time that what I was doing could do so. I was tightening the cord around her neck to frighten her, to make her lose consciousness, to put her to sleep. She began coughing and wheezing for 15 minutes after I took the cord off her neck. Vera was in a prone position when I took the cord off her neck, but I later placed her on her back. At that point, she was unconscious, but she was also making noises, i.e. wheezing, and I assumed she was okay. Vera was not responding when I tried to wake her up, so I put my ear to her mouth and then to her heart to check if her heart was beating. She had no pulse and was not breathing. I don't recall what happened next, but I do recall that I ended up in the bathroom at one point, while holding a knife. After a while, the door to the apartment opened and my brother and a policeman were inside, and then I was told to get dressed and taken to the police station. I had a knife with me because I wanted to hurt myself, and I didn't want to live because I knew Vera was dead. I want to apologize to Vera's family for what I did, and I acknowledge that my actions were the reason behind her death. I didn't intend to kill her. Vlad has a selective memory, as you have observed. He recalled strangling Vera, but he couldn't recall how he hurt her roughly 100 times. Furthermore, it was unclear how Vera, lying on her stomach on the floor, could have scratched his back and punched him in the face. It also became evident during the interrogation how Vlad's brother got to the scene of the crime. He lived in a different city after all. Vlad told the police the following. "I called my brother. I told him about what happened. I told him that Vera wasn't breathing, and my brother told me to call an ambulance and give her CPR. I tried to give her first aid. I tried to give her CPR and cardiac massage. He called his brother around midnight and threatened to kill Vera, according to information uncovered during the investigation. When questioned again about Vera's injuries during the second interrogation, he responded as follows. I admit that I caused Vera all of the injuries listed in the report, and I did not count the number of blows I delivered. But I may have been responsible for the injuries the expert discovered on her body. I don't recall how many times I struck her, but I believe it was the same amount. She screamed and insulted me during our argument, and I didn't like hitting her. When I did hit her, I didn't like her screaming, so I wanted her to stop talking. At the time, I didn't consider her suffering." Vlad Kanyas added that he and Vera had agreed to be intimate that night. Since it was impossible to prove the opposite, the charges associated with this were eventually dropped. Negligence charges were brought against emergency service providers and police officers. Unbelievably, they were not suspended from their jobs while the investigation was underway. They persisted in providing absurd justifications for their actions. For each of the 5 defendants, the prosecutor sought actual prison sentences. But the judge made a different decision. They were given suspended sentences ranging from 1.5 to 2 years. Additionally, the court mandated that each give the victims roughly $350. The police department also had to pay about $11,000 at the same time. Although the ruble is the currency of Russia, I have converted all amounts to US dollars so that everyone can understand them. According to the indictment, the police officers had gasoline, and even if they hadn't, they still ought to have taken the proper action to address the situation. However, they didn't view arriving at the scene as an urgent matter. Both police officers did not confess to any wrongdoing and refused to assist with the investigation. They claimed that the investigation team was at another address where a man's body had been discovered earlier when witnesses called to report the woman's screams and cries for assistance. It's likely that we will never find out what actually transpired that evening. Vera had no intention of residing in the apartment. She even asked a friend to assist her in moving. Thus, there is every reason to believe that Vlad poured alcohol into Vera's mouth while she was unconscious, or forced her to drink it. He had time to devise a story that would demonstrate that everything that occurred was accidental. Vlad Canius was given a 17-year prison sentence by the court in the summer of 2022. He partially acknowledged his guilt. Additionally, he was mandated to make a compensation payment of roughly $45,000. Vera's parents were shocked by what transpired next, since they felt that 17 years was a very light sentence for what Canius had done to their daughter. They intended to appeal the decision. But Vlad was not even imprisoned for a year. Pictures of Canius in uniform were broadcast on the network in November 2023, and it was revealed in April 2023 that he had been pardoned by the president following 6 months of involvement in the war. You are all aware of the nature of the conflict Russia is currently embroiled in. Additionally, he was released from having to compensate Vera's parents in any way. In Russia, Vera Pektaleva's case has generated a lot of interest. Not less poignant was the news of Vlad Canius's pardon. The Russian president's press secretary said the following about it. There is a specific process for pardoning, and we have discussed it on numerous occasions. The first step is for the convicted individual to confess to his guilt. The Federal Bureau of Prisons makes the initial decision, followed by the regional level, the federal district, the Central Commission, and finally the president, who receives the documents for review. This is one method, and there is another in which prisoners, including those incarcerated for severe offenses, redeem themselves on the battlefield by using blood under shells and bullets. When Vera's parents found out that the person who killed their daughter was free and could start over, it's difficult to imagine how they felt. Such a chance will never come to their daughter. She was not given another chance. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 2 close women in his life were taken from him by criminals, and he will always be grieving for them. It's said that lightning never strikes the same spot twice, but our hero has had the opposite experience due to a horrible turn of events. Jim Larson lost 2 ladies he loved 7 years apart to petty thieves. Twice, men who only ever show up in people's worst nightmares tear his life apart. His sister Sonia Larson, who wanted to be a teacher, started it all. Her first year at the University of Florida had just begun. She and her roommate, Christina Powell, went to Walmart one August evening in 1990 to get some necessities. The 2 young women were observed and followed home by Danny Rowling, a vagabond who claimed to be possessed and acting under the direction of a demon. They were dozing off in their beds when he broke into the dorm. He repeatedly stabbed them. 5 Florida college students were killed and disfigured by Gainesville felon Danny Rowling, shocking both the victims' families and the nation at large. There were more fatalities, but in our scenario, people forget the victims and only remember the serial killer's name. Her family was deeply hurt by the death of a sister and a daughter, and Sonia Larson's terrible passing never stopped plaguing them. The Larson family could never have predicted that the terrible, violent death in their family would recur, causing them to relive the trauma in their own nightmares. Carla Larson left her kid at daycare on the morning of June 10, 1997, and went to work as a project engineer at Centex Rooney. The day at the Florida construction site was swelteringly hot. Carla informed Cindy Harris, a coworker, just before lunch that she would be running a little behind schedule because she was going to the grocery shop to get some food and beverages for a meeting that afternoon. She left work at midday and went to the new supermarket on International Drive, which is close to Osceola. Carla Larson didn't come back to work for a few hours. She never showed up for an important meeting that she was scheduled to be at. Her coworkers became alarmed and started looking for Carla on their own, following her path back to the grocery she had intended to visit. They continued to hope that she might have been delayed in returning because of a little incident, her phone dying or her car breaking down. However, the search was unsuccessful. Around 4 p.m., Carla, her car, and her presence were nowhere to be seen. Cindy called Jim Larson, Carla's husband, to inform him that Carla had not been at work since noon and had not returned from the store. Jim reported his wife missing to the Orange County Sheriff's Office over the phone. When they were both in college 8 years ago, they started dating. Jim was enthralled by Carla's beauty and charm when he was studying graphic design. He was very fortunate to have found someone as considerate, kind, and caring as she was. They eventually got married because they felt the same way. They moved into a modest house on Orlando's Stone Court. After Jim's sister passed away tragically, Carla helped him regain his desire to life by pulling him back from the brink. She comforted him and gave him encouragement to keep going and find happiness once more. After Carla earned a degree in civil engineering from the University of Florida, they went to Atlanta and then back to Florida to look for work and start a family. Jim was hesitant to have a kid with her because he didn't want to introduce a new life into a society where people like Danny Rowling preyed on the defenseless. Jim finally found some peace of mind after undergoing a lot of counseling and receiving constant support from his wife. Jessica, the Larsons' long-awaited daughter, arrived soon after. They purchased a modest home in Orlando on a peaceful cul-de-sac. They put in a home security system and sturdy locks. To ensure that his family was completely safe both inside and outside their house, Jim even purchased a guard dog. Jim accepted a position at a nearby business, and Carla was sent to work on a new amusement park project in Orlando. They found happiness in the little things in life. Jim and Carla managed their parental duties without sacrificing their significant and taxing careers. However, on a typical summer day, Jim's idyllic life, which he had fought so hard to build, took a sad turn when Carla vanished. When Jim reported the disappearance of Carla Larson, Tom Woodard was on duty and got a radio call. At first, Tom, a seasoned officer, didn't take it too seriously because he thought it was just another domestic dispute. He nevertheless made the decision to investigate the matter. The sheriff sensed anything strange while speaking with Jim. Jim appeared terribly worried and unnecessarily agitated. The sheriff was certain that it was a normal missing persons case, unlike others he had met in similar circumstances. He assumed that Carla had either left Jim because of a disagreement or taken some time to collect her thoughts. But there had been no family problems, no conflicts. Everything was content and stable. Tom Woodard was unaware at the time that Jim was under a great lot of stress due to his fear of losing his wife, especially after the event in Gainesville and his ongoing struggles with the pain of losing his sister. He was afraid that a cherished woman would be lost as a result of this disappearance once more. They started looking for Carla. Given that Mrs. Larson had a 1-year-old kid and a solid marriage, family members emphasized that it was extremely unlikely that she would have left her family. Jim Larson, 37, stated under interrogation that he had been employed at Home Depot until 3 p.m. that day. Someone at his wife's place of employment called him at around 4 p.m. to inform him that she hadn't been seen since midday. However, how could a young woman, like the lead character in Sandra Bullock's film The Vanishing, disappear from a supermarket parking lot in the middle of the day? The missing woman was last seen going toward a grocery store close to the construction site, according to eyewitness accounts. She was confirmed to have arrived at the store and bought the things she intended to buy by a signed receipt. What transpired after Carla left the supermarket was still a mystery. She might have run into someone. Since the woman's white-gray Ford Explorer with the license plate TGX99V was also missing, investigators were attempting to ascertain the time and place of her disappearance. In the afternoon, Witnesses also claimed to have seen a white Ford Explorer traveling carelessly on a gravel road close to a forested area. A Caucasian male with dark hair and a deep tan was the driver's description. The accused kidnapper was depicted in a composite sketch. Since the car might be a crime scene, a search team was dispatched to the area to look into it. Such incidents don't frequently occur in Orlando. The hunt for Carla attracted a large number of volunteers. The city's citizens, particularly those in College Park, were frightened when word spread that the young woman had vanished from the grocery parking lot. The volunteers posted leaflets at bus stops and grocery stores. The area around the store was searched by search teams. The search radius increased with every hour. Over the course of the 2-day search, a helicopter was brought in to survey additional ground. Even though there was less and less chance of finding Carla alive every minute, the homicide department and her co-workers persisted. After 36 hours of searching the same spot again, 2 of Carla's co-workers finally found something early on June 12. A woman's mangled body was lying in a marsh covered in a towel. One of the men described how, following the gory finding, he and his companion had exited the vehicle to explore when they smelled something odd but were unable to identify its source. From the little flash of his lighter, Jack lit a cigarette. The aroma was brought toward them by a modest breeze. After roughly 70 feet of leisurely walking, they located the woman at 3:39 p.m. She was half covered in sand, lying behind a shrub in the swampy region. It took the men a long moment to understand that what they had discovered was, indeed, Carla Larson, who had vanished 2 days before. She was naked, with a blue towel over her head and her long blonde hair flowing down her back. Her wedding band was the only piece of jewelry left. When Jim Larson and his family noticed the patrol cars, they began searching the area on their own. Jim was told about the discovery in the woods by a police chaplain. He felt nothing when the cops discovered her partially covered in sand, but nobody realized that the man was already burned up and overcome with emotional pain. In order to ascertain whether Mr. Larson was responsible for her death, the police were so perplexed by his actions that they put him through a polygraph test. Locals who had been keeping tabs on the COVID hunt, Carla even said that Larson appeared too aloof throughout the probe, but they failed to realize that he was just exhausted. Jim was shocked that he had experienced this twice. He stopped sleeping and eating. He had black circles under his eyes and had lost a lot of weight. The police brought detectives to what they thought might be the scene of a crime, roped off the area, and summoned the medical examiner. Investigators thought that there had been an attack after first examining the scene of the body, since the woman was found naked and all of her jewelry, aside from her wedding ring, was gone. So was it a robbery or an assault? In addition to stealing items, the robber also killed a woman. But first they had to be sure the body was indeed that of Carla Larson. Florida's extreme heat and humidity had taken their toll. The rain, animal activity, and insects had made it very difficult to identify the remains. The forensic team was concerned about the DNA evidence they could gather because the body had started to degrade, changing its chemical composition. There was not much time left. However, given Mrs. Larson's car had been last seen in the vicinity, authorities were almost positive that the severely decomposed body belonged to her. Jim Larson identified the towel found on the body and verified that it was the same towel that had been in his wife's car. Her handbag and regular clothes were gone. The investigators were greatly distressed by the autopsy findings. All traces and evidence that could have identified the offender had been obliterated by decomposition. The purported assault was not verified, and the investigation determined that strangulation was the cause of death. Could a car and a few pieces of jewelry really have cost a lady her life? Finding the car was the next objective, because the corpse did not lead them to the offender. It might hold the answers and hints that the public and the family were sorely looking for. It was determined that the white Ford Explorer bearing the license plate TGX 909V was missing. The press and television broadcast information about the car. The police were waiting for 2 weeks when they got an important call. 11:23 p.m. on June 26, 1997. A black truck was on fire in a Cocoa Beach vacant lot, according to a call. As the car burnt, it became evident that the black was not the car's natural color and was neither soot nor ash. Following the fire, white paint was visible in several parts of the body. Excessive spray on the tires showed that a cheap can of spray paint had been used to apply the black paint in an amateurish manner. After being taken to the police garage, The car was examined by forensic specialists. It was discovered during the inquiry that the torched truck, which was 62 miles from Orlando, was in fact white and belonged to Jim's victim. The car had been fitted with a radar detector, experts discovered. Detectives were able to locate the mount where the detector had been in spite of the fire damage, proving that the vehicle belonged to the Larsons. Finding the radar detector was the police's main priority. Before an unforeseen love triangle helped solve the case and identify her criminal in Central Florida, the inquiry stagnated. There are hundreds of cars that are similar to hers, but one woman's phone call caught the detective's attention in particular because of the strange tale she told. Angel Huggins and her family had arrived in Orlando on the day Carla Larson vanished. Despite having traveled to Orlando together, Angel clarified that she left the city without her spouse. Angel informed Orange County investigators John Linner and Cameron Wire that infidelity, violence, and drug usage had made their family vacation a complete bust. At a motel close to Disneyland on June 9, their family vacation came to an end the same evening it started. According to Angel Huggins, she was almost strangled to death by her husband, John Huggins, since she had refused to have an intimate relationship with him. He left the motel on West Highway 192 early the following morning and didn't come back until midday. John Huggins drove a white truck that was identical to the victim's car when he arrived at Angel's mother's home in Melbourne. In the midst of their divorce proceedings, Angel was enraged with John for his adultery. John had become engaged with Angel's sister when they were in Melbourne. Tammy also informed the cops that Huggins had been given permission to park the white SUV at John's friend Kevin Smith's residence for a few days. The investigators went to Kevin's house to ask him some questions because they were so intrigued by this narrative. However, his girlfriend answered the door as Kevin wasn't home. For a few days, Kim virtually proved that a white Ford Explorer had been parked in their driveway. It had been parked in her space, and she was unhappy since she had once lost control of her little vehicle while driving and collided with the Ford Explorer, denting it. The Explorer's white paint was still visible on her pickup. To determine whether the small paint sample belonged to Carla's automobile, collision specialists sent it to the lab. Since the paint from Mrs. Larson's automobile had been discovered on Kim's, this was required to demonstrate Kevin Smith's role in Carla's car's disappearance. The police had questions for Kevin Smith before they could prove his whole involvement, but they were almost certain that Carla's Ford Explorer had been parked at his residence. The person who had been operating the SUV had to be identified. Despite matching the sketch of the man who was observed driving Carla's car that day, Kevin Smith would not identify the driver. He added that he had been asked to temporarily park the automobile by his friend John Huggins. Upon inspecting the truck, Kevin discovered a radar detector inside. He tore it from the automobile and held onto it for a while, but he concealed it in the yard out of concern that he could be caught. Smith said that his friend John Huggins had driven the automobile to the parking space and that he had nothing to do with it. Kevin didn't want to betray his friend, but he was afraid the automobile might have been stolen. He was keen to demonstrate that he was telling the truth and had nothing to do with the woman's disappearance. Kevin voluntarily turned over the radar detector after he had a conversation with the cops. After more questioning by the authorities, Kevin finally confessed to locating the radar detector, erasing all fingerprints, and tossing it into the bushes close to his home. By tracking down the serial number, the authorities were able to collect the detector and verify that it belonged to the victim. The first concrete evidence that Carla's automobile had been parked at Kevin's and that John Huggins had driven it there came when detectives verified that it had been fitted in her vehicle. Investigators now had the radar detector, a paint match, and the car, but the crucial question was still unsolved. John Huggins was the top suspect right away. John Huggins has a lengthy criminal background, according to a thorough investigation of his past. He was a noted bank thief with a history of armed robberies. As it turned out, John was known to carry guns and had outstanding arrest warrants for robberies in Florida. Because John Huggins had a lengthy criminal history, victims of his past offenses recognized him when his face aired on television. Although he had conducted armed attacks, robbed banks, and looted convenience stores, the police wanted to be sure they had enough evidence against him before making an arrest, particularly because Carla's jewelry was still missing. To summarize, the victim had been found in possession of a pendant, a chain, a garnet ring, and diamond earrings. But the hunt for the jewelry was about to linger on until detectives got another lucky break in a phone call. According to Angel Huggins, she had uncovered a startling finding that might terminate the inquiry and result in Carla's criminal being imprisoned. She clarified that she had located one of Carla's missing pieces of jewelry after she and her mother had investigated the house. The police searched Angel's mother's home and the shed on the property twice after Angel called, but they were unable to locate any evidence that would implicate Angel. But the woman saw a screwdriver on top of a box in the shed when she was searching for insect repellent. She impulsively opened a shed electrical box and discovered the victim's jewels concealed within. The jewelry, the electrical box, and its cover did not have any fingerprints on them. Looking at the last piece of the puzzle, we see John driving a stolen vehicle. The attempt to strangle his wife at the hotel was picked up by the radar detector. The dates of their stay coincided with the day Carla vanished, on May 28, 1998, and the hotel room they occupied was right across from the supermarket. John Huggins was accused of robbery, kidnapping, and auto theft in addition to the murder of Carla Larson. After being indicted by an Orange County grand jury, John Huggins was taken into custody in Maryland. Huggins requested that his case be transferred, and the trial court granted his request, moving it to Duval County. However, those who haven't lost two loved ones don't see the world through Jim Larson's eyes. On January 25, 1999, Larson sat in his tidy living room in a peaceful, tree-lined Orlando suburb, the kind of home that most middle-class Americans consider safe, feeling a deep void and an unrelenting, numbing pain. Because he still has a daughter to raise, he still yearns for them and perceives danger in everything. Mr. Larson now finds motivation to continue through his daughter Jessica. Since lightning has already hit him twice and won't do so again, he fervently hopes and believes that the young girl didn't fully comprehend the atrocities that took her mother and aunt. He also prays that she won't ever feel terror or dread again. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. One of the strongest, most uncontrollable, and most unpredictable emotions with the potential for real destruction is teenage love. A teen's first conscious experience of emotional and passionate feelings is brought on by hormonal changes and changes in how they interact with others. Everyone, however, perceives and feels this sensitive sensation differently. Young individuals frequently take risks in an attempt to impress their significant other and gain their attention, favor, and adoration, because this is an age of rebellion, self-discovery, and the desire for self-affirmation. The bucolic and serene Georgian village of Lawrenceville was the scene of a string of incredibly violent crimes in the spring of 2017. 2 persons lost their lives as a result of these acts, while 4 more were put in grave danger. For financial gain, an elderly couple was tormented and beaten to death. Law enforcement's quick action helped put an end to the violent rampage, preventing the young criminals from finishing what they had begun. 2 pupils were seriously hurt but amazingly survived. Because the lovers intended to die together, the press likened the story of these young offenders, Cassandra Bjorg, 17, and Johnny Ryder, 19, to the story of Romeo and Juliet. But they liked to think of themselves as Bonnie and Clyde. The most horrifying thing, despite their ignorance of the fabled criminal duo's past, was that they specifically targeted members of their own families in an attempt to get rid of everyone they cared about. In late January 2017, Cassandra Bjorg and Johnny Ryder met in the company of mutual acquaintances and fell in love at first sight. At the time, Johnny had just turned 19 and had already been married and divorced. He was not prepared for family life, and the marriage was a forced arrangement because his underage fiancée had gotten pregnant, while Cassandra was 17 and still enrolled in school. But the pregnancy ended too soon, and within 6 months, their partnership was over. Johnny was enthralled by Cassandra and fell deeply in love with her at first sight. Despite her small stature and good looks, Cassandra was a fierce, unbridled energy ball. She took Taekwondo, Wushu, and Korean martial arts like Tang Soo Do very seriously. Bjorg had even competed several times, but she eventually stopped training, saying that emotional upheaval had caused her to lose her focus. In actuality, the schoolgirl's bad habits that were incompatible with athletics and her preference for partying with friends were the primary causes. The girl was attractive and had a trim build. She was good at drawing attention to herself and manipulating people, particularly the boys who were in love with her. Many now question if she really loved Johnny or if she only exploited him to further her evil. The boy, on the other hand, was obviously smitten with her and would stop at nothing to win her over. He felt he had discovered his soulmate and true love. While his new girlfriend resided with her grandparents, who loved their only granddaughter, Ryder lived with his mother and two sisters in his parents' home. The young couple fell in love almost immediately after meeting, and they rushed to show their significant others to their family members to show how serious they were about their plans. But their loved ones disapproved of their decisions, which infuriated them and put them in grave peril. In this criminal case, too many circumstances came together to create a terrible tragedy, even though it is likely that this couple would never have committed a severe crime on their own, much less deprived their family members of their lives. Johnny revealed that Cassandra was the source of horrific ideas that her partner was prepared to carry out without hesitation, while his girlfriend was susceptible to manipulation and influence due to her addiction to illegal substances. What information is available about Cassandra Bjorge? On January 19, 2000, Cassandra Bjorge was born in Peachtree Corners, Georgia, which is in Gwinnett County. She was born out of wedlock to Amanda Sterling, who had her as her sole child. Cassandra never interacted with her real father and never knew him. Cassandra had behavioral and aggressive problems from an early age, since her mother was more concerned with her personal life than with rearing her daughter. Cassandra's mother married Stephen when she was 15 years old. Her stepfather started making attempts toward his young stepdaughter and displaying abnormal interest in her. As a habitual liar who was always getting into trouble, Cassandra tried to inform her mother about this, but she did not believe her and assumed that her daughter was making it up. The teenager then complained about the situation to her grandparents, Wendy and Randall, over the phone. The elderly couple felt it would be better for their lone grandchild to live with them. After becoming very worried about the situation, the 15-year-old girl so relocated to her grandparents' large two-story home in Lawrenceville in October 2015. She had her own room there, and her grandparents rarely denied her anything, giving her all she needed. Cassandra deftly used Wendy and Randall's generosity, who thought that their love and attention would help their granddaughter recover. She ran away from home frequently, stopped playing sports, missed school, and hooked out with the wrong crowd. She also began taking money from her family members and using it to buy illegal drugs and alcohol. She once threatened to kill her grandma after she was unable to obtain the quantity she required. The Borge family phoned the police over 30 times between October 2015 and March 2017 due to Cassandra's uncontrollable behavior, which included frequent runs, unexplained disappearances, fights, theft, and aggressive behavior while under the influence of drugs. After Cassandra started dating Johnny Ryder, her conduct became unmanageable. Wendy and Randall were adamantly opposed to her bringing her boyfriend to her grandparents' house and telling them he would now live with them. When Johnny attempted to invite Cassandra to live with him at his family's house, a similar circumstance happened. The pair was expelled due to opposition from his mother and sisters. The couple quickly came to the conclusion that anyone who obstructed their relationship ought to be removed. They intended to see Cassandra's mother and stepfather to make amends, take all of their savings, deal with Cassandra's grandparents, get rid of Johnny's family, seize their money, and then run away to Florida to spend as much money as they could from the three residences. The harsh treatment of the grandparents. Cassandra was aware of the precise location of her grandparents' home where a sizable quantity of money was kept. Cassandra didn't know the password to the little safe that was kept in a closet in one of the second-floor rooms. The explanation is that Wendy and Randall started hiding the money after they saw it was missing and realized their cherished grandchild was stealing. Randall, Wendy's husband, had just turned 64, and Wendy herself was 63. After more than 40 years of marriage, they had a daughter, bought their ideal house, and intended to spend their golden years on the second floor. They occupied 2 bedrooms that were next to each other and had separate bathrooms. Because they thought their granddaughter could be rehabilitated and didn't want to ruin her life, the old couple didn't want to send her back to her mother or place her in juvenile detention, despite their inability to handle her. Cassandra allowed Johnny to enter the residence with kitchen knives and baseball bats on the evening of April 2, 2017, after the elderly couple had already gone to bed. The pair made their way to the second level via the stairs. While Johnny went to Randall and began striking him with the bat, Cassandra went into her grandmother's room where she was sleeping and stood beside her bed. It took the old man a while to comprehend what was going on. He was scared, confused, and helpless to protect himself. Johnny leaped onto the bed, stood on top of his victim, and kept striking him. Wendy, meantime, awoke to the commotion, hearing slow thuds and what sounded like a garbled cry in the shadows. She recognized the figure by her bed as her granddaughter. She was stabbed in the shoulder as soon as she attempted to stand up. Deep slashes on the woman's hands showed that she attempted self-defense, but the forces were not equal. In the adjacent room where Johnny was mistreating her grandfather, Cassandra pulled her grandma by the hair, demanding the code to the safe and threatening to kill them if they didn't comply. The young couple bound the elderly couple with tape and kept beating them. The elderly couple prayed their granddaughter wouldn't dare to take away the lives of her closest relatives, even though Johnny was holding a knife to Randall's throat. But when Cassandra Command's boyfriend began stabbing Randall in the stomach a minute later, Wendy screamed, pleading with them to stop, and revealed the code to the safe. In order to open the safe, Cassandra hurried to her grandmother's room right away. Then, with a victorious yell and a few fat envelopes of cash, she ran back to show her accomplice that they had succeeded. But the old couple's agony didn't stop there. In an attempt to obtain the bank card credentials so they could steal more money, Cassandra and her boyfriend persisted in beating them. It's possible that Wendy and Randall began saying farewell and declaring their love for one another after realizing they wouldn't be left alive. Later, when she was being questioned, Cassandra recalled this, and it made her laugh. A lot. Once they had all the information they needed, the young monsters pulled Wendy into the toilet after killing Randall with a knife to the neck in front of his wife. They were still dealing with her. Her own granddaughter killed her by striking her head with a baseball bat. Cassandra once bemoaned to Johnny that Wendy would not pass away and would still be alive. Then, to make sure the woman had no chance of surviving, Johnny cut her throat. Cut party on the bones. Their granddaughter and her companion remained in the house, while the two bodies rotted in the second-floor rooms, following the cruel treatment of the elderly couple. The young pair used the pilfered funds to purchase anything they want, including alcohol and any illegal drugs they could find. They admitted during questioning that they wanted to try everything and that they could now afford to do so. A few days later, Wendy's sister called the police to ask for a welfare check on her relatives, who hadn't spoken to her since April 1st. Wendy's bad vision made it unusual for her to simply send texts rather than answer the phone. The texts requested not to worry and said that everything was okay. However, this just made matters worse. To make sure everything was okay, law enforcement dispatched a patrol officer to the specified house, but nobody answered the door. Nothing looked strange at first. Neighbors noticed the couple's vehicle heading downtown, but there were no indications of a break-in or that the mail had been picked up. The officer came to the conclusion in the morning that the elderly couple had left the residence without a warrant to search it while out on errands. After stating that he had completed his work and found nothing odd, he departed. In the meantime, the juvenile offenders went shopping in the victim's vehicle. They ordered meal delivery and purchased food and drink every day, but they were unable to consume all of the food they purchased, so the rotten and uneaten goods were left to fester in boxes on the floor, tables, windowsills, and every other surface in the house. They took money out of Wendy's bank card as the money started to run low, but they were unable to locate Randall's wallet using his cards. Cassandra and Johnny invited their friends to a party at their residence, approximately a week after the crime against her grandparents. They had a major issue, though, because the remains on the second story had decayed considerably and were giving off an odor that was hard to ignore. After discovering 2 cans of construction sealant in the garage, Johnny made the decision to seal the doors of the rooms containing the remains, but first they had to cover up the stench. They covered the bodies with several liters of chlorine bleach that they purchased from a hardware shop. After that, Johnny meticulously caulked all the cracks around the bathroom door and the bedroom door. The couple informed their pals over the phone that Cassandra had a lot of money after her grandparents left town for a few days, and that she intended to have a large party with wine and more entertaining activities. But their buddies found the story highly dubious. The majority of them were aware of the several occasions Wendy and Randall had called the police due to their inability to manage their granddaughter. As a result, nobody dared to go to this peculiar gathering. Only a tiny bad company of problematic youths, including those who could obtain illegal substances and consented to do so in exchange for a reward, eventually assembled at the house. The guests complained about the awful stench, even while they were drunk, and Cassandra attributed it to a clogged sewer. It became intolerable for the criminals to remain in the residence, so the following day they decided it was time to depart. But they needed additional money for their getaway, because they were running low on cash and had almost used all the card's balance. The strategy to obtain it had been simmering for some time and now had to be put into action. However, more of their family members would have had to die for this. On Friday, April 7, 2017, the family was saved by an unintentional victim. The pair infiltrated the Ryder household. Johnny had keys, so it was home. They got there in the morning when Johnny's sisters and mother were at the university working. They found enough cash and goods to sustain them for a while once they were able to raid the house. The criminals purchased bear spray, a considerably larger and more potent aerosol that resembles pepper spray, and armed themselves with baseball bats. This unique spray, which is intended to deter hostile bears, contains potent tearing and irritating chemicals that burn skin and mucous membranes chemically, causing acute coughing and excruciating agony in humans. This weapon has the potential to be lethal. They planned to attack and kill each member of the family one at a time, then take the loot and flee with it. They knew roughly when each member would arrive home. Assuming the mother and sisters had left for the weekend, no one would be searching for them by Monday, giving the criminals a few days' advantage. After her university lessons, Melissa, Johnny's younger sister, was the first to return home. However, she was accompanied by her boyfriend, whom she had asked over so they could have some alone time together. The thieves chose to follow their strategy and add another victim to their blacklist, despite the complexity of the situation. Melissa and her boyfriend realized there had been intruders, probably burglars, when they came in and saw the mess. Melissa rushed to the phone right away to call the police, but she was unable to do so. And bitter orange haze filled the room, causing their skin to feel like it was on fire, their throats to burn, and their eyes to water. Abruptly, two bat-wielding figures with scarfed faces emerged and started beating the pupils. The victims, however, surprisingly put up a strong fight. Unaware of the bear spray's potency, the attackers started strangling themselves during the ensuing altercation. The homeowner, Johnny's mother, who had come home from work earlier than normal, appeared as the front door opened abruptly. While the criminals were able to flee through the kitchen door, she shouted and dialed 911. Johnny took extra keys to his mother's car during the robbery, and they used them to escape, leaving behind the primary piece of evidence, a car registered to the late Randall, while Cassandra dropped the car keys they had brought with them during the attack. Although the crooks wanted to murder the additional witness right away, the couple didn't expect Melissa to return home with her boyfriend because it was difficult to attack and kill two strong young people at once. Luckily, they were unable to finish their plot. They obviously miscalculated the might of House of Horrors, their weapon of choice, and overestimated their own talents. Although both attack victims lived, they were admitted to the hospital with various levels of wounds and chemical burns. The abandoned vehicle in the backyard, which did not belong to the Ryder family, piqued the interest of the responding law enforcement authorities. They identified the legitimate owner of the vehicle by looking through the registration plates. It soon became apparent that the car's owner had phoned the police earlier that week, but no one had come to the door. Officers went straight to Randall and Wendy's house, and this time, after failing to receive a response, they pried open the door and went inside. They were instantly struck by the smell of rotting, which was obviously coming from one of the bedrooms upstairs. The floor and bed were stained with blood, and the closet was open, exposing an empty safe. The door had been sealed with construction adhesive, making it hard to enter the other bedroom, and taking time and effort to pry it open. The decomposing body of an elderly guy with his hands bound behind his back and obvious marks of extreme torture was on the floor when the cops eventually made their way inside. Additionally, the bathroom door was sealed, making it more difficult to break in. The homeowner's wife's remains were discovered. She had clearly been beaten and tormented before having her neck cut, which is how she died. Empty beer bottles littered the house. The sink was piled high with filthy dishes, and there were garbage boxes and containers of ruined takeout food all over the place. She became the main suspect in this case because police had been to the residence dozens of times over the previous year and a half and knew that the murdered couple had a granddaughter who often ran away, acted aggressively, and got into trouble. However, dangerous guests, where can I locate the youngster who is accused of such a horrible crime? Upon learning of what had transpired at the Borgi residence, the injured rider's relatives instantly implicated Cassandra, claiming that Johnny might be her accomplice because he was enamored with her and might follow her example. The automobile in which the young robbers and offenders fled was also listed as wanted. In order to wash away the bear spray residue and ease the excruciating burning, the couple went to a store after leaving the site and purchased 5 liters of milk. Johnny reflected for a moment and thought of Jason, his best buddy from high school, with whom he had been inseparable in their senior year, but had nearly lost touch. The criminals made the decision to temporarily seek refuge and assistance at Jason's house after graduating. When his old classmate showed up at his flat with a girl, Jason was taken aback. Although the two appeared menacing, Johnny asserted that they were in danger and had no other options. Johnny claims that he and his mother got into a heated disagreement about his girlfriend, whom she didn't like. According to rumors, his mother sprayed them both with pepper spray and threw him out. The unexpected visitors requested to clean up and take a shower. In addition to providing clean clothes, meals, and the opportunity to spend the night, Jason and his mother were incredibly generous and let the couple use their restroom. Since they had nowhere else to go, the two accepted the offer. The apartment's owner made coffee and breakfast for everyone in the morning. She engaged the guests in friendly conversation and inquired if she could be of any further assistance. Outside, the sound of police sirens suddenly became more audible. A minute later, cops used a megaphone to call out to Johnny and Cassandra by name and urge them to surrender as police cars pulled up just beneath the windows. This change in circumstances surprised Jason and his mother. After thanking their hosts for their kindness and directing them to vacate the flat, Johnny grabbed a big kitchen knife. The crooks shut themselves inside, and the hosts, instantly frightened, hurried to the escape. They decided it would be better to die together, and they had no plans to give up. The crooks realized that a SWAT team would arrive at any moment, and that they couldn't hide in someone else's apartment for very long after failing Romeo and Juliet. With a knife in hand, they proceeded to the restroom and, in the hopes that the wounds would bleed out rapidly, made multiple deep cuts on their wrists. Already losing consciousness, Johnny pulled out his phone and left his mother a voicemail pleading for her forgiveness. He apologized for what he had done. He claimed that he shouldn't have harmed his family because he loved them so much. He went on to say that this was his last message and that he was passing away in the arms of his cherished girlfriend. But no one received any such texts from Cassandra. The young couple was lying on the tiled floor in one another's arms, surrounded by a massive pool of blood, when the cops broke into the apartment and pried open the bathroom door. Despite being unconscious, they both displayed signs of life. After receiving emergency medical care, they were taken to the hospital. Shocking admissions made by the juvenile offenders. The young couple inquired about one another as soon as they were conscious again. The first person to confess was Johnny, who said he felt bad about what he had done. His girlfriend, meanwhile, made an effort to appear helpless and blamed her partner for everything. She stated that she was extremely furious with herself, had been depressed for years, and no longer wanted to live. But as she described what had happened, she unintentionally revealed that she had long wished for her grandparents to die. Cassandra acted like a child during the interrogation, making expressions, complaining about the unappetizing hospital food, and even flirting with the police. It was only after a restaurant gave her quick food, which she had asked, that she began to speak. Even the most experienced officers were taken aback by what the teenager disclosed. Cassandra gently responded that her grandparents had lived long enough when asked why she took their life. She went on to say that they forced her to attend school, ruined her fun, and concealed money that she needed. Cassandra was simply angry because she couldn't locate her grandfather's bank card and didn't express regret for robbing the few people who loved her of their life. Grandpa was always damn smart, she said, laughing when he informed her that he had hidden his wallet beneath his pillow because he was afraid she would steal it. The teenage criminals also acknowledged that they planned to kill the Ryder family as payback for their rejection of Cassandra and their attempts to keep Johnny from seeing her because they believed she was a negative influence. Because they believe that deceased people don't require money, they also intend to loot the family. They then want to pay a visit to Cassandra's mother and stepfather in order to exact revenge on them for their mistreatment of her. This couple planned to spend their money and enjoy life by the sea in Florida. The couple reconnected in the courtroom a few months after the abortive attempt on their lives. They constantly argued, criticized one another, and even used slurs, giving the impression that there was no longer any love or passion between them. Both ultimately entered guilty pleas to the robbery, the assault on the students, and the offenses against the elderly couple. Both Johnny Ryder and Cassandra Bjorgi were given 2 life sentences, with the possibility of parole after the court found them guilty on all counts. Cassandra said she had nothing to repent for, but after 60 years, Johnny showed sincere regret and apologized to everyone he had harmed. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On January 24, 1991, at 4:45 p.m., 13-year-old Paula Ilera came home from school in East Harlem, New York. As she stepped into the elevator of her apartment building and made her way to her family's 30th floor apartment, her mother buzzed her in. But on that little trip, she unexpectedly disappeared. Paula's lifeless body was found half a mile from her home 3 hours later, at 7:30 p.m. by a man walking his dog. The community was left with unanswered questions as the sun set on that terrible day. What happened to Paula, and who might be responsible for her death and disappearance? East Harlem, sometimes referred to as El Barrio, is a neighborhood in the center of Manhattan, New York City, where Paula and her family lived. This enclave of diverse cultures is well known for its vibrant blend of customs, artwork, and camaraderie, as shown by its vibrant festivals, restaurants, and vibrant murals that line its streets. East Harlem is home to a varied population with a strong Hispanic and Latino background. The renowned Museum of the City of New York, which displays the history of the city, is located in the area. Our narrative started in East Harlem, where the odds of becoming a victim of crime are roughly 1 in 22. In the late 1000s, 970s, Paula Ilera was born in Colombia to Cesar and Olga Ilera. Alexandra and Julio were her older siblings. In search of a better life, Paula, her mother, and 2 siblings relocated to East Harlem, New York City, in June 1990. They stayed with Paula's uncle Guillermo Ospina at 420 East 111th Street, on the 30th floor of an apartment complex. In order to finally join them in New York, her father, Cesar, continued to work as a taxi driver in Colombia. Paula enrolled in junior high school once they arrived in New York. Paula was a bright student who spent her free time studying math and English, according to her sister Alexandra. She wanted to be a lawyer to help people in need, but she only had a few friends, most of whom were classmates. She was quite smart and advanced for her age, thinking above her years, according to her uncle Guillermo. He added that Paula's passion for the English language was the reason she was so content in New York. As a young girl, she had a lot of plans for the future. According to her uncle Guillermo, Paula and her family seemed to be living a happy life until a tragic incident abruptly altered it. Paula was only 13 years old when she left school on the chilly afternoon of January 24, 1991, and returned to the comforting confines of her apartment complex. She reached the building's entrance at around 4:45 p.m. and called her apartment via the intercom. Olga, her mother, responded and pressed the button to open the lobby entrance, allowing her in. This mundane exchange would be the last Olga would have with her cherished daughter. Sadly, Paula never reached their flat on the 30th floor, even though the door was now open and she went into the lobby and into an elevator. When Paula hadn't returned home after 10 minutes, her brother and uncle became concerned. They decided to go look for her because they sensed something was wrong. They rushed down to the lobby and saw it was deserted. They started frantically looking throughout the area for Paula, but she seemed to have disappeared. Around 7:30 p.m., 3 hours later, a man walking his dog discovered a terrifying find. On a sidewalk beside the East River, he noticed a dead body. Drug objects such as used lighters, syringes, and vials were scattered across the area. Sadly, what he discovered was Paula's thin body, and she was dead. She lived in an apartment building roughly half a mile south of the location where she was discovered. Detectives were confronted with a rather depressing situation when they got there. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that she had a ligature around her neck and that the stab wound in the middle of her chest was barely bleeding. No hints were found to suggest the identity of the perpetrator. The only items they found on Paula's body were a piece of chalk in her pocket and a new Kids on the Block watch on her wrist. The murder of Paula had a significant impact on the area as a whole, in addition to her family. Olga, her mother, was distraught and had a hard time accepting that her daughter was gone. Following this incident, both teachers and students at Paula's school were in shock. In order to help those close to Paula deal with their loss, teachers met with pupils to offer support. For safety considerations, they also cautioned every student against going out alone. The principal and district authorities refused to meet with media after the incident, and reporters were denied access to the school. Many questions remained unresolved for detectives. In an attempt to locate witnesses who could have seen Paula in the vicinity where her body was eventually found, they visited door to door throughout the 32-story building. Unfortunately, no one who had seen her there could be found. Furthermore, the detectives were clueless regarding the identity of the culprit behind this catastrophe. Whether Paula was murdered at the remote location, surrounded by crack bottles where her body was discovered, or elsewhere, was still unknown. The detectives were able to piece together some crucial information during their investigation. They learned that Paula frequently stayed after school on Wednesdays and Thursdays to attend her journalism program. She had been writing an article on her father on the day of her terrible murder, with the intention of sending it to him as a Valentine's Day present. The detectives also learned that Paula and a buddy traveled north along First Avenue on that fatal day, after Paula left the school after the workshop at about 4 p.m. At 106th Street, they split off, with Paula going on to her family's apartment complex. The cops discovered during their investigations that Paula had entered the same elevator as another kid, Aaron Walford. When they spoke with him, though, he stated that Paula went higher while he got off at the 19th level. Consequently, the detectives stopped considering him as a suspect. The totality of Paula's horrific ordeal was made clear during the autopsy. She had been stabbed 3 times close to her heart, strangled, and molested. Her thighs also had odd, lengthy markings that the medical examiner saw. Paula had obviously fought off an attack with courage, and her assailant had yanked her legs away with such force that the bruises on their thighs resembled the curve of their fingers. Male hair was also taken from her body by the examiner. This was kept as proof. Paula's remains were interred at St. Michael's Cemetery in East Elmhurst, Queens on February 2, 1991. Victim Services, a private group that supports victims of violent crimes and their families in Flushing, New York, provided assistance to Paula's family when they moved to Flushing 4 months after her sad murder. Through counseling at Victim Services Families of Homicide Victims program, Olga found comfort. The family clung to the faith that justice would be served for Paula while they dealt with and recovered. But, as time went on, Paula's situation progressively got less interesting, and finding the solutions became more difficult. In any place at any time, the murder of a 13-year-old girl ought to have made headlines, but this horrible incident in East Harlem went mostly unreported in the violent New York of 1991. Over 2,000 murders were reported in the city annually between 1990 and 1992, with an average of 6 bodies found every day throughout New York City's 5 boroughs. Regretfully, the majority of these took place in underprivileged, primarily minority communities, including East Harlem, the South Bronx, and East New York, Brooklyn. Unfortunately, the media paid little attention to any of these situations. Instead, free from political or media pressure, the media frequently covered more affluent, white victims of more expensive crimes in gorgeous settings. A low-priority homicide was assigned to Paula's case. As a result, her murder was mostly forgotten and unsolved for the most of the 1,990s. New York City's crime rate was declining by the middle of the 990s. Nonetheless, a troubling pattern continued in East Harlem's housing buildings. Regardless of whether they were Hispanic or Black, a string of seemingly unconnected cases started to happen, all of which involved the assault and killing of young, attractive youths with thick skin. In 1994, A 15-year-old girl was attacked by a person with a knife and was the victim. This case exposed a pattern that the attacker would use again throughout the course of the following 4 years. He would come up behind the teenager and lead her to a remote spot. There, he would force her to undress, blindfold her with a piece of her own clothing, and then attack her. The 15-year-old survivor was remarkably able to describe her assailant. He was a muscular, well-groomed young man who exuded an overabundance of self-importance. Incredibly, he even informed the woman that she was lucky to have been attacked by someone as attractive as him. Firefighters responded to a rooftop fire at the George Washington houses on East 104th Street on September 10, 1997, a few years later. Following this, they found the dead corpse of a woman who had been severely abused, hit by a blunt weapon, and severely burned, rendering her unrecognizable. Johalis Castro, a 19-year-old who had relocated to New York from the Dominican Republic with her family, was subsequently identified as the victim. Johalis, a young woman with a daughter, had been attending a Bronx community college to study computer science. The second victim in the same neighborhood was a 13-year-old girl in April 1998, 7 months later. Fortunately, the little victim was able to flee unharmed. Rashida Washington, 17, died tragically 2 months later on June 2, 1998. She had been robbed, beaten, and strangled when she was discovered in a stairway on the 15th floor of a housing project on East 112th Street. Like the previous victims, her dead body, with its bare chest hidden by a shirt, had been placed in a sat position against the wall. Rashida, a 100-pound fashion student who worked at a clothes boutique, was small in stature. Unfortunately, 3 days after celebrating her 18th birthday, she was slain. 2 further young teenagers were assaulted in the same region in the fall of that year. On September 21, 1998, a 15-year-old was attacked, and on November 16, a 14-year-old. Fortunately, these 2 teenagers made it out alive, probably because they were blinded before they had a chance to see the assailant. The likelihood that a serial killer was targeting teenage females in East Harlem was not openly acknowledged by the authorities, despite the growing number of similar incidents. However, the police ultimately made the decision to move quickly in response to the victims' parents' concerns. Since widespread testing of convicted felons had not yet started, the database of DNA samples on file in the 1990s was very tiny. But in the fall of 1998, there had been a major development about the East Harlem cases. Experts in forensics from the New York Police Department reviewed bodily fluid evidence from the murder of Rashida Washington, with evidence from 2 other nearby instances that were comparable. The same offender was unmistakably connected to all 3 crimes by these tests. One rape victim was first thought to be a part of a distinct pattern. However, it turned out that the homicide victim, Rashida Washington, and this rape case had produced a new pattern instead of being part of the previous rape pattern. At last, investigators had concrete proof that a serial killer was preying on kids in Harlem. Police authorities responded by forming a specialist task force of investigators whose only goal was to capture the suspect. In response, the authorities distributed a wanted poster with a sketch of the serial killer. The victim's description served as the basis for this sketch. A tipster who called in shortly after the flyer was posted in East Harlem recommended that the investigators look into a 25-year-old man named Ace, who lived on the 19th floor of the same building Paula had occupied. Ace was promptly recognized by the cops. His true name, Aaron Key, evoked a recollection. In the course of investigating Paula's murder, the name Aaron had first come to light. Aaron Walford, a youngster who had been spotted getting into the elevator with Paula and claiming to have gotten out on the 19th level, was remembered by detectives. In the 1997 murder inquiry of Johalis Castro, the unusual first name Aaron had also resurfaced. According to phone records, Johalis had called a man named Aaron Key multiple times in the days before her death. Police interrogation revealed that Aaron's girlfriend, Jacqueline, had been friends with Joe. He explained his repeated phone calls by saying that on the day of Johalis's death, the 2 women had been organizing a shopping excursion. Jacqueline, who was also questioned by the police, corroborated Aaron's account. The authorities didn't discover that Aaron Key and Aaron Wofford were the same individual until much later. His mother's surname name was Key, while his father's was Wofford. 2 of the 3 victims in the alleged serial killer case were linked to Aaron Key as a result of this finding. He had a lengthy history of phone conversations with Jahalis in the days preceding Paula's passing, and he was the last person known to have seen her alive. These links couldn't have happened by accident. Investigators made the decision to learn more about Aaron's past. They discovered that he was a reasonably well-spoken and intellectual person. He was raised primarily in East Harlem and was born on September 18, 1973. He was sharing the same building as Paula, with family members when she vanished in 1991. Aaron was seen as a gregarious individual with a talent for computers. Despite the lack of evidence, he claimed to be involved in the production of rap music. He was only 5 feet 8 inches tall and rather attractive. He had only been arrested once for robbery in 1990, according to his criminal record, and he had served little to no time in prison. But neighbors saw Aaron in a different light. He has a troubling side, they said. He frequently roamed around with a portable video camera, trying to get improper footage, and he had a habit of looking through the peepholes of women in his building. Despite the lack of strong evidence against Aaron at this point, the police recognized the value of a comprehensive investigation. They concentrated on the attacker, who had left behind a gray hoodie and a black boo-boo cap in the September 1998 incident. In search of leads, the investigators made the decision to examine these articles of clothing more closely. When they discovered a laundry tag on one of the clothes, their efforts were fruitful. The cops soon found a dry cleaner close to Aaron's building thanks to this tag. The fact that Aaron's mother, Cynthia, was on the dry cleaner's client list added even more significance to this revelation. Law authorities grew more certain that testing Aaron's DNA would prove his involvement in the crimes, since all the evidence seemed to point to him as a major suspect. There was a major obstacle, though. Since DNA testing for convicted felons in New York would not be required until 2000, Aaron's DNA was not on file. It wasn't as simple as bringing a suspect in and requesting a swab to get a DNA sample in the 1990s. The acquisition of a sample required judicial authority based on reasonable suspicion, and DNA tests were still seen as intrusive procedures. Detectives knew that even while there was a lot of circumstantial evidence suggesting Aaron was involved, the laundry tag, phone calls, and elevator ride wouldn't be enough to convince a judge to require Aaron to give a DNA sample. As a result, the cops had to come up with another strategy. Their first strategy was to follow Aaron Key in the hopes that he might inadvertently leave a sample of his saliva behind, such as when he spit or disposed of chewing gum, but this strategy soon looked like a failure. Detectives finally got a break on February 8, 1999, when Aaron was taken into custody for his role in stealing a computer hard disk. In order to get a DNA sample, the police had to use some deceit, because there were no regulations in New York at the time requiring DNA testing for anyone who were arrested. They came up with a scheme in which a female detective dressed in white hospital attire and pretended to be a doctor. She went up to Aaron and requested a sample of his saliva for what she said was a standard test for tuberculosis. She hoped he would sign a release form as she handed him the documents. Aaron, on the other hand, studied the text carefully. He refused to participate when he saw a line that mentioned DNA analysis. He asserted that he was a devout Jehovah's Witness and that he was not allowed to receive any medical care because of his beliefs. Aaron knew what the cops were looking for, and he was not going to give it to them. He tore his paper cup into pieces and flushed them down the toilet when he finished his supper that night. He switched his cup with his cellmates to further perplex investigators. But the cops were ahead by one step. Aaron had been in a holding cell with a number of other inmates shortly after his detention. They had been given cups of water by attendants while they were there. These cups were found in a waste paper basket by detectives, who then sent them for DNA analysis. A sample taken from the lip of one of the cups discovered in the police holding cell matched the East Harlem criminal's DNA, according to the results, which were returned in a matter of days. Since Aaron was merely charged with a misdemeanor computer theft offense, he was already free without bail by the time the DNA test results were available on February 12, 1999. The New York Police Department, meantime, promised to pay $11,000, 0 cents, for any tip that would result in his apprehension. Aaron's parents thought they were going on a Valentine's Day date, but authorities quickly found out that he had gone to Brownsville, Brooklyn, and met up with his 16-year-old lover, Angelique. But rather than following their plans, Aaron and Angelique got on a bus from Newark, New Jersey, that was bound for Florida. Investigators began to worry that Angelique might be in danger and would end up like the other victims. Aaron called a second woman in New York twice after he got to South Florida. His notoriety as a suspected serial killer on the loose had made headlines by this point. When the second girlfriend saw what was happening, she immediately called the police and gave them a tip that Aaron was staying at the Miami Sun Hotel on Northeast 1st Avenue in downtown Miami, which is only 2 blocks from the beach. 2 detectives from New York hurried to the hotel in response to this report and started monitoring it. They summoned a Miami-Dade SWAT unit for help when they saw Aaron and Angelique moving about inside. Aaron and Angelique were found hiding beneath the bed on the 6th story of the hotel as the SWAT team attacked the building. Additionally, Aaron was captured and taken into custody on February 19, 1999. Detectives tried to question Aaron about the crimes in East Harlem, but he refused to talk and gave no information. But the police had a strategy. Later, they let Angelique into the interview room while they watched and heard from behind a 2-way mirror. Aaron and Angelique thought they were saying their goodbyes in solitude. Angelique pushed Aaron to give an explanation for his misdeeds during this exchange. Aaron's answer was unclear. He claimed to have been ill and said that he had bugged out. Aaron was finally extradited to New York to stand trial on 22 felony charges pertaining to 4 assaults and the killings of Paula Hilera, Johalis Castro, and Rashida Washington, following a protracted 4-month legal fight. Aaron was linked to 6 of the 7 cases by DNA evidence. Prosecutors John Irwin and Richard Plansky made a strong case against Aaron at the trial in the fall of 2000, using a flurry of witness statements and DNA evidence. 2 of Aaron's victims were among the 130 prosecution witnesses they called. Aaron himself demanded to testify as the first defense witness. Aaron showed a variety of emotions during the 2 days of her testimony, from wailing like a baby to grinning like a schoolgirl. He also talked about how angry he was to be charged, pop culture, narcotics, rap music, jail cuisine, and his thoughts on the criminal justice system were just a few of the subjects he spoke in his monologue, which was mostly unhindered by the judge, prosecutors, or his own lawyers. Aaron constructed a peculiar narrative to explain why he was charged with horrific serial assault against young women, while many of the relatives of his victims were in the courtroom. He said that a dishonest medical examiner who was involved in the harvesting and sale of human organs had arranged for the police to frame him as a participant in a cover-up. He even asserted that what he called genetic shuffling had been done to his DNA. But his long story did not convince the jury. The courtroom erupted in applause on December 16, 2000, the day the guilty verdict was given. During the sentencing, Aaron swore at the family members in the crowd as he was escorted past them. In January 2001, a month later, Aaron's victims' relatives had the chance to speak with him face-to-face. Paula's mother, Olga, spoke to him, wishing that he would comprehend the agony of restless nights, appetite loss, being unable to walk or breathe, and the lack of tranquility, while simultaneously reflecting on her daughter's suffering at the moment of her passing. Having brought her kid to the country to pursue the American dream, Olga talked of her ongoing pain. During the sentencing hearing, Aaron broke down in tears and apologized when it was his turn to speak. Johalis Castro's male cousin became enraged at this and tried to get over the barrier to attack Aaron. The sentence was then pronounced by Justice Jones Sadonic. For the 3 murders, she sentenced Aaron to 3 life terms without the chance of release. He was also sentenced to 400 years in prison for 4 counts of abuse. Aaron was a prisoner at Dannemora, New York's Clinton Correctional Facility. Legislators in New York and numerous other states had passed legislation mandating DNA testing for anybody detained in relation to serious crimes by the time Aaron was convicted. Since then, the majority of felony arrests for both violent and nonviolent offenses are now included in this testing. Additionally, some jurisdictions have started testing people's DNA when they are detained for The pain of losing Paula is still very much there for Olga. She is all too aware that the pain caused by the unexpected and needless death of a loved one never goes away, especially when there are still so many unanswered questions. We are left with the memories of Paula and the other victims. As we get to the end of this heartbreaking trip through her awful narrative, we are left with difficult issues after considering Aaron's activities and the repercussions he encountered. What motivates someone like Aaron to carry out such atrocities? And how can society recognize and deal with the causes of such behavior? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.